U.S. Route 50. Small towns, river roads, desert crossings, and the American highway from the Sierra to the Atlantic. Mark Bureau. 2026 Mark Bureau. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced, stored in a retrieval system, or transmitted in any form or by any means, including electronic mechanical photocopying, recording, or otherwise without prior written permission from the author, except for brief quotations used in reviews or critical articles. This book is a work of nonfiction. It is intended for historical, educational, and general interest reading. Every effort has been made to present accurate information about U.S. Route 50, the towns along the route, and the historical context connected to them. Road alignments, business conditions, local details, and public access may change over time. All photographs, illustrations, maps, and other visual elements created for this book are original to this publication unless otherwise noted. Published by Mark Bureau. First edition. Printed in the United States of America. Dedication. For the small town's old roads, river crossings, desert miles, and forgotten main streets that still carry the story of America. And for every traveler who understands that a highway carries memory work distance home in the long road between places that still matter. Forward. A highway can look simple from far away. On a map, it is only a line. A numbered path bending across rivers passes valleys, towns, and coastlines. That version is useful when you're planning miles. It is not enough when you want to understand the country the road crosses. The stronger story lives in the places along the way. U.S. Route 50 refuses to belong to one landscape. It climbs the Sierra, drops into basin country, crosses desert valleys, follows farm ground, reaches river towns, passes courthouse squares, touches college communities, and keeps going toward Appalachia and the Atlantic. It belongs to the long middle of America, the part many people hurry through without giving it a fair look. This book gives its attention to the smaller cities and highway towns that carry much of Route 50's character. Some were shaped by mines. Others grew around rivers, railroads, irrigation, limestone salt, tourism, public service, or old frontier movement. A few became well known. Others stayed modest, but they still explain the road in ways a famous destination cannot. A route book should show how place and pavement shaped each other. A highway carries work, trade, migration, vacation, military movement, family travel, local business, and memory. Route 50 carries all of that from the Sierra to the basin, from the desert to the plains, from river country to the Atlantic edge. The towns chosen here explain the road in human terms. They show Route 50 as a working highway, not merely a coast-to-coast idea. They reveal how geography shaped settlement, how transportation shaped local economies, and how communities adjusted when travel patterns changed. Some chapters look toward mountain passes and desert distance. Others follow rail lines, river crossings, courthouse towns, farm markets, industrial belts, and old main streets. Together, they make a west-to-east journey across a road that has carried generations through the center of the country. This book is for readers who like highways, maps, towns' history, and the feeling of discovering a place that is easy to miss. It is for anyone who has ever seen a road sign and wondered what was waiting 20 miles ahead. It is for travelers who understand that the smaller places often hold the strongest stories. U.S. Route 50 crosses America. Its deeper story runs through America. Part 1. Sierra Roads and Basin Towns. The western miles of U.S. Route 50 change scale quickly. The route leaves California foothill country, climbs toward the Sierra Nevada, and then drops into the open basins of Nevada. This first section follows towns shaped by elevation, mining, mountain travel, desert crossings, and the long distances that made the highway one of the West's most memorable routes. Here, the road is both connection and test, terrain, weather isolation, and endurance. Chapter 1. Placerville, California. Placerville's historic foothill setting marks the western gateway where U.S. Route 50 leaves Gold Country streets and begins its climb toward the Sierra Nevada. Gold Country Gateway and the climb into the Sierra. Placerville sits in El Dorado County at the point where the western foothills begin to tighten and lift toward the Sierra Nevada. On a west-to-east trip across U.S. Route 50, This is one of the first places where the drive stops feeling like a California Valley approach and begins to feel like mountain travel. Sacramento is still close enough to shape the modern region, but Placerville carries an older foothill character of mining streets, wagon road memory, timbered slopes, and river canyons. That mix is why the town belongs at the front of this Route 50 journey. It is the gold country threshold before the Sierra begins in earnest. The story begins before the numbered highway existed. In 1848, the discovery of gold at Sutter's Mill brought thousands of people into the American river country. Mining camps appeared quickly, often rough temporary, and built around immediate need rather than careful planning. Placerville grew from one of those camps. Its early nickname, Hangtown, reflected a hard and violent frontier reputation, but the town's later name pointed to the placer mining that drew prospectors to the nearby creeks and ravines. By 1854, the community had taken the name Placerville, a sign that the settlement was becoming more permanent than the camp that first formed there. Location mattered. Placerville stood near the point where travelers' supplies and ambition pushed from the lower country toward the mines and the mountains. The American River Canyon helped define the surrounding geography, while the foothill slopes created a natural transition zone between valley settlement and high country movement. Stores, blacksmith shops, hotels, saloons, freight yards, and service businesses grew because miners needed more than claims. They needed tools, food animals, lumber banking, legal services, and a place to gather information before moving on. A mining district could pull gold from the ground, but a town such as Placerville helped keep the whole system working. The town's main street developed as a practical commercial spine. It was not a decorative street created for tourists long after the fact. It formed because movement required a center. Goods passed through. People arrived tired from Sacramento or from mountain work. Wagons needed repair. Horses and mules needed feed. Miners needed supplies. Families needed churches, schools, physicians, county offices, and shops. The buildings that later gave Placerville its historic look were built on this working foundation. Brick and stone gradually replaced more vulnerable wooden structures, and the community gained the appearance of a settled county town rather than a temporary rush-era camp. Placerville also became important because roads through the Sierra were never casual undertakings. Long before U.S. Route 50 signs guided motorists, older trails, wagon roads, and stage routes connected California's interior to the high country and the Great Basin beyond. The route east of Placerville became part of a larger transportation story involving the Johnson Cutoff, the Placerville-Carson Road, and the difficult push toward Echo Summit and Lake Tahoe. The need was obvious. California had gold farms, timber markets, and ports. Nevada and the interior West had mining districts, military posts, ranching valleys, and settlements that required connection. Placerville benefited because it stood where that connection began to climb in earnest. Placerville's place on Route 50 comes from that practical edge. Gold made the town famous, but the eastbound road gave it lasting importance. The Sierra Nevada is not a gentle obstacle. It brings elevation, weather, snow, granite, forest, narrow drainage, and hard grades into the path east. Anyone leaving Placerville for the summit entered a different road world. The land folded upward, curves tightened, and wagons, teams, early automobiles, freight trucks, and later vacation traffic all had to respect the climb. The town served as the last major foothill base before the mountain demanded more from both vehicle and driver. When U.S. Route 50 became part of the national numbered highway system in the 1920s, it inherited older patterns instead of creating a new world from nothing. That is true across much of America, and Placerville shows it clearly. Federal numbering placed a modern identity on roads that had already carried miners, stagecoaches, freight mail migrants, and local trade. The highway sign gave travelers a recognizable route across states, but the ground beneath the route had been shaped by earlier needs. In Placerville, the modern road ran through a town already trained by nearly a century of through traffic. For westbound travelers, Placerville could feel like a release from the mountains. For eastbound travelers, it could feel like preparation. That double role made it useful in two directions. Drivers coming from Sacramento could stop for fuel, food, lodging, or repairs before climbing toward Pollock Pines, Fresh Pond, Kybert, Strawberry, and Echo Summit. Travelers coming down from the Sierra could reach Placerville with brakes warmed by grades and mines still full of snow pine and canyon curves. In both directions, the town marked a threshold. The scenery changed. The speed changed. The demands of the route changed. Placerville's built environment still reflects that threshold function. Main Street bends and narrows with the feel of an older road town rather than a fully modern highway strip. Historic buildings stand close to the street. Hills rise behind the business district. Side streets climb quickly. The town feels fitted into the foothills rather than spread across flat land. That setting matters because Route 50 works as a sequence of landscapes. Placerville introduces the first major Western shift from valley movement to mountain movement. The Gold Country identity remains strong, but it should not be treated as a costume. The gold rush transformed California, and Placerville was one of the places where that transformation became local, physical, and lasting. Mining brought disorder opportunity, violence, wealth disappointment, and rapid population change. It also created demand for courts, roads, records, property boundaries, local government, and permanent civic life. Placerville's survival after the first rush mattered. Many camps faded when nearby diggings declined. Placerville endured because it served the wider county, the road, and the foothill economy. Agriculture helped broaden that economy. The surrounding foothills supported orchards, ranches, vineyards, timber work, and later tourism. Travelers on modern Route 50 may know the area for apple farms, wineries, historic storefronts, and the approach to Tahoe recreation. But those uses grew from the same geography that made the town valuable in the 19th century. The elevation is high enough to feel different from the valley, yet low enough to support settlement and agriculture. The mountains are near, but the town is not buried in the highest snow country. That middle position is exactly what made Placerville useful. Placerville also ties the local story to the larger national one. From here, U.S. Route 50 will reach Nevada Basin Country, Utah Desert and Canyon, approaches Colorado Mountain and Plains towns, Kansas farm centers, Missouri River roads, Midwestern communities, Appalachian valleys, and the Atlantic edge. The pattern begins to show itself in this foothill town. This highway is a route of transitions, and Placerville is the first strong Western example because it holds three identities at once: Goldtown Foothill Service Center and Sierra Gateway. A hurried driver might remember Placerville only as a historic downtown before the grade. The deeper story is stronger. This town was built from extraction supply route making and adaptation. It served miners before motorist wagon roads, before federal highway traffic and mountain work, before weekend tourism made the Sierra feel familiar. Its importance came from being useful in the right place for the right kinds of movement across many generations. The climb east remains the chapter's final image. Leaving Placerville on U.S. Route 50, the road rises toward darker timber, colder air, sharper curves, and the high-pass country ahead. The town slips behind, but its meaning travels with the driver. It is the last foothill town with the full memory of the gold rush behind it and the Sierra directly in front of it. In a book about smaller cities and highway towns, Placerville belongs first because it teaches the reader how the route works. The road links coasts, but its real power comes from thresholds, and Placerville is the first one that truly feels like a crossing. The climb also sets the book's first promise. Each town ahead will be read by the landscape that made it useful. Chapter 2. Myers, California. Near Myers, U.S. Route 50 moves through pine forest, granite slopes, and pass country terrain on its final Sierra climb before Lake Tahoe. Pass Country Gateway and the last Sierra climb before Tahoe. Myers does not announce itself like a resort town staged for visitors. It feels like a practical mountain settlement at one of the key turning points on U.S. Route 50. West of it, the highway has climbed from the foothills through the deep folds of the Sierra Nevada. East of it, Tahoe country is close with the basin opening nearby and the lake beyond the trees. That position gives Myers its meaning. The town belongs to the act of crossing the mountains. The town sits in El Dorado County at the southwest edge of the Lake Tahoe Basin, close to where U.S. Route 50 meets California State Route 89. The setting is high wooded and shaped by weather. Pines crowd the slopes. Granite shoulders rise along the road. Snow is not a background detail here. It is one of the forces that has always decided how travel works. For a highway book, Myers matters because it shows Route 50 at the point where ordinary movement becomes mountain passage. Before the modern highway, this was a place of stations, wagon roads, and difficult grades. The route over the Sierra had to answer a simple but unforgiving question. How could people, freight animals, and later automobiles move between California and the basin without being stopped by terrain? The answer was never easy. Early travel followed roads that were steep, narrow, seasonal, and hard to maintain. Inge trading stops, stables, and small service places mattered because the crossing itself demanded support. Myers grew from that need. Its older story is tied to travel between Placerville and the Tahoe Basin, with way stations serving stage traffic, freight wagons, and people moving through the high country. Travelers needed food, rest, animal care supplies, and information about conditions ahead. In mountain country, information could be as valuable as a meal. Snow, mud, rockfall, washed out sections, and hard grades could decide whether a trip continued or stopped. A community at this location did not have to become large to become important. Myers belongs naturally after Placerville and a west to east reading of the route. Placerville is the Gold Country gateway and the beginning of the hard climb. Myers is the upper threshold, the place near the far side where the road has almost earned its passage. The two communities are connected by pavement mining memory, Sierra Crest geography, and the Tahoe Basin beyond. The engineering story of U.S. Route 50 becomes especially clear near Echo Summit and Upper Myers Grade. Caltrans describes this segment as part of more than a century of transportation history, with the modern road evolving from the older Lake Tahoe wagon road. That older route became significant in California road history after the state took a stronger role in maintaining and improving the passage. By the early automobile age, a rough wagon road inheritance had to be made into something broader, safer, and more reliable for cars, trucks, visitors, residents, and public agencies. The problem was physical. Mountain roads are not drawn on a blank page. They are cut into slopes wrapped around rock faces, exposed to snow, and forced to respect drainage, forest, cliff, and curve. On the grade above, Myers builders dealt with steep terrain, granite, outcrops, tight turns, and the need for year-round service. Earlier alignments could be dramatic, but drama was not enough for a state highway. A road that could not be cleared by modern equipment or used in winter was not fully dependable. The realignment work of the 1930s matters because it made the upper grade more dependable. Upper Myers Grade was rebuilt through a cooperative state and federal effort, with major work beginning in 1936. The project reduced the limits of the old route by improving curvature, grade width, and winter practicality. Engineers had to bench portions of the road into a rock face, use retaining structures, and shape the route so it fit the landscape without making travel feel reckless. The work changed how U.S. Route 50 functioned as an approach to Tahoe. Modern drivers can miss that history because the road feels normal enough to trust. That is often what successful highway engineering does. A car rounds the curve, passes between trees, climbs toward the summit, and lets the scenery do the talking. Under that pavement are decisions about grade, drainage, rock snow removal, sightlines, and winter survival. Route 50 was not simply laid across the Sierra. It was wrestled into place by surveyors, laborers, engineers, maintenance crews, and winter road workers who understood that beauty and danger often share the same slope. Myers also serves as a practical mountain support community. Highway towns near mountain passes have a different personality from towns on flat land. Their economies are tied to weather timing and preparation. Fuel, food, lodging, repair, groceries, and outdoor supplies have value because drivers are either coming from a hard climb, preparing for one, or adjusting to mountain conditions. Even when businesses change and buildings modernize, the basic function remains familiar. Myers helps people pause before the next decision. The nearby meeting of U.S. Route 50 and State Route 89 strengthens that function. Route 50 carries the long east-west story, while Route 89 connects local traffic to the wider Tahoe landscape. That junction gives Myers a crossroads identity within a mountain setting. It is a settlement where road geography, recreation, local life, and basin access press together. The Tahoe connection can sometimes overshadow Myers itself. Lake Tahoe is famous enough to pull attention away from nearly every smaller place around it. Yet that is exactly why Myers deserves a chapter. It shows what the larger destination depends on. Every famous resort region has working edges approach roads maintenance yards, neighborhood businesses, and local communities that absorb the traffic and weather before visitors reach the postcard view. Myers is part of that hidden machinery. In winter, the town's position becomes even more important. Snow changes the meaning of distance. A few miles can become slow tense and uncertain. Chain controls, plows, closures, avalanche work, and driver caution all belong to the seasonal character of Route 50 in this region. The highway serves as a summer vacation route and a mountain road that must be defended again and again against snow ice, falling rock, and fire damage. Myers sits close enough to that struggle to make drivers aware of it. In warmer months, the same geography offers a different kind of movement. The area becomes a gateway to trails, campgrounds, forest roads, fishing water, biking, and the lake. The upper Truckee River and surrounding meadows add to the local landscape, reminding travelers that the Tahoe Basin includes watershed, forest, wetland, and community, as well as shoreline and ski slopes. Route 50 passes through that whole system, carrying people into it while also shaping how it is used. Myers is small, but a route chapter does not need a large population to matter. It needs a clear relationship between place and movement. Myers has that. It stands where geography tightens, where the road has to climb, where foothill expectations give way to alpine reality, and where Tahoe begins to feel close enough to change the mood of the trip. There is also a useful contrast between Myers and the towns that will come later in Nevada. Soon, Route 50 will leave the Tahoe Basin and move into broader, drier, more open country. The road will become lonely in a different way. It will cross basins, mining towns, and long empty distances. Myers is the last forested western threshold before that change. It gives the route one more mountain town pause before the landscape opens and the character of the highway turns toward desert. Myers works as a hinge chapter. Placerville introduces the climb. Myers shows the crossing at its upper edge. Together, they establish Route 50 as a road built from effort, not ease. By the time traffic reaches this settlement, the highway has already carried the story of gold country wagon roads, state road building, automobile tourism, and mountain maintenance. Ahead lies Tahoe, then Nevada, then the long continental middle. Behind lies California's foothill beginning. Myers is the past country gateway where the road gathers itself before the last Sierra climb. Local service, high country weather, and historic engineering meet here. The town gives the crossing a human scale. A place at the hard part, keeping the passage open, watching generations climb toward the summit. Chapter 3. Fallon, Nevada. Fallon stands in the Lahontan Basin as a desert crossroads where highway, travel, rail service, irrigation, and open Nevada distance meet. Desert Crossroads Rail Service and the Lahontan Basin. Fallon introduces a different Nevada from the one just left beyond the Sierra and Carson country. The land is still dry, open, and ringed by ranges, but it does not feel vacant. Fields appear where the desert might seem ready to take over. Canals cut through the basin. Alfalfa dairy ground, melon fields, railroad tracks, farm equipment, airbase traffic, and highway travelers all meet on the same low valley floor. Fallon's importance comes from what gathers there: water transportation, agriculture, and military geography in one desert community. The setting explains much of the town's role. Fallon sits in Churchill County in the Lahontan Valley, close to the lower Carson River and the broad Carson Sink. The basin itself is part of a much older story, one written by ancient Lake Lahontan and by the dry lake beds, wetlands, alkali flats, and irrigation lands that remain across western Nevada. To drivers, this landscape can look contradictory. It is desert country, yet it has green fields. It is remote, yet it has always depended on connections. It sits beyond the Sierra, yet it became a working community because routes from California, northern Nevada, and central Nevada converged here. Before Fallon became a town, people moved through and lived around this basin for practical reasons. The Paiute and Shoshone people understood the wetlands, seasonal waterfish, birds, plants, and travel corridors of the Lahontan region long before maps from the east turned the country into surveyed property lines. Later, immigrant routes across Nevada made the Carson River especially important. For those moving toward California, water was not scenery. It was survival. The old travel routes that shaped western Nevada crossed a land where distances punished bad judgment. and where a river spring or rest station could decide whether a journey continued. That history still matters because the highway received older corridor memories. Across Nevada, much of its identity is tied to immigrant paths. Pony Express routes the Lincoln Highway mining roads and later automobile alignments. Fallon stands near the western opening of the famous Nevada crossing, where the road begins to feel less like a suburban approach and more like a test of basin and range distance. West of town routes have ties toward Carson City, Reno Fernley, and the Sierra. East of town, U.S. Route 50 narrows into a much lonelier pattern of valleys, passes stations and small towns. In that sense, Fallon acts as a hinge between settled western Nevada and the long road to Austin, Eureka, Ely, and Utah. The town itself grew late compared with the older mining camps of Nevada. Fallon began as a ranch and service settlement in the 1890s, named for Michael Fallon, who operated a ranch and helped anchor the early post office site. It incorporated in 1908, at a time when the surrounding valley was changing quickly. By then, the central question in this part of Churchill County involved crossing the desert federal irrigation rail access and local enterprise. Could those forces make the basin into a stable farming district? The Newlands Project gave Fallon its most important economic foundation. Early 20th century reclamation work diverted and stored water so that farms could develop in a region that otherwise received limited rainfall. Lahontan Dam Canal's lateral drains and delivery systems altered the valley's future. The result did not erase the desert, it organized part of it. The difference is visible from the highway. Around Fallon, there are fields, barns, dairies, haystacks, irrigation ditches, and shelter belts against a backdrop of open ground and distant mountains. The town became known as an oasis because water allowed a permanent agricultural economy to stand in a dry basin. Rail service reinforced that change. In a region of long hauls, farmers and merchants needed rail as much as wagon roads. The arrival of railroad connections made Fallon part of wider markets for supplies, crops, livestock, machinery, and passengers. Rail lines across western Nevada linked agricultural valleys, mining districts, and military needs with larger networks beyond the basin. Even where rails later lost their passenger importance, the railroad story remains central to Fallon's shape. The town became a service point because freightwater roads and land use came together. The highway version of Fallon grew from the same practical logic. U.S. Route 50 and U.S. Route 95 make the town a meeting ground for north-south and east-west movement. Crossing Nevada requires places where mechanical, human, and commercial needs can be handled. Fallon provides groceries, lodging, repair, fuel, government offices, schools, medical services, farm suppliers, and local businesses in a landscape where the next full-service stop may be far away. That role may not sound dramatic, but on a transcontinental route, it is essential. Highways survive through service towns as much as through scenery. Main Street and the older commercial blocks give Fallon a grounded small city character. Its downtown is not a museum piece frozen in one decade. It carries layers from the early 20th century through the automobile age and into the present. Brick storefronts, civic buildings, theaters, shops, and local institutions show the way a county seat adapts to agriculture, travel, and public service. A road book should not treat such places as interchangeable stops. Fallon has its own pattern built from irrigated land, railroad service, county government, and the plain fact that surrounding distances made the town necessary. Military geography added another layer. Naval Air Station Fallon, southeast of town, placed aviation training into the same wide basin that had already served travelers, ranchers, farmers, and freight movement. The open airspace, dry climate, and broad-range country made the area valuable for training. That military presence changed local employment, population movement, and national awareness of the town. It also adds a modern element to Fallon's route identity. A traveler may see fields and old commercial blocks, then notice the sharper rhythm of jets-based traffic and defense-related activity. The town is both agricultural and military, both local and national. The agricultural calendar gives the town a rhythm that travelers may miss if they only pass through quickly. Hay cutting, irrigation, turns, fairgrounds activity, equipment yards, feed stores, and seasonal produce all show that Fallon is not simply beside farmland. It is part of the valley's working system. Route 50 carries that system across town in plain view. Eastbound on U.S. Route 50, Fallon is the last major Nevada community before the highway takes on the full character that made it famous. Leaving town, the road points toward Grimes Point Sand Mountain Middlegate and the wide sequence of basins and passes that define central Nevada. Services thin out. The scale changes. The highway becomes a line through distance rather than a street between towns. That shift gives Fallon special importance. It is the place where travelers prepare, refuel, buy supplies, and adjust expectations before the desert opens wider. The Lahontan Basin also gives Fallon a more complicated identity than a simple highway stop. This is land shaped by engineering, but also by limits. Irrigation made agriculture possible, but water in the West always carries conflict, calculation, and dependence. Wetlands, reservoirs, farms, tribes, fish, wildlife towns, and downstream landscapes all belong to the same regional water story. Fallon sits within that tension. Its fields are proof of human persistence, but the dry mountains and playas around them are reminders that the basin was never easy country. Fallon's place early in this book comes from a simple fact. A cross-country highway depends on working towns, not scenery alone. Here, the route passes through a community where water, rail, highways, agriculture, government, and military purpose intersect. Fallon does not need to pretend to be something else. Its strength is in its function. Its fields, rails, airbase, and road junctions make the basin feel organized rather than empty. It is a working threshold before the road turns lonelier. For the west to east traveler, Fallon is the pause before isolation. For the historian, it is a case study in how the American West was organized by movement and water. For anyone watching the road closely, it is one of the clearest Route 50 examples of a town whose meaning comes from position. The Sierra has fallen behind. The long Nevada interior lies ahead. Between them, Fallon holds the basin together. Chapter 4. Austin, Nevada. Austin, Nevada rests high in the Toyabe Range where U.S. Route 50 passes through old mining country, dry mountain slopes, and one of the loneliest stretches of highway in the West. A mining town on the loneliest road. Austin appears on U.S. Route 50 with the suddenness that makes central Nevada memorable. For many miles, the highway seems to belong to sagebrush, tan mountains, long grades, and open sky. Then the pavement bends toward the western slope of the Toyabe Range, enters Pony Canyon, and finds a settlement that looks older than the road beneath the tires. Stone buildings, church towers, weathered roofs, mining era walls, and steep side streets gather against the hillside. Austin is not large, but it carries the weight of a place that once mattered far beyond its size. That is the first lesson Austin teaches. On Route 50, size does not always measure importance. Some towns explain a highway because they became regional centers. Others explain it because they reveal what the highway inherited. Austin does both. It stands on a road famous for distance and isolation, yet its story reaches back to silver stage travel, Pony Express, routes, wagon freight, county government, and the hard arithmetic of moving ore across Nevada. If Fallon is the basin crossroads before the emptier miles, Austin proves that the so-called loneliest road is full of buried movement. The town began with silver. The wider region had long been part of western Shoshone country before American mining pressure remade central Nevada in the 19th century. In 1862, the Austin area was mapped and promoted during the Reese River Silver Rush. Local tradition says silver was noticed after a Pony Express horse kicked a rock loose, a story that has become part of Austin's identity, even when told with frontier exaggeration. What matters is the speed of the change. A mountain canyon that had been remote to most outsiders became a mining district, a supply point, a camp, and then a town with ambitions. The geography explains why the boom took hold here. Austin sits high above 6,500 feet where the Toyabe Range rises from the surrounding basins. The ore bodies were not lying beside an easy river port or a major rail line. They were locked in hard country. Mines required tools, timber, powder, food wagons, animals, water systems, merchants, lawyers, laborers, and places to sleep. A mining camp that lasted had to become an organized town around those mines. By the early 1860s, Austin had stores, hotels, saloons, offices, schools, churches, and government functions. It became the seat of Lander County, giving the settlement a public role, as well as a mining one. That combination made Austin different from many camps that burned bright and disappeared. Mining brought the first rush, but county business staged traffic, freight handling, and local ranching helped keep the place on the map. Even after the boom weakened, the town did not vanish. It shrank, adjusted, and survived. Route 50 drivers see the result in the way Austin is arranged. The town does not sit flat and spread out like a plains community. It climbs tucks and holds to the canyon. Streets rise from the main highway. Older buildings appear as if they had to bargain with the slope. The town's setting makes the past visible because the geography has not been softened much. It is easy to imagine teams entering the canyon, freight wagons straining under load, or moving out, goods moving in, and travelers stopping because there were few other choices. That stopping function is central to Austin's highway story. Before modern US 50, this corridor carried older forms of movement across central Nevada. Stage routes, mail routes, and freight roads helped connect mining districts with markets and supply sources. Nearby sites such as Cold Springs and other station points remind travelers that the desert crossing was never simply empty. It was organized around water distance, animals, maintenance, and risk. The stations may have been small, but the system was large. Austin became one of the places where that system concentrated. The same need for connection later brought railroad dreams. The Nevada Central Railroad opened in 1880 to link Austin with the Transcontinental Railroad at Battle Mountain. By then, the biggest silver surge had already begun to fade, which made the line both important and ill-timed. It reduced isolation, but it could not restore the full force of the boom. That is one of Austin's most telling lessons. In the West, transportation often arrived as salvation, but sometimes it arrived after the richest moment had passed. The town had needed cheaper freight and broader access when the mines were strongest. The railroad came, but the ore economy had already changed. Still, the railroad episode deepens Austin's importance to Route 50. It shows how central Nevada communities fought distance with every tool available. Wagons, stage lines, toll roads, rail connections, and later highways were all answers to the same problem. How do people move supplies, or mail machinery, livestock, food, and news across a region where the spaces between towns are so large? U.S. Route 50 did not invent that question. It inherited it. Austin's mining identity also left architecture that gives the town unusual strength for a small community. The historic district includes stone and brick buildings from the 19th century, and the churches are especially important. St. Augustine's Catholic Church, the Austin Methodist Church, and St. George's Episcopal Church reflect the confidence of a town that expected to last. Their presence says something different from a row of temporary sheds. They speak of families, institutions, donations, builders, congregations, and civic order. Mining may have started with claims and speculation, but the town quickly required culture and structure. The International Hotel adds another layer to that sense of movement. Associated with early Nevada travel and commerce, it connects Austin with the broader mining geography of the state. Buildings like that help readers understand why Route 50 towns should not be judged only by present population. A traveler moving through today may see a small place with limited services. A historian sees a node in a larger network of silver freight, investment stage travel, railroad ambition, territorial politics, and high desert survival. Outside town, Stokes Castle stands as one of the most memorable reminders of Austin's mining era wealth and imagination. Built in the late 1890s by Anson Phelps Stokes, whose family had mining interests in the region, the stone tower looks both grand and lonely against the Nevada hills. It was never a practical frontier necessity. It was a statement, a piece of imported style placed in a hard landscape. That contrast matters. Austin's history involved rough camps and hand tools, along with capital from far away. Speculative confidence and the belief that mountain wealth could connect a remote Nevada town to larger financial worlds. Route 50 frames all of this with motion. West of Austin, the highway stretches back toward Middlegate, Sand Springs, Fallon, and the Lahontan Basin. East of town, it climbs and drops through more ranges and basins toward Eureka and Ely. The drive reminds readers that central Nevada is built from repetition and surprise. Basin range past Valley Town, then another long distance. Austin interrupts that pattern with human evidence. It gives the road a place to pause and read the landscape as a record. The phrase loneliest road can mislead people if they hear only emptiness in it. The Nevada portion of US 50 is lonely because services are scattered and distances feel serious. It is not lonely because the land lacks history. Austin proves the opposite. Around this small town are traces of indigenous homeland mining, Rush's Pony Express memory stage stations, rail schemes, county government churches, hotels, castles, cemeteries, and the constant pressure of geography. The spaces between settlements may be wide, but they are not empty of meaning. Austin changes how the Western Crossing feels. Placerville and Myers showed the Sierra climb. Fallon showed the Basin Crossroads where water rail farming and military geography meet. Austin shows the mining town as a mountain hinge, a canyon settlement shaped by ore and endurance. It gives the route a deeper timescale. The modern driver may arrive in minutes, but the town speaks in decades of labor decline, adaptation, and memory. Austin holds its place on the Nevada crossing through what still stands there. Mining-era buildings, canyon streets, hard mountain ground, and the memory of a town that helped shape central Nevada long before the modern highway arrived. Chapter 5. Eureka, Nevada. Eureka, Nevada sits in a high desert basin where U.S. Route 50 passes historic courthouse blocks, ore-era buildings, sagebrush flats, and distant mountain ranges. Courthouse town, ore-era memory, and high basin isolation. Eureka is one of the places where U.S. Route 50 changes mood. West of town, the drive has already crossed long Nevada distance mining country, mountain passes, and broad valleys, where services are scarce and sky takes over the view. Then the highway bends toward a community that rises out of the basin with more architecture than a traveler expects. Brick fronts, old hotels, civic buildings, and the courthouse dome give Eureka a formal presence in a landscape otherwise stripped down to sagebrush, rockwind, and grade. Eureka matters in this book because of that contrast. It is a surviving courthouse town in a part of Nevada where many ore camps became ruins, ranch sites, or names on old maps. Eureka kept enough public life to remain visible. It kept county government. It kept buildings that tell of ore money, services built for miners and merchants, and a local economy forced to outlast the boom that created it. The town began in 1864 after silver-lead ore was found in the nearby hills. Prospectors came from the Austin area following the same hunger for discovery that had already pulled people across central Nevada. The ore around Eureka was valuable, but it was also difficult. Silver, mixed with lead, required smelting fuel, labor, freight movement, and capital. A simple dig-and-leave camp could not handle that challenge for long. Eureka became a substantial settlement because the district needed furnaces, wagons, shops, skilled workers, boarding houses, offices, and legal order. By the 1870s, Eureka had become one of Nevada's important mining towns. Its growth was tied to smelters that processed ore from the surrounding district. Smoke, freight teams, and industrial noise would have shaped the town as much as saloons and boarding houses. Ore did not simply come out of the hills and turn into wealth by magic. It had to be crushed, hauled, heated, refined, recorded, taxed, shipped, and defended in court. That chain of labor explains why Eureka developed a heavier civic footprint than many smaller camps. The county seat role gave Eureka a staying power that a pure boom town might not have had. Eureka County was formed in 1873, and the town became the place where public business was handled. That mattered on a road like this. County seats in the rural West functioned as anchor towns. People came for records, trials, taxes, deeds, supplies, school matters, elections, and meetings. The courthouse gave the town a reason to remain even after the hottest mining years faded. The courthouse is central to Eureka's identity because it symbolizes order in a severe place. Its dome and formal lines stand against the dry basin and mountain backdrop, making the town feel less temporary than its origin story suggests. Along U.S. Route 50, the building gives Main Street authority. It tells drivers this was a working center with miners, merchants, lawyers, county officers, and institutions strong enough to help Eureka survive. Eureka's downtown also preserves the memory of the ore era through buildings that still carry 19th century scale. The Opera House, the old hotel buildings, the Sentinel newspaper building, and other structures speak to a town that once expected crowds, performances, debates, business deals, and public gatherings. In a place, this remote culture was not an extra luxury. It helped people hold a community together when travel was hard and the outside world felt far away. The Eureka Opera House is one of the clearest examples. Built during the mining period and later restored, it reflects the ambition of a town that wanted a life broader than extraction. Mining money often built practical things first, but it also created theaters, meeting halls, and civic places where residents could imagine permanence. When travelers see Eureka today, the Opera House helps explain why the town feels different from a wide spot in the highway. It had a public life worth preserving. US Route 50 passes through that history without needing to make a dramatic turn. The highway brings traffic into town, then carries on toward more basin and mountain distance. That simplicity is part of the power. Eureka does not need a manufactured attraction to matter. Its value comes from the way the road, town, and landscape line up. Drivers entering from the west have already learned how far apart Nevada places can be. When Eureka appears, its courthouse and old brick buildings feel earned. The landscape around town reinforces the point. Eureka sits in high basin country with mountain ranges close enough to shape the view and open valleys stretching beyond. The elevation gives the area a sharper climate than many travelers expect from Nevada. Winter can bring snow and cold. Summer days can be warm and dry with cooler mornings and evenings. Weather, altitude, and distance make this a place where road travel has always required respect. The town's isolation sharpens its highway role. A stop in a more crowded state can blend into surrounding development. Eureka cannot. The spaces on either side are too large. The road from Austin to Eureka and the road from Eureka to Ely both remind drivers that services are not guaranteed. Fuel, food, lodging, repairs, and information carry extra value here because the next full stop may be many miles away. The highway gives Eureka traffic, but Eureka gives the highway confidence. The rail story also belongs to the town's larger transportation role. The narrow-gauge Eureka and Palisade Railroad once connected the mining district to broader freight networks. That connection mattered because ore country needed movement in both directions. Equipment, timber, food, mail, and workers had to come in. Ore bullion, hides, wool, and local products had to move out. Even after rails disappeared, the memory of that connection remained part of Eureka's identity as a working node in a remote region. Eureka is best read in layers. It is a mining place, a county seat, a preserved downtown, a service stop, and a basin community. The town was shaped by what happened underground, but also by what happened above ground in offices, hotels, courtrooms, stores, garages, and homes. The old buildings are evidence that a difficult landscape produced a surprisingly complex town. The ore era memory also carries a warning about boom and bust places. Many Western towns expanded on confidence that the ore body, price, labor supply, and transportation system would hold. When one piece failed, the whole pattern could shrink. Eureka felt that pressure as mining slowed and the population declined from its peak. Yet, decline did not erase everything. In some towns, rapid abandonment destroyed continuity. In Eureka, gradual change left enough structure for later generations to recognize what had been built. The preservation feels authentic because Eureka does not look like a themed replica of the West. It looks like a town that went through mining, wealth contraction, public duty, and survival. Drivers can sense those layers while passing through. The courthouse says government stayed. The opera house says civic life mattered. The old commercial fronts suggest a street once filled by needs that were both practical and social. The basin outside town says none of it was easy. Eureka connects Nevada's mining past to the modern road in a way few small towns still can. It helps make the so-called loneliest road feel less empty and more meaningful. The empty stretches are not blank. They are spaces between places where people worked hard to build community in spite of distance. Eureka proves that isolation did not prevent ambition. It may have sharpened it. Eastbound travelers leave Eureka with another long road ahead. Westbound travelers arrive after miles that can make the town feel like a reward. Either way, the town stays in memory because it has a stronger profile than its size suggests. The courthouse dome, high basin light ore era buildings, and surrounding ranges create a scene that belongs specifically to central Nevada. Eureka endures because it joined Camp Crossroads county seat and service town into one high basin place. Mining created wealth, county government created permanence, and isolation created a practical kind of resilience. On Route 50, that combination gives the town its lasting force. It stands high in the basin as a reminder that the American highway also belongs to communities that learned how to remain. Part 2. Desert Crossings and Mountain Doors. Part 2 moves deeper into the dry heart of U.S. Route 50, where the highway crosses wide desert valleys, isolated basins, mountain passes, and towns shaped by distance. These chapters follow the road through country where services grow farther apart, the horizon opens wider, and each settlement becomes more important because of the miles around it. Here, Route 50 is defined by endurance, mining memory, desert agriculture, canyon approaches, and the mountain doors that lead travelers from Nevada into Utah and Colorado. Chapter 6. Border Nevada. At the Nevada-Utah line, border marks the last state line pause before U.S. Route 50 carries travelers into another stretch of Great Basin distance. Last Nevada Outpost Border Service and Great Basin distance. Border is one of the smallest places in this book, but its position gives it a weight that population alone could never explain. On a west-to-east journey across U.S. Route 50, it stands at the far eastern edge of Nevada, where the long basin and range crossing gives way to Utah's equally demanding desert country. By the time the highway reaches this state line, outpost distance has become the main fact of the road. Border marks the moment when Nevada releases the driver and the next desert crossing begins. Border is less a traditional town than a service point shaped by geography. It sits on the Nevada-Utah line along the combined route of US 6 and US 50, with Ely far to the west and Delta, Utah far to the east. That position makes ordinary services feel important. Food, fuel, lodging, restrooms, weather information, and a chance to stop before the next open stretch all carry extra meaning here. In a city, those things are routine. At the edge of the Great Basin, they become part of survival comfort and judgment. The chapter belongs after Eureka because the road has been preparing for this kind of place. Central Nevada teaches distance one stage at a time. Fallon introduces the working basin. Austin shows the mining canyon town. Eureka gives the route a courthouse presence in high country. Ely gathers rail, copper highways, and mountain approach into a larger service center. Border reduces the idea to its simplest form. It is the road, the state line, the services, the desert, and the decision to keep going. The land around Border is part of the Great Basin, a region defined by internal drainage, mountain ranges, dry valleys, and long horizons. Water does not flow easily to the sea here. Instead, it collects in basins, sinks, playas, marshes, and underground systems. That geography gives the country its rhythm. Ranges rise suddenly from wide valleys. Roads climb to passes, drop to flats, and then do it again. Progress is measured by mountain walls, valley floors, ranch roads, and the next place where a vehicle can safely stop. U.S. Route 50 reaches Border with U.S. Route 6 beside it. The pairing matters because it shows how eastern Nevada gathers routes into a limited number of practical corridors. In country, this open roads do not spread everywhere. They follow the few alignments that make sense across passes, basins, and settlements. East of Ely, the highway crosses the Shell Creek Range, drops through Spring Valley, passes near the route to Baker and Great Basin National Park, then points toward the state line. Each part of that movement reminds drivers that the Great Basin is never simply flat or empty. It is built from distance and obstruction together. Baker, just south of the main highway by way of Nevada State Route 487, adds an important nearby connection. That road leads toward Great Basin National Park through a small farming and park gateway community. Border itself remains tied to the state line and the main east-west highway, while Baker and the park give the surrounding area a broader identity. Near Border, Wheeler Peak Country, Lehman Caves, high-elevation forests, dark skies, and the Snake Range are still within reach. The contrast is striking. A person can stand near a spared desert highway and still be close to one of Nevada's most dramatic mountain landscapes. That contrast gives Border more weight than a tiny roadside place would suggest. The settlement represents the edge of several worlds. It is Nevada and Utah. It is US 6 and US 50. It is high desert and mountain gateway. It is long-distance highway service and national park approach country. It is also a reminder that state lines are political marks laid across landscapes that continue in every direction. The mountains do not stop at the border. The dry valleys do not change character because a sign says Utah begins. Yet the crossing feels real because maps, time zones, highway departments, laws, and services change around that invisible line. That state line character has always mattered in the American West. Borders create thresholds. They affect business law, taxation, gaming, trucking law enforcement, and traveler expectations. In a crowded region, a state line may be crossed without much thought. On Route 50 at the Nevada-Utah edge, it feels different. The miles before and after making the crossing more deliberate. There is time to notice that Nevada has been a long chapter of basins, mining towns, ranges, and highway endurance. Utah will bring its own version of distance with desert valleys, agricultural settlements, canyon approaches, and mountain doors farther east. Border's service role is its identity. A small outpost on a remote highway survives because truckers, ranching families, park visitors, regional workers, and long-distance drivers need something there. A motel room, a meal, a fuel pump, or a lit building at night can feel larger than its square footage. The value of a roadside place grows with the distance on either side of it. Border's usefulness comes from being located exactly where the road needs reassurance. The surrounding ranch country adds another layer. Cattle hay grounds, scattered water sources, and rural roads connect the state line settlement to older patterns of Great Basin life. Long before tourists crossed the route for scenery or road trip experience, local people use these valleys for work. Ranching in this part of the West depends on space water rights, grazing land, seasonal movement, and practical knowledge of weather and terrain. The highway gives visitors a direct line through the region, but local life is spread more widely than the pavement suggests. Border also belongs to the history of U.S. Route 50 because this section of the route has changed identity over time. The modern driver may see a numbered highway and assume the line has always been obvious. In reality, western Utah and eastern Nevada had complicated road histories shaped by older auto trail state priorities, paving disputes, and later highway realignments. The combined US 6 and US 50 path east of Ely reflects that long process of choosing routes across sparsely settled country. Border stands near the point where those decisions carried the road from one state into another. For eastbound drivers, the psychological effect is strong. Nevada has trained the eye to accept space. Towns have appeared as rare breaks in the pattern. Then border arrives as a final Nevada pause. Beyond it, Utah does not immediately become easy. The road still crosses remote Great Basin country before reaching stronger settlement farther east. Border feels less like an ending than a handoff. One state's long road gives way to the next. The best way to understand border is to slow the scene down. Imagine the highway at late afternoon, the light flattening across the basin, the mountains darkening in layers, and the road running straight enough to make the horizon feel far away. A building, a few vehicles, a service sign, and a state line can become enough to make a place. In the West, settlement sometimes begins with exactly that amount of purpose. Not every community needs a courthouse, a factory, a rail yard, or a downtown block. Some exist because the road itself creates the need. Border shows the highway at its most reduced and essential: road service, state line, and desert distance. Its meaning is not population size or architectural richness. It is location. Here, Nevada's long eastern reach meets Utah's west. Desert services grow important because there are so few of them, and the Great Basin teaches one more lesson in scale. As the opening chapter of this new section, Border sets the tone for the road ahead. Part 2 is about desert crossings and mountain doors, and this place gives both ideas immediate shape. The crossing is the state line. The door is the open country beyond it. Route 50 asks readers to keep reading the land. Leaving Border, Nevada remains present in the mind even after the line is crossed. The miles just traveled have been full of mining, memory, basin geography, isolated service towns, high passes, and open valleys. The next miles continue the pattern in a new state. Route 50 does not become less remote simply because a boundary has been crossed. It changes chapters. Border is the page turn. Chapter 7. Delta, Utah. Delta, Utah stands where irrigated fields, severe river water, and U.S. Route 50 meet the wide desert distance of central Utah. Irrigation country desert distance and central Utah road life. Delta changes the feeling of U.S. Route 50 in Utah almost immediately. West of town, the highway has crossed hard Great Basin country where distance dominates the trip and services are scarce. The approach from the Nevada line runs through open basins, dry ranges, and long stretches where the road feels like a commitment. Then the landscape begins to soften. Fields appear. Trees gather near ditches. Farm buildings break the line of sagebrush. Delta enters the journey as a working oasis and a part of Utah that might otherwise seem too dry for settled life. That is the reason Delta belongs in this book. It is not a resort town, not a mining showplace, and not a famous city built around a national landmark. Its meaning comes from water, agriculture, distance, and service. It is a place where U.S. Route 50 meets the practical life of central Utah. The road brings travelers across the desert, but the town explains how people learned to make a permanent community in a basin that depended on careful control of the Sevier River. Delta sits in Millard County near the Sevier River, surrounded by farmland that stands in strong contrast to the larger desert around it. The river is the key to the town's identity. Across much of central and western Utah, water decides where settlement can last. The Sevier begins far to the south and east, crosses a chain of valleys and reservoirs, and eventually loses much of its flow to irrigation before reaching the dry Sevier Lake Basin. Near Delta, that water helped turn a harsh valley into productive agricultural country. The town's early name changes show how quickly the place was being shaped by transportation and water plans. The settlement began as a railroad switch known as Aiken. It was later called Melville, then Burtner, before taking the name Delta in 1911. The final name fit the geography because the area was associated with the delta of the Sevier River. Those changes reveal a town still finding its shape as irrigation projects, land, sales, rail access, and farm settlement pulled people into the valley. Irrigation gave Delta its foundation. In this country, a farm field is not simply land that has been cleared and planted. It is land connected to ditches, canals, reservoirs, water rights, labor, and timing. The surrounding fields came from decisions made over years by settlers' companies, engineers, ditch riders, farmers, and local families who understood that a dry basin could support crops only if water could be moved with discipline. Alfalfa, hay, grain, livestock feed, and other farm products became part of the local pattern because irrigation made them possible. That agricultural role gives Delta a different mood from the towns to the west. Border and the long western Utah approach emphasize distance and exposure. Delta provides a broader service base. It has stores, fuel schools, churches, local government equipment yards, farm suppliers, cafes, and the daily machinery of a small regional center. For a traveler on U.S. Route 50, the town is a useful stop. For the surrounding valley, it is the place where desert farming, road life, and community service meet. The highway history is important because Delta stands at a junction of routes and expectations. U.S. Route 50 in Utah does not behave like a road that strings together large cities. It crosses remote ground and often depends on small towns to build confidence. West of Delta, U.S. 50 and U.S. 6 share a long spare approach from Nevada. The drive crosses basins and ranges before reaching the farming country near Hinckley and Delta. East of Delta, the route points toward Holden, the Pavette Range, and the larger interior of Utah. The town is not at the edge of the state, but it feels like the first real central Utah anchor after a demanding western crossing. Delta is a highway town in the strongest sense. Its importance is measured less by population than by position. When services are far apart, a town becomes larger in the driver's mind. Fuel repairs, groceries, a meal, a motel room, and a place to check the map carry extra weight after miles of open country. Delta gives Route 50 a practical pause before the road turns toward another set of Utah landscapes. The railroad added another layer to that usefulness. Delta's first identity as a switch reminds the reader that roads were not the only transportation system that shaped the town. Rail lines moved supplies, crops, livestock equipment, and people through the region. In farming country, railroad access could determine whether a crop had a wider market and whether machinery and goods could arrive at a reasonable cost. Even when highway traffic became more visible, the railroad story remained part of the town's foundation. Delta also carries one of the more serious historical shadows in central Utah. West of town is the site of the Topaz War Relocation Center, where Japanese Americans were imprisoned during World War II after being forced from the West Coast. That history does not define the whole town, but it belongs to the wider Delta landscape and cannot be ignored in an honest account of the area. Route 50 drivers may pass near open ground that looks empty, yet the land holds a painful national memory. In a book about roads that matters, highways do not pass only scenery. They pass evidence of choices the country made, including choices that harmed people. The surrounding geography keeps the chapter grounded. Delta lies in a wide valley where mountains sit on the horizon rather than pressing directly against the street. The open views make distance visible. The sky feels large. The fields appear as human order drawn across dry land. Irrigation, ditches, shelter belts, farm roads, and pivot lines show how settlement was organized. Beyond the worked ground, the desert remains close. That contrast gives the town its character. Delta is not a green place because the climate is generous. It is green because systems people built to make it so. Modern Delta still reflects that practical identity. Agriculture remains important, but the local economy also includes highway service, public institutions, energy-related work, regional commerce, and the ordinary small businesses that keep a rural area functioning. The town serves farmers, school families, workers, travelers, and people moving between the Great Basin and the more populated parts of Utah. Its strength is not theatrical. It is useful, steady, and tied to the land around it. Delta marks a shift from the lonelier edge of the Great Basin toward the more varied road life of Utah. Long stretches still wait in both directions, but the rhythm changes here. Irrigation country enters the story. Water and road access built a local economy. The chapter also reminds readers that the American highway is dramatic in farm towns as well as in mountain passes, canyon walls, and desert emptiness. Sometimes the important story is found in the place that keeps the long road supplied. The severe lake basin also helps explain why Delta feels different from many Western towns. The lake itself is often dry or shallow because so much river water is used before it reaches the old basin floor. That condition is a map lesson in the entire lower Sevier system. Water is captured, stored, divided, and reused because every acre depends on it. Fields and shade trees appear near town, then salt flats and dry ground return not far away. Delta sits at that line between use and absence, between what water can build and what the desert keeps reminding people about. That is Delta's place in the Route 50 journey. It stands between desert distance and central Utah road movement, between dry basins and cultivated fields, between rail history and highway service. It is a town made possible by water and made necessary by distance. Travelers may remember it as a stop between harder stretches, but the deeper story is stronger. Delta shows how a community can turn a demanding landscape into a working home, one ditch field, road family, and season at a time. The town's value comes from that steady work, where water management and road service turn distance into a livable pattern. Chapter 8. Green River, Utah. Green River, Utah marks a vital Route 50 crossing where river water, melon fields, rail history, and Red Rock Canyon country meet in the desert. River crossing, melon fields, and canyon country access. Green River, Utah belongs to a different kind of highway story. It is not a mountain pass town like the places west of it, and it is not simply another service stop between longer stretches of desert. It stands where water changes the map. The Green River cuts through a dry part of east-central Utah, giving travelers a crossing, farmers a reason to plant, railroad builders a practical route, and later highway traffic a place to stop before the country opens into cliffs, canyons, and long red distances. Green River matters because it gathers several Western themes in one compact place. After a vast interior run across Utah, distance and weather can make every fuel stop feel important. At Green River, water trees, bridges, rail tracks, fields, motels, cafes, and the edge of canyon country all appear together. The town offers a break in the emptiness, but it also explains why settlement survived here when so much of the surrounding land remained sparse. The river came first. Long before modern highways, the Green River served native peoples, trappers, explorers, ferrymen, ranchers, and freight movement. In dry country, a reliable river is transportation, boundary supply line, hazard, and invitation. Crossings mattered because they determined where roads could bend and where travelers could safely move animals, wagons, goods, and later automobiles. A town beside a crossing had a reason to exist even when the next settlement was far away. The early non-native settlement pattern grew from this practical geography. A ferry and way station operated in the 19th century, giving the crossing a useful role for people moving through the region. Then, the railroad changed everything. When the Denver and Rio Grande Western Railway reached the area in the 1880s, Green River became a rail town as well as a river stop. It became a place where water bridge building, freight maintenance, and regional movement came together. The railroad did not erase the river's importance. It confirmed it. Rail service shaped the town's layout and economy. Tracks brought workers supplies, mail freight passengers, and a steady link to markets beyond the desert. Green River could send produce outward and bring goods inward. Its railroad identity also tied it to the larger story of the interior West, where towns often grew not because the land was easy, but because transportation needed a workable point between hard places. Here, the workable point was a river crossing with enough room for a town to take hold. The station and rail corridor gave Green River a place in the daily movement of people who might never have stopped for farming alone. Passengers saw the valley from the train window. Crews knew the town as a work point, and freight tied the settlement to mines, farms, stores, and distant cities. That rail presence helped the community remain visible even when the surrounding country stayed thinly settled. Agriculture gave Green River a second identity. The town became known for melons because the valley has the combination farmers need in this part of Utah: irrigation water, warm days, cool nights, sandy soil, and a growing season that can produce sweet fruit. The melon fields are not decorative background. They are evidence that the river changed the desert floor into a working landscape. Along a highway otherwise defined by cliffs, basins, salt flats, and sagebrush, those green fields make a strong visual statement. That agricultural identity is especially important because Route 50 is often understood as a road of distance. Travelers remember the open stretches, the dry ridges, the empty basins, and the long view to the horizon. Green River interrupts that pattern. Its fields show what water can do. Its farm stands and seasonal produce connect the highway to local work instead of pure motion. A driver may pass through quickly, but the fields beside the river reveal a slower rhythm of planting, irrigation, harvest, and yearly return. The town's melon reputation also gives it a kind of cultural anchor. A highway place needs a remembered identity on the page, and Green River's melons provide one. They turn a small town into a named stop in the mind of travelers. The fruit is local, seasonal, and tied directly to the valley floor. It is not an imported symbol. It grows from the exact conditions that made the community possible in the first place. U.S. Route 50's modern path near Green River also shows how old road towns adapted to later transportation systems. Today, the corridor shares space with larger highway movement, including the interstate route that carries traffic through this part of Utah. That can make Green River seem like a place of exits, motels, fuel pumps, and quick meals. Yet the older logic is still visible. The road uses the same practical geography that earlier travelers needed: a crossing a valley, a route between difficult landscapes, and a settlement capable of serving the next stage of the trip. To the west, the road country is broad, empty, and demanding. The San Rafael Swell and surrounding desert landscapes make this part of Utah feel remote even when the pavement is smooth. The land rises, breaks, folds, and opens in ways that remind a traveler how much engineering went into connecting these places. To the east and south, Green River becomes a doorway toward canyon country, including the Great Red Rock regions that have made southeastern Utah famous around the world. That canyon country access is one reason Green River has stayed useful to travelers. It is close enough to public lands, river corridors, desert trails, and scenic routes to serve as a practical base. People who stay here may be heading for river trips, parks, backcountry roads, geological landmarks, or long-distance highway travel. The town does not need to be large to have a large role. In this landscape, a small community with services can be the difference between a planned journey and a difficult one. The visual contrast is part of Green River's character. Look one way, and there is water moving through cottonwoods and banks of green growth. Look another way, and there are mesas, buttes, sunburned flats, and canyon walls. The town sits between those worlds. It is not fully river valley, not fully desert outpost, not fully gateway community, and not merely a farming town. It is all of those things at once. That mix gives the chapter its strength. Places like Green River deserve close attention because highways depend on towns that make long crossings possible. Green River has fed travelers watered crops, bridged a river-served railroad movement, and pointed people toward the canyonlands beyond. Its story is practical before it is romantic, but the romance comes from that practicality. In the West, survival often creates the most memorable places. Green River also reminds readers that a small town can hold several histories without becoming crowded by them. The river story is visible at the bridge. The railroad story runs beside the town. The farming story grows in the fields. The highway story appears in the steady arrival and departure of vehicles moving between the interior of Utah and the Colorado line. The canyon story waits beyond the river, where the red country begins to pull the road toward a wider horizon. Green River is a hinge between landscapes. Behind it lie the long basin miles and the severe openness of central Utah. Around it are fields and waterproof that the desert can be worked when geography allows. Ahead of it is canyon country, where the road leads toward cliff stone and the Colorado Plateau's layered distances. The town works as a crossing of farm valley, a rail stop, and a gateway at the same time. Green River gives drivers a sense of arrival without ending the journey. It gathers water rails, melons, roads, and red rock access into one place along the map. In a country of long spaces, it proves that a town does not have to be large to be necessary. Sometimes a river crossing a few fields and a road pointed toward the canyons are enough to carry a very old story forward. That mix gives the chapter a grounded ending before the road turns toward Colorado and higher country. Chapter 9. Montrose, Colorado. Montrose, Colorado sits in the Uncompahgre Valley where U.S. Route 50 serves farms, travelers, and regional commerce below the distant San Juan Mountains. Valley Service City below the San Juans. Montrose sits in western Colorado, where the Uncompahgre Valley opens wide enough to hold farm shops, streets, and a dependable highway crossroads before the road turns toward steeper country. For a traveler following U.S. Route 50, the city feels like a change in pace. The desert and plateau miles from Utah and Grand Junction give way to irrigated fields, tree-lined neighborhoods, repair shops, motels, groceries, medical offices, and mountain views. To the south, the San Juan Mountains rise with the kind of presence that makes every eastbound mile feel more serious. Montrose belongs here because it is one of the working towns that allows the route to function. Fuel, food, lodging equipment, healthcare, government offices, farm supply, and outdoor access all gather in the valley. The road carries tourist truck traffic, ranchers, construction crews, hunters, skiers, students, and families through the same valley floor. Montrose is where those movements become visible. The Uncompahgre Valley had a human story long before highways and survey lines crossed it. Ute people knew the river springs, game routes, and seasonal patterns of this part of western Colorado. Later settlement brought ranches, farms, military pressure treaties, removal speculation, and railroad ambitions. The valley's natural promise was clear, but water had to be managed before large-scale agriculture could take hold. That fact shaped Montrose more than almost anything else. The town emerged in the early 1880s during a period when railroads and land development were remaking western Colorado. Montrose was incorporated in 1882, and the Denver and Rio Grande Railroad reached the area during that same era. The location mattered. It stood between the Gunnison Country to the east, the San Juan mining region to the south, the Uncompahgre Plateau to the west, and the growing agricultural valley to the north. A town at that meeting point could serve local residents and a wide region. Montrose grew with that role. Early merchants sold tools, feed clothing, and hardware to farmers and miners. Hotels and boarding houses served railroad passengers, salesmen, land seekers, and freight workers. Livery stables gave way to garages. Wagon roads became graded roads, then highways. The city did not need to become a mining camp itself to be shaped by mining. The San Juans needed supply towns, rail connections, banks, freight handling, and places where people could regroup before pushing toward higher elevations. Montrose helped fill that need. Water made the valley different from the dry country around it. The Gunnison Tunnel, finished in 1909, became one of the great engineering works tied to Montrose and the Uncompahgre Valley. By diverting water from the Gunnison River toward farmland, it helped expand irrigation and made agriculture more secure in a place that could not depend on rainfall alone. The result was not instant ease. Farming still required labor, drainage, markets, and risk. Yet the tunnel gave the valley a foundation that changed the town's future. That agricultural base is still part of the view from the highway. Around Montrose fields, hay, ground orchards, pasture, and farm roads show how water and elevation work together. The valley sits high enough for cold nights and bright enough for strong growing seasons. Ditches, canals, and later reservoirs turn dry ground into productive land. The highway passes through the modern version of that system where old farm patterns and present-day commerce sit close together. U.S. Route 50 gives Montrose its east-west backbone. Coming from the west, the highway reaches a city large enough to reset a journey. Leaving east, the road begins to point toward Black Canyon country, Cerro Summit, Blue Mesa, and Gunnison. That eastward stretch changes the mood of travel. The valley floor tightens. The Gunnison River and its canyon landscape begin to take over the story. Montrose is the last broad service base before the route enters a more demanding series of grades, curves, reservoirs, and high country distances. The city also matters because it connects with roads beyond Route 50. US 550 turns south toward Ridgway, Ouray, Silverton, and Durango, carrying travelers into one of the most dramatic mountain corridors in the West. Other roads reach the Uncompahgre Plateau, the West Elk Country, ranching valleys, public lands, and smaller communities. Montrose sits at the hinge between practical valley travel and mountain aspiration. People stop for groceries and tires, then head towards scenery that feels far less ordinary. Black Canyon of the Gunnison gives the area another layer of importance. East of Montrose, the canyon cuts so steeply and darkly through ancient rock that it feels separate from the gentler valley nearby. For drivers on Route 50, the park and its approaches show how quickly Colorado can change character. A road that just passed shopping centers and farm fields can soon be near cliffs, ravines, and hard stone walls carved by the Gunnison River. Montrose benefits from that closeness, but it is not overwhelmed by it. The city remains a base rather than a resort facade. Downtown Montrose carries a different kind of value. It shows the city beyond highway frontage. Brick storefronts, civic buildings, older commercial blocks, churches, and neighborhood streets remind travelers that the town developed in layers. Railroad-era trade, early automobile travel, farm commerce, county government, and regional health services all left marks. A good Route 50 chapter should notice those layers because they explain why some cities along a highway endure while others shrink to signs and memories. Montrose's scale is part of its identity. It is big enough to support a hospital, schools, government offices, retail centers, and an airport, but still small enough for the surrounding landscape to remain close. For many parts of town, the mountains are not an idea. They are a boundary, a direction, and a daily weather report. Snow on the San Juan, storm clouds over the plateau, smoke in a dry season, or bright sun over the valley can change the feel of the place within minutes. Season also shapes the road experience here. Summer can bring clear mornings, hot pavement, and afternoon storms building over the high peaks. Winter can leave the valley open while the mountains ahead hold snow ice and closed passes. Spring runoff, autumn color dry, wind, and sudden temperature changes all remind travelers that Montrose stands at the edge of several environments at once. The city is valley floor, farm, country road hub, and mountain threshold in a single view for anyone following the highway. The city also reflects the modern West's blend of old and new economies. Agriculture remains visible, but recreation, retirement, healthcare, construction, tourism, Public lands, small manufacturing, and service businesses all share the local picture. Some people come through Montrose on the way to Telluride or the Black Canyon. Others stay because the city offers a workable balance between mountain access and everyday needs. This balance is not accidental. It comes from geography, transportation, water, and the habits of a regional center. Montrose teaches that highways are supported by working places. A famous pass may draw attention. A national park may draw visitors. A mountain town may draw photographs. But the road also depends on cities where people buy fuel repair vehicles, ship goods, attend school visit, doctors sell crops, and make ordinary decisions. Montrose is one of those cities. Its importance is practical, and that practicality gives the chapter strength. Seen from the west, Montrose looks like a valley city resting below mountains. Seen from the east, it is the place that waits after canyon roads and high country strain. In both directions, it gives US Route 50 a point of relief and preparation. The highway does not simply pass through Montrose. It uses Montrose, and Montrose uses the highway. Together, they show how a road across America depends on service cities as much as scenery. Montrose gathers the valley, the railroad memory, the irrigation story, the San Juan approach, and the road's practical needs into one place. It is not the dramatic summit or the deepest canyon. It is the strong valley base below them, steady enough to carry traffic, farm life services, and mountain-bound plans forward. In that role, the city gives the route a practical pause before the next mountain chapter begins. The San Juans stay visible in the distance, shaping every eastbound decision. Chapter 10. Gunnison, Colorado. Gunnison, Colorado stands in a broad, high-country valley where U.S. Route 50 links ranchland college life, river travel, and the mountain approaches of western Colorado. High country college town and mountain approach. Gunnison sits in a wide mountain valley where U.S. Route 50 begins to feel fully alpine. The road has already crossed dry basins, canyon, country-high mesas, and western Colorado service towns before reaching this place. But Gunnison changes the road's mood. The air is higher. The surrounding slopes feel closer. Ranch fields, cottonwoods, river bends, college buildings, and snowy ridges gather in one broad bowl of country. For west to east travelers, Gunnison is both a destination and a warning that the road ahead is about to become more demanding. The city stands in the upper Gunnison River country, surrounded by some of Colorado's most dramatic interior landscapes. To the west lie Blue Mesa Reservoir, Curacanti Country, and the Canyon Road toward Montrose. To the north and northeast are Crested Butte Taylor Park and the Elk Mountains. To the east, U.S. Route 50 points toward Monarch, past the Arkansas River side of the Continental Divide and the long descent toward the Front Range Plains. This is not an ordinary highway stop. It is a mountain approach town, a working valley center, and a place where travelers gather strength before the next climb. Gunnison's setting begins with water. The Gunnison River and its tributaries helped shape the valley floor, creating the open ground that made ranching, settlement roads, and later a college town possible. In a state known for peaks, this valley shows how mountain communities depend on flatter land as much as high summits. The river corridor offered grass movement and orientation. Early travel followed water and practical terrain because mountains decide where roads can go. Route 50 still reflects that older logic. Long before the city took shape, Ute people knew this valley and the wider mountain region through seasonal movement, hunting, gathering trade, and deep knowledge of the land. Later, American expansion brought surveyors, miners, soldiers, ranchers, merchants, and land seekers into the area. The story was not simple progress. It included displacement pressure on native communities, conflict over resources, and new systems of property and government. A truthful road history has to recognize that the highway arrived after older routes, older uses, and older claims had already shaped the country. The town of Gunnison grew in the late 19th century during a period when mining camps, ranching valleys, railroads, and county seats were defining western Colorado. It was named for John W. Gunnison, a U.S. Army officer and explorer connected to surveys in the region. The city became the county seat and developed as a supply trade and government center for a broad mountain district. Its importance came from location. Remote camps and ranches needed a place for mail, legal business, banking, freight, food, blacksmithing equipment, and news. Rail service strengthened that role. The Denver and Rio Grande system reached Gunnison in the early 1880s, tying the valley more closely to the rest of Colorado. Railroads moved livestock or lumber supplies, passengers, and mail through difficult country. Even after the railroad era faded, its influence remained. It helped shape streets, warehouses, service patterns, and the belief that Gunnison was a regional center as well as a mountain settlement. Route 50 later inherited some of that transportation purpose. Ranching gave Gunnison a steadier foundation than boom and bust mining alone could provide. The high valley offered summer grass hay meadows and access to surrounding ranges. Ranch families worked through cold winters, short growing seasons, irrigation challenges, market shifts, and distance from larger cities. That ranching culture still matters because it explains the practical character of the place. Gunnison may attract visitors, students, anglers, skiers, and cyclists, but it is also a town of equipment yards, feed, stores, trucks, fences, stock trailers, and long familiarity with weather. The college adds another layer. Western Colorado University gives Gunnison a youthful energy that many mountain towns of its size do not have. Students bring activity lectures, athletics, music, art, and outdoor ambition. The campus sits close enough to downtown that the town and school constantly influence each other. A highway traveler may notice restaurants, rentals, bicycles, coffee shops, and signs of student life mixed with older ranch and service businesses. That mix gives Gunnison a distinct identity along Route 50. The college town character is not separate from the landscape. Many students are drawn by outdoor recreation, environmental study, mountain sports, and the scale of the surrounding public lands. The area offers fishing, hiking, climbing, skiing, hunting, mountain biking, rafting, and backcountry travel. Crested Butte is close enough to affect the economy and culture, while Blue Mesa Reservoir and the Gunnison River system draw anglers and boaters. Route 50 carries people into that network, then carries them out again with dust on the vehicle and weather in the story. The road west of Gunnison has its own personality. The highway follows the reservoir and canyon country toward Montrose, crossing a landscape where water storage, rock walls, public lands, and highway engineering meet. Blue Mesa is not merely scenery. It is part of a water system, a recreation economy, and a transportation corridor that changed how people experience the valley. For travelers, the west approach to Gunnison can feel broad and bright, with the road opening into a high basin after miles of curves and cliffs. The road east is more serious. Leaving Gunnison toward Monarch Pass, the highway climbs through ranch country and mountain drainages before reaching one of the great highway crossings of central Colorado. Raids, winter storms, snowplows, chain laws, ice, steep drop-offs, and sudden weather all become part of the route's identity. Gunnison is the city where many travelers check fuel, food breaks, tires, and weather before committing to the pass. That practical role makes the town essential to the Route 50 story. Downtown Gunnison keeps the scale human. Its streets, older commercial buildings, courthouse functions, local shops, and restaurants give it a life beyond outdoor destinations. The town has weathered fires, economic change, tourism pressure, and the hard mathematics of mountain living. It can feel friendly and active, but never detached from its surroundings. The mountains are too close, the winters too real, and the distances too large for the town to become merely decorative. The climate reinforces that sense of reality. Gunnison is known for cold winter temperatures, bright summer days, and sharp seasonal contrast. The high valley can feel open and sunlit in July, then severe and frozen in January. That range affects roads, houses, businesses, school schedules, ranch work, and tourism. A visitor in good weather may see an inviting college town with mountain views. Someone caught in a winter system may understand why this community values preparation, toughness, and neighborly skill. Route 50 also makes Gunnison a meeting place for different kinds of movement. Local traffic blends with long-distance travelers, ski traffic, contractors, college visitors, ranch trucks, vacationers pulling trailers, and workers moving between valleys. The highway is Main Street access road, freight route, and tourist path all at once. That combination gives the city a layered rhythm. Some people are passing through quickly. Others know every curve and weather sign between Gunnison and the next town. Gunnison shows how a road across America changes character without changing its number. The same highway that crossed Nevada basins and Utah canyons becomes a Colorado mountain road here. The town gathers many of the themes that define the Central Rockies: river valleys, public lands, ranching rail memory college life, outdoor access, and weather-shaped travel. It is the point where the highway asks drivers to pay closer attention. Seen from the west, Gunnison feels like a place of arrival after canyon and reservoir country. Seen from the east, it is the service base below the past the valley town waiting before or after the climb. In either direction, its role is clear. Gunnison holds open valley and high mountain in the same frame, balancing daily life with one of the most memorable approaches on US Route 50. Gunnison has power in a route book because it explains the road around it. The city is a high country college town, a ranch valley, center a weather station in lived form, a gateway to public lands, and the last steady place before the highway climbs toward the divide. That combination makes it one of the great mountain approach towns of the American interior. Part 3. Canyons, Rails, and Plains. Part 3 follows US Route 50 as the road leaves the highest mountain country and begins moving through canyon walls, railroad corridors, river valleys, and the open plains ahead. This section shows how the highway connects places shaped by stone-steel water agriculture and long-distance travel. From canyon approaches to rail towns and working farm country, the route begins to trade western isolation for broader movement across the center of America. Chapter 11. Canyon City, Colorado. Canyon City, Colorado follows the Arkansas River toward Royal Gorge country, where US Route 50 connects canyon walls, rail history, and the mountain corridor beyond. Royal Gorge country and the Arkansas River corridor. Canyon City sits where the Arkansas River leaves the higher country and begins to give southern Colorado one of its clearest road stories. West of town, stone walls tighten around the river and the Royal Gorge. East of town, the valley opens toward farms, rail approaches Pueblo and the plains. US Route 50 uses that natural passage following the river corridor through a place where geology, rail, ambition, tourism, correctional institutions, orchards, and highway travel all meet. The name fits the setting. Canyon City stands in canyon country close to a break in the land that made the Arkansas River both an obstacle and an invitation. The Royal Gorge is the signature feature, a narrow canyon west of town where the river cut through hard rock and left walls rising hundreds of feet above the water. Long before a bridge spanned the gorge or trains ran along the river, the canyon marked the landscape with a force that no settlement could ignore. Indigenous peoples knew the Arkansas River corridor through seasonal travel, hunting, trade, and movement across the region. Later Spanish exploration, fur trade routes, military expeditions, prospectors, and settlers followed the river because water and passage mattered in a country of ranges, dry slopes, and changing elevation. The Arkansas helped organize travel before towns and highways gave that movement formal names. Canyon City grew from this older logic of river access. Euro-American settlement began during the rush of mining activity that transformed Colorado in the mid-19th century. The town site was laid out during the Pikes Peak Gold Rush era, and the community became an early center for people looking toward the upper Arkansas South Park and Mountain Mineral districts. It was not itself the richest mining camp, but it occupied a useful position. Miners, merchants, freighters, farmers, and officials needed a base near the canyon mouth and along the river route. Fremont County gave Canyon City a civic role that strengthened its permanence. County seats matter in rural and mountain regions because they gather records, courts, taxes, elections, lawyers, banks, newspapers, and public meetings. Canyon City became more than a place on the way to mines. It became an administrative center for a wide territory of farms, ranches, rail corridors, prisons, and canyon travel. That role helped the town survive changes that might have left a smaller camp behind. The railroad made the location even more important. In the 1870s, the Royal Gorge became one of the most contested railroad passages in the West. The Denver and Rio Grande and the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe both wanted the narrow Arkansas River corridor because it offered a route toward Leadville and the mining districts beyond. The gorge was so tight in places that two railroads could not easily share it. The struggle became known as the Royal Gorge War, a mixture of legal fights, construction races, armed pressure, and corporate rivalry. That conflict shows why Canyon City belongs in this section of the book. Rail lines were never background details here. They were part of the town's reason for growth. The canyon controlled access. Whoever controlled rail passage through the gorge gained a powerful route into Colorado's interior mining economy. Tracks, depots, yards, repair work, freight movement, and passenger travel tied Canyon City to the larger economy of the state. When trains began moving through the gorge, the town's relationship with the canyon changed. The Royal Gorge became a route of commerce and a site worth traveling to see. Visitors could experience the canyon from the train with the river rock walls, hanging bridge, and narrow railbed creating one of the classic scenic rail passages of the American West. The modern Royal Gorge Route Railroad continues that older relationship, turning rail history and canyon scenery into a living tourism experience. U.S. Route 50 later added an automobile layer to the same geography. The highway did not invent the corridor. It followed older logic: river, canyon, town, and passage. Through Canyon City, the road connects the high interior of Colorado with the Arkansas River Valley and the plains beyond Pueblo. It also gives drivers access to the Royal Gorge Skyline Drive downtown streets, local parks, and the wider recreational landscape around the river. The Royal Gorge Bridge changed the public image of the area in 1929. Built high above the Arkansas River, the suspension bridge made the canyon visible from a new angle and turned the gorge into a national attraction. The bridge was an engineering achievement and a piece of tourism strategy. It gave the city a landmark that could be advertised, visited, photographed, and remembered. Canyon City already had river and rail identity, but the bridge made the gorge a destination for automobile travelers as well. Tourism became one of the town's lasting economic strands. Rafting, sightseeing trains, the bridge park, hiking scenic drives, local museums, and historic downtown blocks all draw people into the area. The Arkansas River is central to that appeal. It provides motion, sound, recreation, and a visible connection between the town and the canyon. In many highway towns, the road feels separate from the natural feature that made the place important. In Canyon City, the highway and river remain closely linked. The city also carries a serious institutional identity through correctional facilities in Fremont County. Colorado's prison history is deeply connected to Canyon City, including the old territorial prison and later state and federal correctional institutions in the region. This part of the story can feel separate from the scenic Royal Gorge image, but it belongs to the same local economy and civic history. Jobs, public administration, security, transportation, and state presence have shaped the area for generations. Agriculture adds another layer. The valley around Canyon City has long supported orchards, ranching, and small farms where water, soil, and a milder local climate allow productive ground near the river. Fruit growing became especially associated with the area, giving the town a softer identity beside its harder canyon and prison stories. Farms markets, tree rows, irrigation ditches, and river bottom land remind readers that the Arkansas corridor supported settlement through work as well as scenery. Downtown Canyon City gives these layers a human scale. Older commercial buildings, the depot area, churches, civic structures, and local businesses show a town that adapted through mining supply, railroad traffic, highway travel, tourism, public employment, and regional service. The downtown does not need to look frozen in one era to be meaningful. Its value comes from continuity. It has kept changing while still facing the river, the gorge, and the road that bring people through. Canyon City's spelling also tells a story about identity. The Spanish-derived word points to canyon country, and the official use of the A gives the name a distinct appearance on the map. It is a small mark, but it matters. It connects language to landscape. The town is named for the physical fact that shaped it, and the spelling preserves some of that meaning, even when maps, road signs, and casual use have not always treated it carefully. The road east from Canyon City begins to shift toward plains travel, but the mountains are not gone at once. The Arkansas River continues to guide the highway toward Pueblo, while the gorge and high country remain close behind. This creates a strong transition chapter. Earlier sections of Route 50 have crossed desert basins, Utah River country, and Colorado mountain valleys. Here, the route begins to trade the hardest interior approaches for a river corridor, leading toward broader agricultural and rail-connected ground. Canyon City holds that transition with unusual force. It is canyon town, river, town rail, town county, seat tourism, gateway orchard district, and institutional center. The highway passes through a place that has repeatedly turned geography into purpose. The gorge brought awe. The river brought passage. The rails brought competition and connection. The bridge brought visitors. The road brought steady movement across southern Colorado. By the time U.S. Route 50 leaves Canyon City, the route has passed through one of the route's clearest meetings of stone, steel, water, and pavement. The town does not rely on a single story. Its strength comes from the way several stories occupy the same narrow corridor. Royal Gorge Country gives the chapter drama, but the Arkansas River gives it structure. Canyon City stands where the canyon opens, the railroad remembers, and the highway begins, leading the road toward the plains. Chapter 12. La Junta, Colorado. La Junta, Colorado stands on the Arkansas River Plains where U.S. Route 50, railroad tracks, grain elevators, and downtown trade meet on the road east. Rail Junction Plains Trade and the River Road East. La Junta begins with convergence. The name itself means the junction, and the town lives up to it in nearly every part of its history. U.S. Route 50 reaches this part of southeastern Colorado after canyon country and mountain approaches have begun to loosen into the Arkansas River Valley. The road runs east across a flatter, wider landscape where rail lines, farm roads, grain traffic, and river water explain why a town grew here. La Junta is a plain service city, a railroad town, a river town, and a reminder that the American highway often followed older routes of trade and survival. The Arkansas River gives the place its first meaning. Long before railroad crews, town companies, and highway departments arrived, the river shaped movement across the plains. Water cottonwood groves, game crossings, and low valley routes drew people through this country. Indigenous nations knew the river corridor through travel, hunting, trade, and seasonal use. Later, Spanish expeditions, traders, trappers, and American surveyors also followed the Arkansas because a river could make the plains readable. In open country, water was direction. It was shelter, boundary, route, and resource. The wider region carried deep trade history before La Junta took its modern form. Bent's Old Fort, northeast of town along the Arkansas, became one of the most important trading places on the Santa Fe Trail in the 19th century. The adobe post connected Plains tribes, Mexican traders, American merchants, hunters, travelers, and freight operators in a region where cultures met under pressure as well as exchange. Its presence shows that the Arkansas corridor was a commercial route before the railroad and the numbered highway. La Junta inherited that older pattern of meeting, trading, resting, and moving on. The town's rail identity gave the older corridor a new industrial force. As railroads entered the Arkansas Valley, they turned the river route into a steel route. La Junta developed as a junction and division point where lines could meet, crews could change equipment, could be serviced, and freight could be sorted for different directions. That role was practical and powerful. A railroad junction needed yards, depots, water facilities, shops, hotels, boarding houses, restaurants, warehouses, and workers. A place that began with location became a working town because the rail system needed it. The Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe Railway made La Junta especially important. The Santa Fe system linked the town with Kansas, the Front Range, New Mexico, Texas, and wider markets across the country. Railroad traffic carried grain, livestock, coal machinery, building materials, mail passengers, and military supplies. Trains turned La Junta into a place where the plains economy could gather and move outward. The sound of engines, yard work, switching whistles, and freight handling became part of daily life. That rail heritage still gives the city much of its character. A railroad town is built differently from a purely agricultural village or a courthouse square community. It has long edges, yards, tracks, service buildings, worker neighborhoods, and a sense that movement happens on a schedule. La Junta's identity grew from that rhythm. People came for railroad jobs, but the town also served farmers, ranchers, merchants, travelers, and families spread across the surrounding valley. The rail junction and the Plains Service Center reinforced each other. Agriculture made the surrounding country productive. The Arkansas River Valley supported irrigation farms, orchards. Melon fields feed crops, cattle, and regional trade. Southeastern Colorado is not a place where rainfall alone can be trusted to create abundance. Ditches, timing, water rights, labor, and markets all mattered. The land around La Junta shows the tension between dry plains and cultivated ground. Fields and shelter belts appear against a wider backdrop of grassland, dust, wind, and open horizon. The town grew because that farm and ranch economy needed a reliable center for supplies, repairs, banking, shipping, schools, and public services. U.S. Route 50 added a road layer to an older system of movement. The highway follows the Arkansas Valley across southeastern Colorado using a natural east-west passage that had already carried trails, wagons, stage lines, and railroads. In La Junta, the numbered road gave automobiles and trucks a direct path through a town already trained by transportation. Gas stations, garages, cafes, motels, tire shops, and roadside businesses joined the older rail and farm economy. The city adapted because it had always been built around movement. The highway also changed the way people experienced the plains. By train, La Junta was a stop on a timetable. By car, it became a place drivers judged by distant services, weather, and the next town on the map. Eastbound traffic leaving La Junta moves toward the more open reaches of the Arkansas Valley and the high plains beyond. Westbound traffic reaches the town after miles of open road, grain country, and wind. In both directions, the city offers a pause with enough scale to reset the journey. Downtown La Junta reflects those layers. Brick commercial buildings, older storefronts, rail-related memory, local institutions, and wide streets show a community shaped by work rather than display. The town has never depended on a single scenic landmark for its meaning. Its identity comes from connection. River route, Santa Fe Trail, Memory Rail, Junction, Farm Service, and highway traffic all overlap. The result is a plains town with more depth than a quick pass-through might suggest. The regional setting gives the chapter a wider horizon. West of La Junta, Route 50 has come from the Arkansas River corridor below Cañon City, then through Pueblo country and the lower valley. East of La Junta, the road continues toward Lamar and the Kansas line, where grain elevators, cattle operations, wind, and long straight miles become stronger parts of the view. La Junta stands between canyon influence and open plains, between rail concentration and agricultural distance. The climate reinforces the plains' identity. Summer heat, winter cold wind, thunderstorms, dust, and bright sun all shape the road experience. The land can look calm from a distance, but weather can change the mood quickly. A driver crossing southeastern Colorado learns to read sky, horizon, and wind as much as pavement. La Junta sits in that environment as a practical place of shelter, service, and orientation. The city's story also includes resilience. Rail traffic changed. Highway patterns changed. Farming economics shifted. Small towns across the plains faced pressure from consolidation, bypasses, population movement, and changes in freight and agriculture. La Junta endured by holding several roles at once. It remained a county seat, a rail town, a farm and ranch service center, an education and healthcare point, and a highway stop, with enough history to matter beyond its size. A chapter on La Junta should not treat the city as a simple line between Western scenery and Kansas flatness. The town helps explain how the plains work. It shows how water corridors became trail routes, how trail routes became rail corridors, how rail corridors supported towns, and how highways later carried new traffic through the same geography. La Junta is a lesson in continuity. The mode of movement changed, but the reason for movement stayed close to the river. The presence of Bent's old fort also keeps La Junta from being read only through machines and highways. The fort's history points to trade, diplomacy, conflict, disease, migration, and cultural pressure along the Arkansas. It reminds readers that the plains were never empty waiting space. They were homeland, hunting ground, trading ground, and contested ground. The road corridor later reused a landscape that already carried memory. La Junta's railroad story gives the town a sound as much as a look. Even a person who knows little about railroading can understand the importance of a junction by watching tracks divide, yards widen, and freight movement organize the edge of town. Trains gave La Junta daily contact with distant markets, while the surrounding farms and ranches gave the railroads something to carry. That relationship between local production and long-distance movement is one of the strongest themes of the Arkansas Valley. Leaving La Junta on U.S. Route 50, the road carries the Arkansas Valley farther east. The mountains are no longer the main force. The canyon walls have dropped behind. The plain widens, and the horizon begins to rule the drive. La Junta remains behind as a junction in the strongest sense. a place where river railroad, farm country, and plains trade met and stayed together long enough to become a city. Chapter 13. Lamar, Colorado. Lamar, Colorado stretches across the eastern high plains where U.S. Route 50, rail lines, grain elevators, and open prairie distance define the road toward Kansas. High plains travel grain elevators and eastern Colorado distance. Lamar sits on the wide high plains of southeastern Colorado, where the road begins to feel less like a mountain route and more like a long line across grain country river, bottoms rail yards, and open sky. After the canyon and foothill chapters to the west, Lamar changes the scale again. The land flattens. The horizon stretches. Elevators rise above the town like industrial markers. U.S. Route 50 crosses through a working plains city that has always depended on movement, water crops, and distance. The city stands in Prowers County near the Arkansas River and the dry grasslands that form the eastern edge of Colorado. This is country where a small shift in water rail service, crop prices, or weather can shape a town for generations. Lamar is not dramatic in the way a canyon wall is dramatic. Its drama comes from openness. The road runs through a landscape where the next town can feel far away, where wind moves freely, and where the business of agriculture gives the skyline its purpose. Long before Lamar existed, native peoples traveled and lived across the Arkansas River region. The river offered water, cottonwood groves, game routes, and a natural corridor through the plains. The broader area was connected to indigenous travel, hunting, trade, and seasonal movement long before railroads or highways turned the valley into a mapped corridor. Any honest account of Lamar begins with that older geography. The river was already a route before a town name appeared. Euro-American movement increased as traders, military expeditions, ranchers, freighters, and settlers followed the Arkansas Valley. The Santa Fe Trail passed through southeastern Colorado and nearby places such as Bent's Old Fort, and the Big Timbers show how important this river corridor became to commerce, diplomacy, migration, and conflict. Lamar came later than those trail landmarks, but it inherited their logic. People crossed this country because the river made movement possible, and later transportation systems followed the same east-west pole. The railroad gave Lamar its modern beginning. The town was founded in 1886, during a period when rail lines were pushing across the plains and turning selected points into depots, service centers, and market towns. Lamar was named for Lucius Quintus Cincinnatus Lamar, who served as U.S. Secretary of the Interior and later as a Supreme Court Justice. The name connected the new settlement to national politics, but the town's real strength came from its location on the rail line and its usefulness to the surrounding agricultural country. Railroad towns did not grow by scenery alone. They grew because tracks created work. Depots, sidings, freight houses, water facilities, loading areas, hotels, stores, and repair services followed the line. Lamar became a place where people could ship crops and livestock, receive supplies, meet trains, send mail, and connect to larger markets. In a region of long distances, the railroad changed the meaning of isolation. It gave the plains a schedule, and it gave the town a reason to organize around service. The Arkansas River and local water development helped make farming and ranching possible, but this was never easy country. Rainfall was limited. Dryland farming required risk. Irrigated fields depended on ditches, rights maintenance, and favorable seasons. Wheat, sorghum, corn, alfalfa cattle, and later varied farm production tied the city to a larger plains economy. Grain elevators became part of the local skyline because grain needed storage, grading, rail shipment, and market access. Those towers and bins still explain Lamar more clearly than any decorative landmark could. A grain elevator town has its own rhythm. Harvest brings trucks, dust, long workdays, waiting lines, and the practical pressure of moving crops before weather or market conditions turn against the farmer. The elevators are not background shapes. They're the machinery of the place. They show where field labor enters the transportation system. In Lamar, the road rails, elevators, farm supply yards, and open fields form one working picture. U.S. Route 50 added another layer to that transportation identity. The highway did not replace the railroad's importance, but it gave Lamar a second east-west line. Automobiles, trucks, buses, salesmen, tourist construction crews, and families used the route across Colorado and toward Kansas. Service stations, cafes, motels, garages, and roadside businesses adapted to the new traffic. The same town that had grown around trains learned to serve drivers crossing the plains. Route 50's role is especially clear here because Lamar is near the point where Colorado begins to feel like the Central Plains rather than the Mountain West. The highway also gathers older local roads that served ranches, river crossings, market trips, and county business. Its pavement may look modern, but its purpose is older, carrying people between water trade work and the next reliable town across the open high plains farm country. The route has already passed through Royal Gorge country, the Arkansas River towns, and the farming stretches of southeastern Colorado. At Lamar, the road looks east toward Kansas and the wider grain belt. The mountains have disappeared from daily view. The highway now asks a different kind of patience. Instead of curves, climbs, and canyon walls, the driver faces distance, wind, sun, and the long straight pull of the plains. Lamar's position also makes it a junction town. US 287 and US 385 connect here, giving the city north-south importance as well as east-west identity. That crossing of routes helps explain why Lamar remains a regional service center. Roads bring farm families, truck traffic, travelers, college students, medical visits, county business, and daily commerce into town. In a larger metropolitan area, those functions might be spread across many suburbs. On the High Plains, they gather in a city like Lamar. The county seat role adds another kind of permanence. Prowers County government gives Lamar civic weight, with courts, records, public offices, and community services anchoring the town beyond highway traffic and harvest cycles. County seats matter along rural routes because they concentrate decisions, documents, and public life. They help a town remain useful even when travel patterns change or economic pressure shifts. The historic rail depot also keeps the railroad story visible. Lamar's depot, built in the early 20th century for the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe Railway, later became associated with passenger service and preservation. Rail travel still touches the city through the broader passenger route across the southern plains. That continued rail presence matters because Lamar remains tied to the steel lines that shaped the town from the beginning. The Dust Bowl years gave Lamar and southeastern Colorado one of their hardest tests. Drought, wind erosion, crop failure, and economic strain hit the plains with brutal force during the 1930s. The story of the High Plains cannot be told only through optimism about settlement and farming. It must include the danger of asking too much from dry land. Lamar's survival through that period says something about the endurance of plains communities, but it also marks the cost of living at the edge of environmental limits. Modern Lamar carries those layers together. Downtown blocks, grain elevators, rail lines, schools, county offices, Lamar Community College, farm businesses, motels, and highway services all reflect a city built to serve a wide region. It is a place where the working day might involve a classroom, a cattle trailer, a courthouse visit, a harvest truck, a motel desk, a repair bay, or a train passing through. That mix gives the city a broader identity than its size suggests. The landscape around Lamar keeps the chapter honest. The plains do not let a town hide from distance. Open fields, shelter belts, irrigation works, cattle ground, rail sidings, and the Arkansas River corridor define the setting. Wind and sky are constant actors. The road east carries the eye toward Kansas, where the same agricultural and transportation story continues in another state. The route west leads back toward river towns, canyons, and the mountain chapters already crossed. Lamar's strength is its function. It gathers rail history, farm economy, county government, highway service, and high plains endurance into one southeastern Colorado city. The grain elevators tell of work. The tracks tell of connection. The river corridor tells of older movement. The highway tells of distance still being crossed. In the Route 50 journey, Lamar stands as the place where Colorado's plains identity becomes unmistakable, and the road prepares to leave the state behind. Chapter 14. Lake, Kansas. Lake, Kansas stands in the Arkansas River Valley, where U.S. Route 50 crosses irrigation country, grain elevators, farm roads, and the open distance of western Kansas. Arkansas River Valley, irrigation country, and western Kansas road life. Lake sits in western Kansas, where the Arkansas River Valley gives U.S. Route 50 a practical path through the plains. The land opens wide in every direction, but the town does not feel accidental. It stands where water rail service, county government, farming, and highway movement have met for more than a century. The scene is plain at first glance. Grain elevators, broad streets, farm supply yards, courthouse business, and a long road pointed east and west. Look longer, and Lakin becomes a useful chapter in the Route 50 story because it shows how western Kansas turned distance into daily life. The Arkansas River is the first reason this place mattered. In western Kansas, the river often seems less dramatic than the canyons and mountain water farther west, but its influence is deep. The valley offered a corridor across the plains with low ground direction grazing and access to water in a region where water was never casual. Long before towns were platted or railroad surveyors came through, native peoples moved through this country by seizing game, grass, water, and trade. The river valley was part of a larger plains world, not an empty space waiting for a map. The Santa Fe Trail also belongs to the wider setting. That trail tied Missouri to New Mexico and helped turn the Central Plains into a route of commerce, conflict, migration, military movement, and cultural exchange. Wagons did not follow modern highway numbers, but they did follow practical geography. Water and grade mattered. Distance mattered. The Arkansas River Valley gave movement a line across a difficult landscape. Later roads and railroads would reuse the same logic, turning old travel geography into modern transportation. Lakin's town story began with the railroad. In 1873, John O'Loughlin established a trading post near the newly built Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe Railway. The railroad named the community for David Long Lakin, a former treasurer of the railroad. A post office opened the next year, and the settlement slowly gained the services required by a growing plains community. The pattern was familiar across western Kansas. Rail came first, then stores, grain buyers, cattle shipping, land offices, hotels, churches, schools, and county business followed. Kearney County gives Lakin another layer of importance. The county had a complicated early organization, and Lakin became the county seat in 1888. That role mattered because county seats served more than local pride. They held records, courts, tax, business, elections, public offices, and the daily machinery of government. In a rural county with long distances between farms and ranches, the courthouse town became a center of decision-making and connection. Lakin's importance grew from that public role as much as from rail and farming. The surrounding country was once open range, and cattle shaped the earliest Euro-American use of much of western Kansas. Before fences, homesteads, irrigation ditches, and section roads divided the land more tightly, ranching used the wide grass country on a scale that matched the plains. Homesteaders changed that pattern. They came with claims, plows, windmills, houses, fences, and the belief that dryland farming could make permanent homes across the high plains. Some succeeded. Many struggled. Weather prices, drought, grasshoppers, distance, and thin margins made optimism expensive. Water changed the story, but it did not make the land easy. Lakin sits in a region where irrigation became essential to the agricultural economy. The Arkansas River Valley wells, ditches, and later groundwater development helped turn portions of the dry plains into productive fields. Alfalfa, corn, wheat, sorghum, feed crops, and livestock operations all depended on water management. The rise of center pivot irrigation gave the landscape a new geometry, circles of green set against tan ground and straight section lines. From the air, the pattern looks orderly. On the ground, it represents investment fuel, pumps water rights, labor, and risk. That irrigation story is also a caution. Western Kansas agriculture depends on water systems that require careful use and long-term attention. The Ogallala Aquifer and river-related supplies have supported farms and communities, but the region has had to live with the limits of groundwater drought cycles and changing markets. Lakin's fields show the achievement of irrigation country, while the surrounding open land reminds readers that the high plains still set the rules. The town exists in a landscape where water creates opportunity and scarcity keeps pressure on every decision. Railroad influence remained visible even as highway travel grew. Grain elevators, sidings, warehouses, loading areas, and freight movement tied lock into larger markets. Rail made it possible for crops, livestock equipment, lumber, coal, and goods to move in and out of a small plains town at scale. The elevator was never just a tall building. It was a measuring point for harvest, credit, price, storage, and shipment. In a place such as Lacan, the elevator connected farm work to the wider economy. US Route 50 added the road layer to that older transportation pattern. The highway follows the Arkansas River Valley through this part of Kansas, carrying local traffic farm trucks, long-distance drivers, and regional commerce. It ties Lacan west toward Garden City and the Colorado line, and east toward Dodge City, the central Kansas towns, and eventually the Missouri River side of the route. The line across the map looks simple. On the ground, it is a working road through fields, elevators, service stations, schools, county offices, and small-town streets. Lakin's position between larger and better-known places is part of its value. Garden City to the east is a major regional center. Dodge City farther along the route carries a famous frontier identity. Lakin does not need that kind of attention to matter. It represents the smaller county seat and farm service communities that keep the road alive between the names most tourists recognize. A route book would be thin if it only followed the biggest stops. The road is carried by places where daily work is less famous but more constant. The town scale lets a reader see Western Kansas more clearly. There are courthouse blocks, school grounds, churches, grain facilities, repair shops, fuel stops, farm equipment, and homes set against a broad horizon. Streets are practical. Shade trees matter. Wind has room to move. The sky is not background here. It is part of the built environment affecting crops, dust storms, heat winter exposure, and the mood of every mile. Lakin is a town shaped by openness, not hidden from it. High Plains road life has its own rhythm. Trucks move grain and livestock. Farm pickups cross the highway between fields and town. School buses run long rural routes. Storms can arrive with a hard line across the horizon. In summer, the heat rises from pavement and feedlots, while irrigation circles make green interruptions in the dry country. In winter, wind can make distance feel sharper. Route 50 carries all of that through Lakin, not as scenery alone, but as the routine movement of a working region. The Arkansas River itself carries a layered meaning here. By the time it reaches western Kansas, it may appear diminished compared with its mountain origins, and in some stretches, surface flow can be limited. Yet the valley still organizes settlement, farming, road direction, and historical memory. A river does not have to be wide at every mile to shape a region. Its channel, floodplain, groundwater connections, and old travel line can guide people long after the first maps are drawn. Lakin also reminds the reader that western Kansas towns were built from adaptation. Ranching, railroading, dryland farming, irrigation, road travel, and public service all left marks. Each generation adjusted to different pressures: railroad expansion, county organization, land settlement, drought mechanization, highway traffic, groundwater concern, and the changing economics of agriculture. The town's survival comes from that ability to keep serving the country around it. Eastbound Lakin begins to prepare the road for the better-known Kansas stretch ahead. The landscape stays open, but the pattern of towns grows more familiar. Elevators, rail lines, river valley farms, county seats, and highway businesses spaced across the plains. Westbound Lakin can feel like one of the last Kansas anchors before the road continues toward Colorado's drier edge and mountain approach. In either direction, it gives US Route 50 a grounded plains chapter. Lakin's strength is practical. It is a courthouse town, a railroad town, an irrigation town, and a highway town, all set inside the Arkansas River Valley. Its story is not loud, but it explains how western Kansas works. Water made farming possible. Rail made markets reachable. County government made the town a public center. The highway kept traffic moving through. Together, those forces turned a place in the plains into a community that still holds the road in place. Chapter 15. Spearville, Kansas. Spearville, Kansas sits east of Dodge City, where US Route 50 crosses Wind Country Farms, grain storage, open prairie, and the long memory of the Santa Fe Trail. Santa Fe Trail memory, Wind Country Farms, and the road east of Dodge. Spearville sits in Ford County, Kansas, east of Dodge City, where US Route 50 runs through Wind Country and the High Plains begin to stretch toward the center of the state. The road here does not pass through dramatic canyons or mountain walls. It crosses a landscape of fields, pasture grain, storage, rail memory, farm roads, and a sky large enough to make every mile feel exposed. Spearville earns its place in the Route 50 story by showing how a small plains town can carry older trail movement, railroad settlement, farm work, and modern wind energy in one compact setting. The land around Spearville had a long history before town, lots depots, or highway numbers appeared. Native peoples moved across this region through seasonal routes tied to water, game, grass, and trade. The Arkansas River Valley lay to the south, and the broader plains carried paths that connected hunting grounds, camps, and trading networks. Later, the Santa Fe Trail brought a new pressure of movement through western Kansas. Freight wagons, soldiers, traders, stage traffic, and immigrants crossed grasslands that could seem open from a distance but demanded knowledge of water, weather, and direction. Spearville grew near a part of the Santa Fe Trail known as Dry Ridge. That name says a great deal. The ridge gave travelers firmer ground and a route across the plains, but it also reminded them that water was never guaranteed. In the trail era, distance was measured by risk as much as by miles. A creek crossing a spring, a sheltered camp, or a recognizable rise in the land could become important. Dry Ridge placed this area inside a larger overland system that connected Missouri with New Mexico in the southwest. Long before Route 50 gave the road a federal number, this country already belonged to a national story of movement. The railroad turned that older trail country into a town. The land for the town site was deeded in 1873 to the Arkansas Valley Town Company, and Spearville took its name from Alden H. Spear, a railroad director and president of the company. Early spelling varied with Spearville and Spearville, both appearing before the shorter forms settled into common use. The railroad connection mattered from the beginning. A town on the plains needed more than ambition. It needed a way to bring in lumber tools, food, coal, merchandise, machinery, and people, then send out crops, livestock, and local goods. The first permanent residents included the family of Jonas Stafford, a Santa Fe section foreman who settled here in the mid-1870s. His wife and daughters opened an eating house for railroad workers, a small detail that reveals the practical beginning of the community. Spearville did not begin as an abstract point on a map. It began as a place where work crews needed meals, railroad operations needed support, and settlement followed the Iron Line. A post office came in 1877, giving the town another mark of permanence. Railroad towns on the Kansas plains often began with a simple set of needs: a depot section, housing stores, water, grain, handling stock pens, and a place for people to meet. Spearville followed that pattern. Farmers and ranchers used the town to ship by, repair, gather, and hear news. The railroad gave local products a route outward and gave the town access to larger markets. It also placed Spearville in the orbit of Dodge City, Garden City, and the string of communities that developed along rail and road across western Kansas. Agriculture shaped the town after the railroad gave it a framework. Wheat, sorghum, corn, alfalfa, cattle, and dairy work all belong to the surrounding farm economy. The land can be productive, but it has never been easy in a simple way. Rainfall varies. Wind moves constantly across the open country. Drought, hail, blizzard, heat, dust, and market swings have all tested farm families. The plains reward patience and punish carelessness. In that setting, Spearville became a community built around steady labor rather than show. The town's old nickname, City of Windmills, fits the place especially well. In the late 19th century, windmills were practical machines used to pump groundwater for homes, livestock, and farms. They were not decoration. They were part of survival on a plain where wind was dependable, even when rain was not. A spinning windmill could mean water in a tank, cattle at a trough, and a homestead able to continue. Spearville's wind identity began with those working towers scattered across the land. Modern wind energy gives that older nickname a new layer. The wind farms around Spearville turn the same constant force into electricity for a wider grid. Tall turbines now stand where older windmills once defined farmstead life. The scale has changed, but the logic is familiar. The community still reads the wind as a resource. In the 19th century, it helped lift water. In the 21st century, it helps power homes and businesses far beyond Ford County. Spearville shows how an old plains condition can take on a modern economic form without losing its local meaning. U.S. Route 50 adds another strand to that story. The highway carries traffic east from Dodge City across a landscape where the horizon remains open and towns arrive as practical pauses. Drivers leaving Dodge encounter a more measured stretch of road life with farm fields, rail lines, and wind towers marking the distance. Spearville is close enough to Dodge City to share part of its regional orbit, yet far enough east to feel like a different node in the Kansas crossing. Dodge carries cowtown fame. Spearville carries the steadier memory of trail rail farms, wind, and community. That contrast strengthens the chapter. A book about Route 50 cannot depend only on places with famous reputations. The road is also made by towns where history sits lower to the ground. Spearville may not have the national name recognition of Dodge City, but it explains the country east of Dodge in a way the larger city cannot. It shows how settlement followed rail lines, how farm families organized rural life, how wind shaped water use, and how highway traffic continued a pattern of movement already centuries old. The Santa Fe Trail memory gives Spearville depth beyond the railroad era. Trail routes across Kansas were no single thin lines. They spread shifted and followed practical ground. Dry Ridge made this area part of that broader travel landscape. Wagons moved slowly, animals tired weather changed, and distance felt personal. The modern highway moves faster, but it crosses land that still holds the memory of slower journeys. The story beneath the pavement is one of endurance, supply risk, and direction. High Plains weather belongs in the story as much as the railroad or the trail. A day can begin with clean light over wheat stubble and end with hard wind moving dust along the road shoulder. Spring storms build over the flat horizon. Summer heat can press down on fields and pavement until every shade tree feels important. Winter may bring cold ice and blowing snow across open sections where there is little to slow the weather down. This kind of landscape teaches attention. Road crews, farmers, school buses, grain trucks, and local families all learn to read the sky before the day is over. Spearville's plainness is part of its strength because nothing here hides the forces that shape life on the western Kansas road. Downtown and surrounding farm country give Spearville its human scale. Churches, schools, local businesses, elevators, farmyards, and community events mark a place that has stayed small while remaining rooted. The town does not need to appear large to feel complete. Its importance comes from connection to the Santa Fe Trail, to the railroad, to farm country, to wind power, and to the highway east of Dodge. Spearville also helps the Route 50 narrative move from western Kansas into the longer agricultural center of the country. Behind it are Colorado Plains, Lamar La Junta Canyon approaches, and the mountain country already crossed. Ahead lie more Kansas towns, grain country river crossings, county seats, and the broad interior movement toward Missouri. Spearville stands near the beginning of that Kansas rhythm, where the highway starts to feel less like an escape from mountains and more like a road through open production. The final image is not a dramatic cliff or famous monument. It is a line of road under a wide sky, grain facilities near the tracks, wind turbines turning beyond fields, and the memory of wagons somewhere under the modern route. Spearville gives U.S. Route 50 a Kansas Plains chapter with real texture. It carries trail memory, railroad origin, farm persistence, and wind country identity into one place on the road east of Dodge. Part 3: Kansas Main Streets and Missouri River Roads. Part 4 follows U.S. Route 50 across Kansas main streets and into Missouri River country, where farm towns, rail lines, courthouse squares, river crossings, and local trade give the road a steadier Midwestern rhythm. These chapters show the highway moving through places shaped by grain, livestock, small city commerce, and the long pull of the river ahead. Here, Route 50 becomes a road of working communities connecting plains towns to Missouri, bends, and carrying the story east through the heart of the country. Chapter 16: Kinsley, Kansas. Kinsley's highway identity rests on its Midway, USA claim, where US 50 small-town service life, grain country landmarks, and central Kansas distance meet along the road. Midway marker town and small city highway identity. Kinsley sits near the middle of Kansas and wears that position as part of its identity. U.S. Route 50 reaches the town after the open farm country of western Kansas begins to settle into a steadier rhythm of grain elevators, county roads, rail memory, courthouse service, and long east-west travel. The road has left Dodge City behind, past Spearville's wind country farms, and now enters a small city that understands what it means to be between places. Kinsley is a midway marker town in the literal sense, but its importance is broader than a sign beside the road. It shows how a small county seat can turn location rail history and highway traffic into a lasting civic personality. The famous Midway claim gives Kinsley its most memorable road identity. The town has long promoted itself as being halfway between New York City and San Francisco, with the distances traditionally given as 1,561 miles in each direction. The sign is easy to treat as roadside trivia, but it captures something real about U.S. Route 50 and about Kinsley's place in the American imagination. A town in the middle of the country becomes a measuring point. It lets drivers understand the continent in human scale. East and West stop being abstractions. They become equal distances from a Kansas main street. Long before the highway gave the town a national frame, this part of Kansas belonged to a wider plains world. Native peoples moved through the region by watergrass, game weather, and season. The Arkansas River lay to the south, and the plains around present-day Edwards County formed part of a travel and hunting landscape that did not need town plats to have meaning. Trails, camps, and trade routes crossed the grasslands before railroads, and numbered roads fixed different lines onto the map. Euro-American settlement came during the age of railroads, colonization companies, homestead claims, and town promotion. Kinsley's first identity was tied to a New England colony established in the 1870s. The settlement was originally called Petersburg, then Peters City, before it took the name Kinsley. The new name honored Edward Wilkinson Kinsley, a Boston businessman whose support for a church helped attach his name to the community. That origin gives the town a distinctive beginning. Kinsley began with more intent than a random railroad stop on the plains. It was promoted as a transplanted New England settlement on Kansas ground, with Eastern ambition meeting Western space. The railroad made that ambition practical. The adjacent Topeka and Santa Fe Railway shaped Kinsley's early life by giving the town access to passengers' freight supplies, mail, livestock shipment, and grain markets. Rail lines across Kansas did more than move trains. They decided which towns would grow, where elevators would rise, where stores would open, and where county life would gather. Kinsley's location along the line gave settlers a reason to build, invest, and stay. The town was platted in 1873 and incorporated in 1878, years when many Kansas settlements were still testing whether paper plans could become real communities. Kinsley survived because it gathered several useful roles. It became a railroad town, a farm service town, and eventually the county seat of Edwards County. Those roles gave it weight beyond population. County seats across Kansas served as places where rural residents came for records, courts, elections, taxes, school matters, public meetings, stores, banks, and news. In a county of farms and long roads, the seat became a civic anchor. Kinsley's small city identity grew from that anchor function. The town offered more than a depot and a few storefronts. It developed churches, schools, local government, newspapers, grain handling, and the ordinary businesses that supported farm families. A courthouse town on the plains had to serve people spread across a wide landscape. The streets, public buildings, shops, and service yards all reflected that responsibility. Kinsley became a place where rural distance came into town for business. Agriculture shaped nearly everything around it. Wheat, sorghum, cattle, feed crops, and later mechanized farm work connected the town to the surrounding plains. The land could be productive, but it required resilience. Drought, grasshoppers, hail, low prices, heat, winter, wind, and distance from markets all tested early settlers. Grain elevators became symbols of both hope and calculation. They stored the harvest, linked farmers to rail shipment, and made the crop economy visible from the road. The elevator skyline told drivers that this was working farm country, not empty country. A reminder of that older grain economy still stands near Kinsley at the Gano Grain Elevator and Scale House southwest of town along U.S. Route 50. Built around 1915 and later listed on the National Register of Historic Places, it represents the smaller shipping points that once tied farm fields to rail and road. Structures like that matter because they show the hidden network behind a harvest. Every elevator, scale house, siding, and loading platform helped move local work into a larger market. U.S. Route 50 added the highway layer to a town already trained by rail and agriculture. Across Kansas, the route follows a practical east-west line that links Colorado Garden City, Dodge City, Kinsley, Hutchinson, Emporia, and the Missouri side of the journey. Near Kinsley, U.S., 50 shares the road with U.S. 56, giving the town another kind of highway presence. The numbered route gave motorists a way to read the country by distance town's fuel stops, motels, cafes, repair shops, and courthouse squares. Kinsley fit naturally into that pattern because it had always served movement. The midway marker became a perfect symbol for the automobile age. Drivers crossing the continent needed stories that made the miles memorable. A place halfway between New York and San Francisco offered a clean idea. The country is vast, but it can be measured. The road is long, but there is a center. The small town is not outside national life, but part of the line that joins both coasts. Kinsley turned geography into identity, and identity into roadside memory. There is a deeper truth behind the sign. Many towns along U.S. Route 50 are important because of what they connect. Kinsley connects east and west in symbolic terms, but it also connects farms to markets, rural families to public services, rail memory to highway life, and Kansas history to the long national road. Its main street may be modest, but the idea behind it is large. A small town can hold the center of a country if the map and the story meet there. Kinsley also belongs to the tradition of Kansas main streets that grew from rail corridors and county life. These towns were built for practical errands, buying seed repairing equipment, attending court shipping grain, visiting a doctor, going to school events, eating lunch, reading notices, or meeting neighbors. Highway traffic changed the pace, but it did not erase the purpose. Cars and trucks replaced many older patterns of arrival, yet the town remained a place where movement slowed into business and conversation. The landscape around Kinsley reinforces that identity. The land is open enough that the horizon dominates, but the town interrupts the openness with trees, streets, elevators, public buildings, and homes. Wind moves across the fields. Harvest traffic comes and goes. The railroad line and highway give the place long direction. In summer, heat and dust can flatten the distance. In winter, the same openness sharpens every mile. Kinsley's strength lies in meeting that exposure with steadiness. As Route 50 moves east, Kinsley helps shift the book from western Kansas distance toward the stronger sequence of Kansas main streets ahead. Hutchinson, Emporia, and the Missouri River side of the journey will bring larger civic and industrial stories, but Kinsley gives the transition a clear center. It stands between the famous frontier identity of Dodge City and the more settled central Kansas towns to the east. Its role is not theatrical. It is balanced, useful, and rooted in place. The town gives the Kansas section a measured pause before the route continues into larger farm cities and busier river-bound country. The final image is simple: a highway crossing the middle of Kansas, a town that claims the midpoint grain elevators near the tracks, a courthouse role in the county, and a main street that gives long-distance travel a human pause. Kinsley reminds readers that the center of the country is not an empty middle. It is made of towns that measured distance, served farms, held records, welcomed drivers, and gave the road a name people could remember. Chapter 17: Hutchinson, Kansas. Rail lines, grain elevators, salt works, and inland industry give Hutchinson its practical strength as one of central Kansas's most durable U.S. 50 cities. Salt railroads, grain, and inland industry. Hutchinson looks at first like a practical central Kansas city built where useful things had reason to stop. Rail lines run across the flat ground. Grain elevators rise with the confidence of landmarks. Industrial yards, warehouses, repair shops, and broad streets give the place a working shape. For travelers crossing Kansas on US 50, Hutchinson is not just another pause between towns. It is one of the clearest examples on the route of how an inland city can grow powerful without a harbor, mountain pass, or river port. Its strength came from what lay beneath it, what surrounded it, and what could be shipped out from it. The first layer of Hutchinson's identity is salt. Beneath the prairie is part of the Great Hutchinson Salt Member, an ancient deposit left from vanished seas long before Kansas had grass roads, farms, or railroads. The discovery of salt in 1887 changed the city's future. Men looking for one kind of underground wealth found another. Instead of oil, they found a mineral that every household farm packing plant and preserving business understood. Salt was not glamorous, but it was necessary. That made it valuable in a steady way. Salt gave Hutchinson a name that stuck. Salt City was not a slogan invented for tourists after the fact. It grew from production payrolls, mines, brine wells, processing plants, and freight cars. The industry connected local labor to national demand. It helped turn a prairie town into a durable commercial center. Beneath the streets, the mines developed into a hidden industrial world deep enough to feel separate from the city above, and stable enough to preserve a record of work over generations. Today, Strataka, the Kansas Underground Salt Museum, lets visitors descend into that underground landscape and understand that Hutchinson's story is not only on the surface. The second layer is railroading. Hutchinson was founded in 1871 with the arrival of the Santa Fe Railway, and that fact matters because railroads did more than bring passengers. They arranged the economy. A town on a major line could receive coal lumber machinery, immigrants, livestock, seed, newspapers, mail, and manufactured goods. It could send out wheat flour, salt cattle, and finished products. Railroads gave inland places a way to act larger than their population. They turned distance into business. In Hutchinson, the rail lines did not sit apart from the city's identity. They ran into it. The yards, sidings, elevators, and industrial spurs made the city legible as a shipping point. The salt industry even developed its own rail advantage. Hutchinson's salts line, rooted in the old Cary Salt Company freight operation, reflects how closely mining and movement belonged together. Salt underground was potential. Salt loaded into cars became commerce. Grain in a field was promise. Grain gathered beside tracks became a market. That leads to the third layer, the grain economy. The fields around Hutchinson made the city part of a much wider wheat belt, but Hutchinson's role was not limited to being near farms. It became a place where grain could be stored, measured, graded, financed, milled, and shipped. The enormous elevators on the skyline tell that story without needing decoration. They are not monuments in the formal sense, but they work like monuments because they show what the region valued and what the city was built to handle. Grain elevators changed the visual language of Kansas towns. Church steeples, courthouse domes, and water towers still mattered, but in places like Hutchinson, the elevator became a different kind of civic marker. It rose for harvest credit shipment and scale. It showed that the prairie was not empty. It was organized. Wheat moved from farm trucks to bins, from bins to rail cars, from rail cars to markets far beyond Reno County. The city became part of a chain that connected soil to breakfast tables, feedlots, mills, bakeries, and export trade. This is why Hutchinson feels larger than a simple roadside stop. Its inland industry was built from several reinforcing systems. Salt needed labor and transportation. Grain needed storage and transportation. Railroads needed freight maintenance crews and customers. Local businesses served the workers' families, farmers, drivers, and railroad people who moved through the city. The economy did not depend on one storefront or one season. It was tied to the deeper rhythms of resource harvest, shipment, repair, and service. The Arkansas River and Cow Creek also shaped the setting, though Hutchinson's economic life eventually came to depend more on rail, mineral, and agricultural networks than on river traffic. Water mattered for settlement mills, livestock gardens, and daily life, but the town's larger identity came from converting the central Kansas interior into a working junction. In that way, Hutchinson represents a major theme along US 50. The highway crosses many places that became important not because they looked dramatic, but because they solved a practical problem. Hutchinson solved several. It could gather wheat, it could mine and process salt, it could connect to rail lines, it could support factories, repair yards, distribution, education, medical services, and county government. It could host fairs, stores, banks, hotels, churches, and public institutions for a rural region that needed a city strong enough to serve it. The Kansas State Fair adds another layer to that role. It reminds visitors that Hutchinson is not only an industrial place, it is also a gathering place where agriculture, machinery, entertainment competition, and state identity come together. For the US 50 traveler, Hutchinson offers a different kind of road experience than the smallest towns to the west. It is still unmistakably Kansas, but it carries more urban weight. Traffic thickens. The commercial strip spreads. Rail crossings, warehouses, grain facilities, and service businesses appear in succession. There is enough city here to change the pace of the trip, but enough prairie around it to keep the road honest. Hutchinson does not erase the surrounding countryside. It depends on it. That relationship between city and countryside is central to understanding the place. Hutchinson is not a city that turned its back on the farms around it. Its businesses, elevators, implement dealers, feed suppliers, truck routes, and trade patterns grew from that relationship. At the same time, it was not merely a farm town enlarged by population. Salt mining gave it a second foundation. Railroads gave it reach. Industry gave it permanence. This combination made Hutchinson one of the most distinctive inland cities on the route. The salt story also gives Hutchinson an unusual sense of depth. Many highway towns tell their story through buildings, main streets, depots, courthouses, and old hotels. Hutchinson adds an underground chapter. The mines beneath the city suggest a second map below the visible one, where tunnels, chambers, equipment, and storage spaces record decades of industrial effort. That underground world changes how the surface city is understood. The water tower, the elevators, the streets, and the rail lines are not the whole story. They stand above something older and more durable than the town itself. Hutchinson's best historical lesson may be that practical places can be memorable. The city does not need to pretend to be a resort or a preserved stage set. Its character comes from work that continued through good years, hard years, market changes, and transportation shifts. Salt still matters. Grain still matters. Rail service still matters. Industry still matters. The city has adapted, but it has not lost the logic that built it. That logic is what gives Hutchinson its highway identity. Along US 50, the traveler sees Kansas as distance, openness, sky, and grain. Hutchinson turns those elements into a city. It takes the prairie and gives it elevators. It takes underground salt and gives it mines, jobs, museums, and freight. It takes rail lines and gives them purpose. It takes the surrounding farms and gives them a market center. The result is a place that feels steady because its roots are not decorative. They are useful. By the time the road leaves Hutchinson, the lesson is clear. Central Kansas was never just space to cross. It was a productive interior organized by rails, fields, minerals, and roads. Hutchinson stands as one of its strongest examples. It is Salt City, Grain City, Railroad City, and Service City at once. Its skyline is industrial, its history is layered, and its place on the route is earned. For a US 50 book, Hutchinson matters because it shows the heartland, not as background, but as machinery in motion built from salt below, wheat, around, rails through, and work above. Chapter 18. Strong City, Kansas. Strong City rises from the Flint Hills as rail lines, prairie stone buildings, and the US 50 approach meet below the tallgrass country. Flint Hills, Railtown, Prairie Stone, and the highway below the tallgrass. Strong City does not announce itself like a large prairie capital. It arrives in layers. The long roll of the Flint Hills, the sweep of grass over limestone, the rail line holding its level course, and the highway curving below a town that seems to sit where land, labor, and distance meet. Along US Route 50, the city is small, but its setting is large. It belongs to that rare part of Kansas where the road does not simply cross flat ground. It passes beneath slopes, blue stem limestone ledges, and a sky wide enough to make a traveler slow down. The town began because the railroad needed a point in the hills. In March 1871, the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe Railway reached this place, then known as Cottonwood Station. The name fit the valley and nearby river country, but the railroad gave the settlement its deeper identity. Tracks meant supplies, passengers, mail, cattle, stone, and access to markets beyond Chase County. A station could pull trade toward itself. A depot could make a town visible on maps. By 1881, the community had taken the name Strong City, honoring William Barstow Strong, a Santa Fe leader whose railroad ambitions were helping turn Kansas from frontier space into connected country. Railroads shaped Strong City in practical ways. The town grew along the line rather than around a courthouse square. Cottonwood Falls, just to the south, carried the county seat role, but Strong City carried the motion. The depot yards, sidings, workers, and freight traffic made the town a working companion to the hills. The Santa Fe did pass through. It organized the local economy, tied ranch country to outside buyers, and made the Flint Hills easier to reach without making them easy to control. Even after passenger service faded, the rail presence remained part of the town's profile, a reminder that Strong City began as a transportation place. The landscape around Strong City explains why the railroad mattered so much. The Flint Hills were never a simple farming country. Their shallow soils and flinty limestone made large-scale plowing difficult in many places. That difficulty preserved much of the tallgrass prairie that elsewhere was broken under crops. What looked like an obstacle became the region's signature. The grasslands supported cattle, seasonal grazing, and a ranching economy tied to open-range waterstone fences and rail shipment. Strong City became one of the small places where that ranching world touched the national transportation grid. Prairie stone gave the town and the region a second identity. In Chase County, limestone was not just background geology. It was a building material, a trade, and a form of permanence. Wood was scarce for early builders, but stone lay close at hand. Cottonwood limestone and related local layers were cut into blocks for houses, barns, bridges, public buildings, foundations, and walls. Stone gave local architecture its color and weight. It also gave Strong City a place in a larger construction story because quarrying and stonework from this part of Kansas supplied railroad projects, building projects, and public works far beyond the county. The Lantry name belongs in that story. Charles and Barney Lantry built a powerful stone and railroad contracting business with Strong City as an important base. Their quarries and crews helped supply stone ballast bridge workstations and related construction for railroad expansion across the West. The work was hard, loud, dusty, and skilled. It connected quarry faces in the Flint Hills to bridges and lines that carried people across the continent. Strong City's size could mislead a traveler into thinking it was only a stop beside the tracks. Its stone history says otherwise. The town was tied to work that reached outward. That blend of stone and rail also shaped the town's appearance. The old built environment around Strong City and nearby Cottonwood Falls has a different feeling from towns built mainly of framed storefronts and sheet metal sheds. The local stone gives walls a low, durable confidence. Buildings seem to rise from the same earth that supports the prairie. The material is practical, but it also creates character. In a region where wind, fire, drought, and distance all test human settlement, stone suggests staying power. It makes the town feel anchored rather than merely placed. U.S. Route 50 gives Strong City its highway role. The route crosses Kansas as one of the great east-west lines through the state, but near Strong City, it enters a landscape with real visual drama. The road comes through the Flint Hills below ridges of grass and stone near the junction with Kansas Highway 177, the Flint Hills Scenic Byway. Travelers who have crossed long miles of central Kansas suddenly find the road framed by a more rolling country. The horizon rises and falls. Grass catches the wind in sheets. The highway becomes not only a way through Kansas, but a way to understand why this region feels separate from the plains around it. The nearby Tallgrass Prairie National Preserve strengthens that identity. North of Strong City, the preserve protects a major example of the tallgrass prairie ecosystem that once stretched across much of central North America. Its presence gives the small town an outsized gateway role. Visitors come for trails, hills, historic ranch buildings, bison, wildflowers, and the feeling of standing inside a grassland that modern settlement nearly erased elsewhere. Strong City is not a resort town, but it sits close to one of the most meaningful landscapes in the state. The road, the town, and the preserve now speak to one another. That does not mean Strong City is only scenery. Its culture still carries the plainness of a working town. Ranching remains important. The annual Flint Hills Rodeo gives the community a public rhythm, bringing crowds, contestants, and Western tradition into a place that is already shaped by cattle country. The rodeo is more than entertainment. It is a reminder that the Flint Hills were lived in before they were promoted as scenery. Horses, stock, trucks, trailers, pastures, barns, and families belong to the same story as the pretty views from the highway. Strong City also benefits from its closeness to Cottonwood Falls. The two places work almost as a pair, one by the railroad and highway, the other by the Courthouse River and Old County functions. Together, they show how Chase County developed through multiple centers rather than one large town. Cottonwood Falls holds the courthouse presence and a celebrated stone streetscape. Strong City holds the railroad name, the depot memory, the rodeo grounds, and the direct highway threshold into tallgrass country. A traveler who sees both understands the county better than one who hurries through either. The town's small scale is part of its meaning. Strong City never needed to become large to become important. Its value came from position, resources, and identity. It stood where the Santa Fe crossed the Flint Hills. It worked stone from the prairie edge. It served ranch country. It faced US Route 50 and Highway 177. It sat near one of the most intact tallgrass landscapes left in the country. Those facts give the city a weight that population numbers alone cannot explain. There is also a strong sense of proportion here. The buildings do not fight the hills. The streets do not overwhelm the land. The railroad and highway are powerful, but they are held in place by the wider prairie. That balance is part of the town's appeal. Strong City shows how a transportation town can remain rooted when its economy, materials, and traditions still answer to the landscape around it. For Route 50 travelers, Strong City offers one of the clearest landscape transitions in Kansas. To the west and east, the road continues its long work of crossing towns, farms, rivers, and county seats. Here, however, it passes under the tall grass and beside a town whose story is inseparable from railstone and ranching. The scene is not flashy. It is better than that. It is precise. Tracks, highway, limestone, grass, and sky all sit close together. Strong City matters because it preserves a relationship between movement and place. The railroad brought the town into being, but the hills kept it from becoming anonymous. The stone gave it structure, but the prairie gave it space. The highway brings travelers past it, but the tall grass asks them to look again. In that combination, Strong City becomes more than a small mark on the map. It becomes one of the places where US Route 50 reveals the hidden strength of Kansas, not only distance, but depth. Chapter 19. Sedalia, Missouri. Sedalia's railroad legacy, fairground tradition, and Central Missouri Highway role come together where US 50 crosses one of the state's strongest inland cities, Railroad City Fairgrounds, and the road across central Missouri. Sedalia is one of those Missouri cities that makes more sense when it is read by rail line roadmap and fairground gate instead of by skyline alone. It does not announce itself as a river capital or a mountain town. It sits in west central Missouri with a practical purpose that has lasted across generations. Trains made the city possible. Agriculture made it necessary. Highways kept it connected after the age of passenger depots faded. US Route 50 passes through this world of tracks. Courthouse country roads feed stores, neighborhoods, and fair traditions, giving travelers a direct look at a city that grew from movement and kept its identity by serving the region around it. Sedalia's origin belongs to the railroad. General George R. Smith wanted the Pacific Railroad to come through his land after nearby Georgetown failed to secure that investment. The town was named for Smith's daughter, Sarah, whose nickname was Sed, and its early prosperity began when the first passenger train arrived in January 1861. That detail matters because Sedalia was not simply placed on a map and left to grow by chance. It was planned around access. The tracks were the invitation. The depot was the promise. The town's first real energy came from the belief that rail connection could turn prairie acreage into a commercial center. The Civil War slowed railroad development across Missouri, but it also made Sedalia important as a western rail terminus for a time. Goods, animals, people, and military traffic moved through the area. Wagon trains brought hides, furs, livestock, and supplies from South and Southwest Missouri, Kansas, Arkansas, Indian Territory, and Texas for shipment east. That kind of movement gave Sedalia a frontier edge role before the frontier moved farther west. The city became a receiving point, a shipping point, and a place where road and rail traffic converted local products into wider commerce. After the war, rail ambitions returned with force. The Tebow and Neosho line, later tied into the Missouri, Kansas, and Texas system, helped give Sedalia a second railroad identity. The MK&T, better known as the Katy, became part of the city's public memory. Its lines connected Sedalia to Clinton, St. Louis, and wider Western markets. The historic Katy Depot, built in the 1890s, still stands as a reminder that Sedalia was once more than a stop. It was a railroad town with offices, dining rooms, freight needs, passenger traffic shop, labor, and civic confidence built around steel rails. Railroads shaped the local economy in ways that lasted far beyond the sound of steam whistles. Shops and yards required machinists, clerks, hostlers, laborers, telegraph operators, loaders, and builders. Hotels, restaurants, banks, suppliers, and stores grew near the movement. Farmers from the surrounding countryside had a place to ship livestock and grain. Merchants had a place to receive manufactured goods. Families had reasons to stay because a rail town offered wages beyond the farm. That mix of farm country and industrial service gave Sedalia a middle position in Missouri life. It was urban enough to organize trade and rural enough to remain tied to fields and barns. The Missouri State Fair deepened that role. The fair was established by state action in 1899, and Sedalia was selected after competition from other Missouri towns. The first fair opened in 1901. It was not merely entertainment. It was a statewide agricultural stage, a place where livestock crops, machinery contests, food, and civic pride came together. For a city already built on access, the fair made Sedalia a yearly destination. Railroads extended service to the grounds, and later highways carried the same seasonal tide of exhibitors, families, vendors, and visitors. The fairgrounds gave Sedalia a public identity that railroads alone could not. A depot serves movement, but a fairground gathers people. The Missouri State Fair connected Sedalia to every county and farm district that wanted to show its best work. It made the city part of the state's agricultural calendar. The grounds became more than an August event space. They held buildings, barns, tracks, exhibition halls, grandstand memories, camping areas, livestock shows, concerts, and community uses. Sedalia's name traveled with the fair, and the fair carried Sedalia's name across Missouri. This is why Sedalia feels different from smaller courthouse towns along a long highway. It has the layered character of a place that handled crowds, freight animals, and machinery. Its streets do not belong to one story. They carry railroad history, fair traffic, business service, schools, churches, parks, and modern industry. Some towns were shaped mainly by county government, others by a river landing a mine or a single factory. Sedalia's strength came from overlap. Railroads, agriculture, fairs, roads, retail, and manufacturing all worked together, sometimes in different eras and sometimes at the same time. U.S. Route 50 gives that story a road traveler's shape. Across Missouri, the highway moves from the Kansas City region into the rolling center of the state, reaches Sedalia, then continues toward Jefferson City and the east. In Sedalia, the route is not just a line on a federal map. It is part of a crossroads system with US 65, linking the city north and south, as well as east and west. That crossing helps explain why Sedalia still functions as a service center for a broad area. People come for supplies, medical care, school events, work, shopping, and the fair. The road system carries forward the same gathering function the railroad once performed. The highway also changes the way travelers experience Sedalia. A driver on US 50 sees a city made of approaches rather than a single postcard view. There are commercial strips, older neighborhoods, rail corridors, fairground edges, and business districts that show how transportation shaped growth outward from the old town. Sedalia does not hide its practical side. It shows the working layers that made it useful. That usefulness is part of its appeal. It has never depended on being polished into a museum town, even though it has preserved important pieces of its past. The Katy Trail adds another dimension. Built on former rail corridor, the trail turns transportation memory into recreation and tourism. In Sedalia, the rail story is not only about engines and freight cars. It also becomes bicycles, walkers, restored depots, heritage travelers, and people looking for a slower way to understand Missouri distance. That is an important shift. The same corridor that once measured profit by schedules and tonnage now also measures value by access, preservation, and experience. Sedalia benefits because its railroad past remains visible and usable. Agriculture remains close to the city's identity. Pettis County sits in a region where fields, livestock, machinery dealers, grain facilities, and farm services still matter. The fair makes that connection ceremonial, but daily life keeps it practical. Trucks move feed, parts, animals, and harvested crops. Local businesses serve rural customers. Schools and community organizations reflect both town and country priorities. Sedalia's economy has diversified, yet it has not detached from the land around it. That balance gives the city a grounded quality along US 50. Modern Sedalia is also a manufacturing and service city. Its older rail-based economy changed as rail traffic patterns shifted, but the city did not lose the habit of making, moving, repairing, and supplying. The official story of many American railroad towns includes decline, but Sedalia's better story is adaptation. Highways replaced some rail functions. Industry and services replaced some old railroad payrolls. Tourism and heritage reused some of the railroad landscape. The fairgrounds kept drawing people. The city adjusted without abandoning the reasons it existed. For a US 50 book, Sedalia matters because it shows how a route can pass through a city that already knew how to handle movement. The highway did not create Sedalia from nothing. It inherited a place trained by railroads and fairs to receive people, goods, and attention. That makes the city a strong central Missouri chapter. It is not only a stop between larger places, it is a road city with a railroad foundation, an agricultural stage, and a regional service role. The best way to understand Sedalia is to see the depot, the fairgrounds, the highway, and the surrounding farmland as parts of one system. The railroad brought the city into being. The fair gave it statewide recognition. U.S. Route 50 kept it in the everyday path of Missouri travel. Together, they explain why Sedalia still feels durable. It is a city of arrivals and departures, but also a city that stayed, worked, adapted, and kept its place on the road across central Missouri. Chapter 20, California, Missouri. California's Courthouse Square anchors a small Montague County town where US 50 crosses farm country before the road bends toward Jefferson City and the Missouri River. Small town courthouse country before the Missouri River bend. California, Missouri sits in the kind of central Missouri country that asks a traveler to slow down and look at the land. The town is not on a coast and has nothing to do with Pacific beaches, but its name carries the sound of westward hope. Around it are farms timbered, draws ridges, small creeks, and roads that begin to feel the pull of the Missouri River country to the east. US Route 50 reaches California after crossing open farmland and courthouse towns, and before long it bends toward Jefferson City, where the river, the capital, and older routes gather in one place. California is the small town pause before that larger Missouri River setting. Its story begins before highways carried most traffic and before the modern map made every town feel easy to measure. Early settlement in this part of Montague County grew from farms, local roads, and the need for a county seat. The community had an earlier association with the name Boonesboro, a reminder that pioneer memory still shaped the region. When Montague County was organized in 1845, local leaders needed a practical center for courts, records, taxes, land, business, elections, and public decisions. California became that center, and the courthouse gave the town its strongest public identity. The name itself belongs to a moment of American imagination. In the 1840s, California on the far western edge of the continent had become a powerful idea even before the gold rush made it famous around the world. The Missouri town took the name while talk of the West overland routes and Pacific dreams filled newspapers and political conversation. That name gives the community a surprising reach. A small county seat in Missouri carries a word that made Americans think of distance, opportunity, and the road beyond the next horizon. The courthouse square is the heart of the place. It is not just an address or a handsome public setting. It is the pattern around which the town learned to work. Lawyers, clerks, judges, merchants, farmers, bankers, newspaper people, and tradesmen all needed the square. A courthouse town gathers business by habit. People come in from the countryside to file deeds, settle estates, pay taxes, serve on juries, meet neighbors, buy supplies, and hear news. That rhythm shaped California as surely as a rail line or highway shaped larger cities. The current Montague County Courthouse belongs to the post-Civil War rebuilding era. Its stone-massed tower and formal presence gave the town a visual anchor that could be seen as more than a government building. It's said that this county meant to last. Around the square, older commercial buildings created the kind of arrangement that made Missouri courthouse towns so recognizable. The building in the center held authority. The surrounding blocks held daily life. Together, they made a compact civic landscape practical and dignified at the same time. California grew with the farm country around it. This was not a place built on one spectacular industry. Its strength came from many ordinary supports working together. Corn, hay, livestock, dairy work gardens, orchards, small mills, repair shops, and local merchants all had a role. The town served a county where farm families needed a dependable place to trade. That is a different kind of power from boomtown growth. It is steadier, closer to the soil, and more likely to show itself in barns feed stores, courthouse records, school buildings, church calendars, and Saturday business on the square. The railroad added another layer to that role. The Pacific Railroad reached across central Missouri in the 1850s and tied inland communities to Jefferson City, St. Louis, Sedalia, and points farther west. The railroad did not erase the courthouse function. It strengthened it by giving farms and merchants a faster way to move goods, livestock, mail, and passengers. It also placed California within a larger east-west story. A county seat that already gathered local business could now reach beyond the county more easily. That rail age mattered because central Missouri was never only a line on a map. It was a working interior. Goods had to move from farm to market. People had to travel between county seats, river towns, capital offices, and rail connections. Roads were often rough, especially in bad weather. Rail service shortened distance and changed expectations. A trip that once depended on horses, mud, and daylight could be linked to schedules and depots. California became part of that wider system while keeping the character of a courthouse town. U.S. Route 50 later brought the highway version of the same connection. The road crosses Missouri from the Kansas line toward the capital and beyond, carrying local drivers, freight families, salesmen, vacationers, and long-distance travelers. In California, U.S. 50 is not just pavement for passing through. It is part of the town's service life. It supports businesses that depend on movement, but it also reminds the traveler that this is still county seat country. The road may hurry toward Jefferson City, but California asks it to pass through a community with a square, a courthouse, and an older sense of order. The phrase "before the Missouri River bend" matters here. East of California, the route approaches Jefferson City and the Missouri River Valley, where the land and history grow denser. The river has always been one of Missouri's great lines of movement. Long before the highway, it carried people, trade, politics, and settlement. California stands just west of that larger river world. It is close enough to feel the influence of the capital and river corridor, yet far enough to keep the personality of a smaller inland county seat. Downtown California also shows how a town survives by adapting without surrendering its shape. Storefronts change. Offices move. Traffic patterns shift. Some old uses disappear while new ones take their place. Yet the square remains legible. A traveler can still understand the town by looking at the courthouse, the surrounding streets, the modest business blocks, the churches, and the neighborhoods spreading outward. The form teaches the history. This was a town planned around public business, local trust, and regular contact between town and countryside. The community's identity also depends on memory. County seats carry names through marriage records, probate files, school stories, election returns, newspaper pages, and courthouse steps worn by generations. California's history is not only in plaques and buildings. It is in the repeated act of people coming to town because something official, personal, or practical had to be done. A courthouse town becomes part of family memory because people pass through it during important moments. Land is bought, disputes are settled, licenses are issued, taxes are paid, and public life continues. Modern California is still shaped by that balance between local service and outside connection. It is near enough to Jefferson City to feel the pull of the capital region, but it is not swallowed by it. It remains a Montauk County town with its own civic center, schools, shops, roads, and rural surroundings. That makes it valuable on US 50. The route needs more than big cities and famous stops. It needs places that show how the highway supports county life mile after mile. Drivers may remember the square, the slope of the streets, the courthouse tower, and the feeling that the river is near but not yet reached. For a traveler moving East California offers a change in expectation. The open miles of central Missouri begin to lead toward the river bend and the capital. The road is no longer only crossing farm country. It is preparing to enter one of the state's older corridors of power and movement. California is the last full small-town courthouse setting before that shift becomes obvious. It gives the journey a human scale before the river bridges government buildings and heavier traffic take over. That is why California deserves its place in this route story. It is not dramatic in the way a mountain pass desert crossing or major city can be dramatic. Its importance is quieter than that, but not weaker. It shows how a courthouse, square farm, county railroad age, and federal highway can all meet in one small Missouri town. U.S. Route 50 passes through, but California does not feel temporary. It feels rooted. It is a reminder that the road across America is built from towns where ordinary public life has been going on for generations. Part 5. Wabash Limestone and Ohio Foothills. Route 50 enters a more wooded and folded America in this section, leaving behind the long, open stretches of the plains for river valleys, limestone towns, courthouse squares, and foothill roads. Across Indiana and Ohio, the highway follows older patterns of settlement industry farming and rail connection. The Wabash country brings rivertown memory and agricultural movement, while the limestone belt and Ohio foothills add stone buildings, quarry landscapes, coal-era communities, and roads shaped by ridges and valleys. This is the part of the route where the land begins to tighten, the towns grow older in texture, and US 50 starts to feel like a road carrying travelers toward Appalachia and the east. Chapter 21. Salem, Illinois. Salem carries US 50 through Marion County prairie country, where courthouse history, rail memory, and eastbound road travel point toward Indiana. Prairie Town rail memory and the road toward Indiana. Salem sits in south-central Illinois, far enough from the Mississippi River to feel inland yet close enough to the old river routes, prairie roads, and rail corridors that shaped movement across the state. US 50 enters the city as Main Street and carries travelers through a county seat town that has always belonged to the road. To the west lie Carlisle, Sandoval, and the long crossing from St. Louis country. To the east lie Flora, Lawrenceville, and the Wabash River gateway into Indiana. Salem stands between those points as a practical place of courthouse, business, farm, trade, rail memory, and ordinary Illinois endurance. The town began with government before it became a highway stop. Salem was founded in 1823 as the county seat of the newly formed Marion County. That early purpose mattered. A county seat needed a square offices, lawyers, clerks, stores, places to stay, and roads that could bring people in from farms and scattered settlements. The town grew because public life required a center. Court days brought wagons and later automobiles. Families came to file deeds, pay taxes, settle disputes, buy supplies, and hear news. The courthouse did not simply sit in town. It gave the town its first reason to gather. Long before U.S. 50 carried a federal number, the route through Salem belonged to an older east-west pattern. Local history connects the town to the old Vincennes-St. Louis Road, a path that tied Illinois settlement to Indiana on one side and the Mississippi Valley on the other. That road became part of the larger story of US 50, which today runs from the Atlantic seaboard to California. In Salem, the Great National Road feels local. It passes storefronts, public offices, schools, churches, side streets, service stations, and neighborhoods. The route is not only a line on a map, it is the town's front door. The prairie setting gave Salem another layer of identity. Marion County was not empty grassland by the time permanent town life took hold. It was a worked landscape of farms, timbered creek bottoms, wet places, and small settlements. Corn, livestock, hay, and later soybeans connected the town to the fields around it. Farmers needed a place to buy seed repair equipment, borrow money, ship goods, and meet neighbors. The town answered those needs. It was never just a courthouse square or a stop on the way somewhere else. It was the service center for a rural county whose economy moved with weather, soil harvest, and market prices. Railroads changed Salem from a county town into a transportation junction. The Ohio and Mississippi Railroad and the Illinois Central gave the city links in multiple directions. Trains tied Salem to St. Louis, Cincinnati, Chicago, New Orleans, Vincennes, and points beyond. Freight could move out. Manufactured goods and supplies could move in. Passengers could travel farther than wagon roads allowed. The railroads also brought jobs, sound schedules, and a new rhythm of movement. Depots, yards, warehouses, and rail offices gave the town a different kind of pulse, one measured by arrivals, departures, switching, loading, and repair. That rail memory still matters because it explains Salem's scale. The city is not large by metropolitan standards, but it has the look of a place built for more than its own population. Rail junction towns often carry that quality. They have broad streets, sturdy commercial blocks, hotels that once served travelers' freight areas near the tracks, and older buildings that outlast the era that created them. Salem grew around the courthouse and the rails at the same time. One represented law and local government. The other represented distance and connection. Together, they made the town useful. The current Marion County Courthouse gives Salem one of its clearest landmarks. Built in the early 20th century, the courthouse anchors the square with the confidence of an institution meant to last. Its tower rises above the streets, and its presence reminds travelers that this is not a roadside strip pretending to be a town. It is the civic center of a county. Around it, brick commercial buildings, offices, small businesses, and side streets show the shape of older downtown life. Even when traffic speeds past on the highway, the square asks the road to slow down and recognize where it is. Salem also carries a national historical connection through William Jennings Bryan, who was born here in 1860. Bryan's later political career belonged to Nebraska national campaigns and the great debates of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. But his birthplace ties Salem to a much wider American story. That connection adds another layer to the city's identity. It shows how small county towns could produce figures who stepped onto national stages. The same courthouse, churches, schools, newspapers, and farm conversations that shaped local life also formed the language and instincts of public figures raised in places like Salem. By the early road age, US 50 gave Salem a new kind of through traffic. Cars and trucks did not erase the railroad town. They changed how the town met the outside world. Service stations, garages, cafes, motels, and roadside businesses grew along the corridor. Main Street had to serve locals and travelers at the same time. A farmer might come in for parts. A family might stop for lunch on the way east. A truck might pass through carrying goods between regional centers. The road made Salem more visible, but it also asked the town to keep adjusting. That adjustment is part of the larger US 50 story across Illinois. West of Salem, the highway comes out of Missouri's river country and crosses the farm belt of southern Illinois. East of Salem, it begins moving toward the Wabash Valley and the Indiana state line. Salem is not the edge of Illinois, but it is one of the last major county seat anchors before the route bends deeper into the eastward run. For travelers, the city marks a shift. The broad prairie still dominates, but the road is pointing toward another river boundary, another state, and another set of towns. The city's crossroads role continues because Salem is not dependent on a single era of transportation. Interstate 57 passes near the west side of the city, bringing another layer of movement, while US 50 still runs through town. Rail activity remains part of the local economy and memory. County government still brings people to the courthouse. Schools, healthcare, small industry, retail, and agriculture all contribute to the daily pattern. Salem has survived because it has never been only one thing. It is a courthouse town, a prairie town, a rail town, and a road town at once. This layered identity gives Salem a different kind of strength from the larger cities along US 50. It does not overwhelm the traveler with skyline traffic or spectacle. Its importance is more grounded. It shows how federal highways often depended on older places that already knew how to serve a region. Salem was useful before the numbered highway system existed. US 50 did not invent its role. It inherited and widened it. The road carried new traffic across an old local framework. That framework can be read in the shape of town. The courthouse square holds the center. Main Street carries the highway. Rail lines and yards mark the industrial edge. Residential blocks spread outward. Farms surround the city beyond the developed streets. Creeks and low ground remind visitors that prairie is never simply flatness. It is a working environment shaped by drainage, timber, soil weather, and distance. Salem belongs to that environment. It is not a decorative version of small-town Illinois. It is part of the system that made the region function. For the traveler moving east, Salem offers a pause before the next chapter of the road. The Missouri River is behind. The Wabash River lies ahead. Between them, US 50 crosses courthouse towns, farm counties, and rail memories that explain how southern Illinois connected itself to the nation. Salem makes that connection visible. It gathers the road, the rails, the square, and the fields into one small city. That is why Salem matters in this book. It is not a famous destination in the usual travel sense, but US 50 is not only a road of famous destinations. It is a road of working centers, inherited routes, and towns that kept regional life moving. Salem stands in that company with a strong claim. It began as a county seat, grew through rail connection, adapted to highway travel, and still carries the feel of a place that knows its job. On the road toward Indiana, Salem is a reminder that the American highway is built not only by pavement and distance, but by the towns that give the journey meaning. Chapter 22, Washington, Indiana. Washington carries US 50 east from the Wabash country through Daviess County farm ground rail history and a courthouse town built around regional crossroads. Railtown Crossroads, Daviess County Farms, and the road east from the Wabash. Washington stands in southwestern Indiana, a county seat town set among farm fields, rail lines, and the older travel routes that tied the Wabash country to the interior of the state. On a map, it appears after the Illinois crossing and before the wooded Indiana towns that carry US 50 toward Ohio. On the ground, it feels like a practical hinge. The road has left the broad river approach behind, but it has not yet reached the hillier country to the east. Around Washington, the land opens into Daviess County fields, courthouse streets, railroad property, and service roads that keep the town connected to work beyond its own limits. The town belongs to an early Indiana story. European-American settlement in Daviess County began around the turn of the 19th century, and by 1803, David Flora had established a trading post in what would become Washington. The town itself was established in 1816, the same year Indiana became a state. That timing matters. Washington did not grow as an afterthought beside a mature highway system. It took shape while Indiana was still defining its counties, roads, markets, and local governments. The name carried the memory of George Washington, but the place had its own frontier function from the start. It gathered farmers, merchants, lawyers, builders, teamsters, and county business into one central community. Daviess County was created from Knox County in 1817, and Washington became the county seat. That role gave the town a daily purpose that outlasted boom and decline. Courthouse towns do not depend only on travelers passing through. They draw people inward for records, court dates, land transactions, taxes, licenses, and public decisions. Even when the farms around town remained the economic base, Washington had the extra weight of county government. The courthouse square became a civic center, a meeting place, and a symbol that this was not merely a roadside settlement. It was the place where a large rural county came to conduct its official life. The farm country around Washington shaped that official life in practical ways. Daviess County has long been a place of corn, soybeans, wheat, hay, livestock, dairy work, and agribusiness. Fields spread outward in nearly every direction, broken by creeks, woodlots, county roads, and small settlements. The rhythms of planting and harvest sent wagons, trucks, and later semi-trailers toward town. Feed stores, grain buyers, mechanics, banks, restaurants, and shops depended on the trade of surrounding families. US 50 did not create that agricultural pattern, but it gave it a wider road. It helped connect farm production to markets beyond the county line and helped travelers understand Washington as more than a dot between larger cities. Railroads deepened that connection. Washington became one of the stronger rail communities in this part of Indiana because it did not simply receive trains. It worked on them. The Baltimore and Ohio Southwestern Railroad Depot, built in 1906 and later restored, became part of the Washington Commercial Historic District. More important, the railroad presence included substantial machine shops and car works. In the late 19th century, the B&O shops gave Washington an industrial identity that reached beyond normal depot traffic. A place known for farms also became a place of mechanics, metal repair schedules, steam labor, and railroad discipline. That rail history matters because it gave Washington a different kind of weight from many small towns along the route. Some towns served trains, but Washington also serviced the railroad itself. Workers repaired cars, maintained equipment, moved freight, and supported the daily operations of a system that connected coal fields, farm regions, river towns, and eastern markets. The shops brought wages into town, supported boarding houses and stores, and helped create a working class layer beside the courthouse and farm economy. The rail yard and the square were not separate stories. Together, they explain why Washington endured as a crossroads rather than fading into a minor stop. The depot also gave Washington a front door. Passengers arriving by rail saw a town with brick buildings, county offices, hotels, shops, churches, and local services. Farmers shipping grain or livestock saw a practical route to distant buyers. Merchants saw a way to receive goods that could not be produced locally. Newsmail manufactured items, visitors, and workers came through on the same transportation network. A town like Washington became less isolated because the rail line made distance manageable. It did what US 50 would later do in a different form. It shortened the gap between local life and the wider country. US 50 added another layer to the same pattern. The highway gave Washington an east-west road identity across southern Indiana. From the west, the traveler approaches after the Wabash country and the old Vincennes region. From the east, the road continues toward Lugudi Shoals, Bedford, and the Limestone Belt, before turning toward the Ohio River country and beyond. Washington sits between those worlds. It is not a dramatic mountain gateway or a river port, but it is a service town with enough history and infrastructure to mark a change in the route. The highway carries the old logic of movement through a modern road corridor. The road also changed how people experienced the town. Automobile travelers did not depend on the depot platform. They entered along paved approaches, saw fuel stops, restaurants, stores, schools, churches, and neighborhoods, and judged the town from the highway edge. Local businesses adapted. Some served county residents, some served passing traffic, and some served both. US 50 became part of the town's daily movement, carrying commuters, farm traffic, delivery trucks, and families headed to larger regional centers. In a county seat, the highway is never only a tourist route. It is also a working road used by the people who live there. Washington's downtown still carries the look of accumulated service. Brick storefronts, public buildings, and older commercial blocks speak to a town built for repeated use rather than spectacle. It had to serve customers who returned week after week. It had to support court days, school events, funerals, markets, repairs, meals, church gatherings, and Saturday errands. That kind of town can look plain to a hurried traveler, but the plainness has meaning. It is the architecture of usefulness. The buildings were not placed for a single season of excitement. They were built because the surrounding county needed a center. The farms around Washington reinforced that sense of long use. Daviess County is also known for its Amish community, one of the larger such communities in Indiana. Buggy's farm markets, workshops, and rural lanes add another layer to the county's identity, especially east and north of the city. That presence is not a decorative feature. It is part of the region's agricultural and craft economy, and it keeps older forms of road use visible near modern highways. US 50 may carry fast traffic, but the county around it still contains slower routes, local markets, and rural practices that give the landscape texture. Modern Washington has continued to balance heritage with economic adjustment. Rail is still present in the county through east-west and north-south lines, and the local economy remains tied to agriculture, commerce, transportation industry, and public service. Development along newer corridors has changed the region's opportunities, but the older pattern has not disappeared. The city remains the county seat and largest municipality in Daviess County. Its history is not trapped in a museum case. It is visible in the way the courthouse, commercial blocks, roads, rail property, farm suppliers, and surrounding fields still relate to one another. On US 50, Washington works best as a chapter of transition. It is east of the Wabash world, but still shaped by river-era settlement and rail-era expansion. It is rooted in farms, yet it has an industrial memory. It is a courthouse town, yet it belongs to a highway that carries travelers across several states. That mix gives Washington its place in the road's larger story. The traveler does not need a skyline to understand it. The meaning is in the square, the tracks, the fields, and the continuing need for a town that holds county life together. Washington is the kind of place US 50 depends on. The highway is not made only of famous landmarks, mountain passes, and river bridges. It is also made of towns where the road feeds into daily work. Here, rail memory, Daviess County Agriculture Courthouse Authority, and eastbound travel meet in one settled pattern. Leaving Washington, Route 50 moves farther into Indiana toward limestone country and the next line of hills. Behind it remains a town that has done what strong inland places do best: gather the surrounding countryside, serve it steadily, and send the road onward. Chapter 23. Bedford, Indiana. Bedford gives US 50 a working stone identity where Indiana limestone rail shipping, quarry labor, and courthouse town life shaped one of the highway's strongest industrial stops, Limestone City and the working stone belt. Bedford stands in south-central Indiana, where US 50 enters a different kind of country. The open farm ground and rail towns to the west give way to wooded ridges, creek bottoms, quarry cuts, and stone buildings that seem to belong to the bedrock itself. This is Lawrence County, a place where the land under the road became an industry, an identity, and a national building material. For a traveler moving east, Bedford is not just another county seat town. It is the place where the highway crosses into the working stone belt. The town's origin belongs to the early county history of Indiana. Lawrence County was organized in 1818, with its first seat of justice at Palestine near the East Fork of the White River. That river location looked promising in an era when water routes meant commerce, but disease and local conditions weakened the settlement. Residents asked to move the county seat inland, and Bedford was laid out in 1825. The new town stood on higher ground, better suited to county government trade and long-term settlement. From the beginning, Bedford was meant to gather a county around it. Government gave Bedford its first civic role, but stone gave it its lasting name. The limestone under Lawrence County belongs to a broad south-central Indiana belt, known for fine grain, workable texture, and lasting strength. Quarrymen, builders, architects, and carvers came to understand its value. The stone could be cut into blocks finished for public buildings, carved for ornament, and matched with remarkable consistency. In a country building, courthouses, churches, banks, schools, libraries, state houses, and office towers, that kind of dependable material mattered. Lawrence County history remembers Dr. Winthrop Foote as a key figure in the early limestone industry. The Blue Hole Quarry near Mitchell opened in the 1830s, and the county stone soon drew attention beyond southern Indiana. Bedford and nearby Ulitic became names associated with Ulitic limestone, the pale, durable building stone that would travel far from the ridges where it was cut. The work was physical and demanding. Men drilled, sawed, hoisted, split, shaped, loaded, and finished blocks that could weigh many tons. The industry required skill as much as strength. The phrase limestone capital of the world is not just local pride. It reflects how deeply the region's stone entered American architecture. Lawrence County limestone has been used in major national buildings, including the Empire State Building, the Pentagon, the National Archives, and many state houses. Some of those buildings are far from Bedford, yet they carry Bedford's landscape in their walls. A city that may look small on a highway map has helped give form to places where national government finance memory and public ceremony are carried out. Railroads made that reach possible. Before trucks could move heavy loads over long distances with relative ease, stone needed rail. The Monon route became especially important to the southern Indiana limestone industry. From the mid-19th century onward, it linked quarries, mills, and towns to larger markets. Freight cars carried slabs and blocks away from the stone belt, while machinery, tools, coal, and supplies came in. Rail did not merely pass Bedford. It served the quarry economy and helped turn local stone into a national material. That relationship between quarry and railroad shaped the city's labor life. Bedford was not only a town of courthouse offices and storefronts. It was a place of mills, saws, derricks, rail spurs, blacksmithing machine, work teamsters, cutters, carvers, finishers, and shipping crews. Families depended on the wages of stonework. Local businesses depended on those families. Churches, schools, clubs, newspapers, and civic organizations grew within an economy that knew both pride and risk. When building demand was high, the quarries and mills could thrive. When construction slowed, Bedford felt it. The Stone Belt also shaped the look of Bedford itself. Public buildings, commercial fronts, monuments, churches, and civic details used local limestone, not as decoration alone, but as a statement of place. The Lawrence County Courthouse downtown buildings, carved pieces, and older stone structures remind visitors that the material was never abstract. It was quarried near town, carried through town, worked by town labor, and displayed in town architecture. Bedford streets give a traveler a local version of the same stone story seen in distant cities. The effect is cumulative. A block of stone on a foundation, a carved doorway, a courthouse wall, and a cemetery marker all point back to the same belt of ground. Bedford teaches the reader to notice stone not as background, but as evidence of a whole local system. US 50 enters this landscape as both a road and a reader. The highway does not explain the limestone belt with a museum label. It shows it incuts hills, stone facades, quarry traces older commercial blocks, and the way the terrain tightens around the traveler. West of Bedford, the route has crossed broad farmland and county seat towns. Near Bedford, the road begins to feel more carved than laid down. It passes through a region where stone timber rail and road all had to negotiate the land instead of simply crossing open ground. That change matters for the larger story of US 50. The highway is moving toward hillier southern Indiana, toward forest river valleys, and the older settlement corridors that lead eventually into Ohio and Appalachia. Bedford marks one of the first strong signals of that shift. It is still a Midwestern town, but the land has a rougher texture. The fields are broken by woods and ridges. The road begins to bend and rise in ways that feel different from the plains and courthouse towns farther west. Geography becomes more visible. Agriculture still belongs to Bedford's setting. Lawrence County farms produce corn, soybeans, hay, cattle, and other rural goods, and the countryside around town remains part of the city's economic background. But farming is not the whole story here. The bedrock changed the meaning of the county. It gave Bedford a product that did not grow by season. It came out of the ground as a deposit of ancient marine life pressed into stone over geologic time and lifted into American construction through human labor. That is a deeper kind of local resource. Bedford also has a practical modern economy beyond the older quarry image. Manufacturing services, public employment schools, healthcare, regional retail, and nearby outdoor recreation all play a role. The Hoosier National Forest lies close enough to shape the region's appeal, while Spring Mill State Park near Mitchell adds another layer of pioneer and limestone country memory. Bedford has had to adapt like other inland towns as rail patterns changed, quarry employment shifted, and highway traffic moved differently. Yet the stone identity remains strong because it is rooted in the land itself. For travelers, Bedford can be easy to underestimate. A quick passage on US 50 may show fuel stations, stores, side streets, and traffic signals before the road moves on. But the deeper Bedford is in the relationship between surface and subsurface. The city rests above material that left the region and became part of famous skylines. The road passes a working landscape that helped build other places. The traveler who slows down can see that Bedford is not merely near limestone. It is organized around the history of finding it, cutting it, shipping it, carving it, selling it, and living from it. That makes Bedford different from the rail towns and prairie towns just behind it. Washington showed the county seat and farm crossroads of Daviess County. Salem carried the road across Marion County Prairie. Bedford brings a new substance into the journey. Here, the story turns from grained courthouse squares and rail memory towards stone ridges, mills, and the first strong feeling of upland southern Indiana. US 50 does not leave the Midwest, but it begins to enter a more textured version of it. On US 50, Bedford is the limestone chapter of the road east. It is a city built by county government, expanded by rail, defined by quarry work, and remembered through stone that traveled far beyond Lawrence County. The highway carries travelers past a place whose influence is larger than its size. Bedford's importance is not measured only by traffic counts or population. It is measured in blocks of pale stone, in courthouse walls, in quarry scars, in rail memories, and in the hands that turned ancient rock into the built face of America. Chapter 24. Versailles, Indiana. Versailles carries US 50 through Ripley County Courthouse country, where wooded state park hills, farm roads, and river valleys point travelers toward the Ohio. Ripley County Courthouse, Town State Park Hills, and the road toward the Ohio. Versailles sits in southeastern Indiana, where US Route 50 begins to feel less like a plains road and more like a hill road. The town rests in Ripley County, not far from the wooded valleys, creeks, and ridges that lead travelers toward the Ohio River country. After the open farm stretches of Illinois and western Indiana, this part of the highway tightens. The road meets heavier tree lines, rolling ground, courthouse squares, and state park hills. Versailles belongs to that change. It is small in population, but it stands in a place where county government, old travel routes, local farming, Civil War memory, and outdoor recreation meet. The town began in the early years of Indiana settlement. Versailles was laid out in 1818 and became the seat of Ripley County, giving it a public role from the start. Its name looked across the Atlantic to France, but the town itself grew from frontier needs: land to farm, water, nearby roads to follow, and a central place where county business could be handled. The courthouse square became the organizing point. Farmers came into town for legal matters, records, taxes, supplies, church trade, and news. In that way, Versailles became more than a cluster of buildings. It became the county's common room. The name also gives the town a small distinction. In Indiana speech, Versailles is usually pronounced differently from the French palace. That local pronunciation belongs to the place as surely as the courthouse tower and the wooded hills do. It shows how national and international names were often reshaped by American settlement. A borrowed name became a Hoosier town name, and the town made it its own through daily use, county records, school events, church bells, farm errands, and generations of ordinary conversation. The Ripley County Courthouse gives Versailles its strongest civic image. The present courthouse was built during the Civil War era and finished in the 1860s, when the county was still shaping its public identity. Its brick walls, classical lines, and tower mark the square with a sense of permanence. Courthouses in towns like Versailles were not simply offices. They were symbols that a rural county had order, records, courts, elections, and a shared center. The courthouse lawn, the surrounding streets, and the older buildings nearby still tell that story. They remind travelers that county seats were built to gather scattered farm communities into one public place. The Civil War reached this area in a way many Midwestern towns never expected. In 1863, Morgan's raiders crossed into Indiana during the famous raid led by Confederate cavalryman John Hunt Morgan. The route passed through southeastern Indiana, and Versailles became part of that tense memory. The story of the raid gave the town a place in a larger national conflict, even though its daily life remained tied to farms, local commerce, and courthouse work. That combination matters. Versailles was never a battlefield city, but it was close enough to danger to remember that national history can arrive on local roads. The land around Versailles is also part of the chapter. Ripley County is not flat in the way many people imagine Indiana. It rises and falls in wooded folds, with creeks cutting through the countryside and farms placed between ridges. This landscape gives the town a different feeling from the prairie communities west of here. The road toward the Ohio is older in spirit. It bends, climbs, dips, and follows the shape of the ground. US 50 carries through that country as a working highway, but it also becomes a scenic approach to the river counties. Around Versailles, the driver can feel the land changing under the wheels. Versailles State Park deepens that identity. Located just outside town, the park is one of Indiana's major state parks and one of the largest in the system. Its hills, lake trails, camp areas, and wooded roads give the area a public landscape beyond the courthouse square. The park's roots reach into the 1930s, when New Deal conservation work and the Civilian Conservation Corps helped shape recreational areas across the country. In and around Versailles CCC, labor left a lasting mark through park roads, stonework, shelters, and outdoor facilities. The result is a landscape where Depression-era public work still serves families, hikers, campers, anglers, and travelers. The park also carries a deeper natural story. Fossils in the area point back to a time when an ancient sea covered this part of the continent. That fact changes the way the hills feel. The ridges and stream beds are not only pretty scenery, they are exposed pieces of older Earth history layered beneath farms and roads. A traveler on US 50 may see a courthouse town and a wooded state park, but underneath that visible scene lies a long record of waterstone erosion and time. Versailles, like Bedford, before it belongs to a part of Indiana where geology is never far from the surface. Laffrey Creek gives the park and the town another layer of place. The creek cuts through the wooded ground near Versailles, and the historic bushing-covered bridge remains one of the area's most memorable structures. Covered bridges fit this region because they belong to an older road world when crossings were local landmarks and not just pieces of transportation equipment. The bridge, the creek, and the park roads help explain why this stop feels different from the straight-line towns farther west. Here, the highway is close to older crossings, shaded valleys and roads that had to respect the land before they could carry traffic. Agriculture remains the practical base around town. Corn, soybeans, hay, cattle, dairy farms, and small family operations give Ripley County much of its rhythm. The courthouse, the stores, the churches, the schools, and the highway all depend on the surrounding countryside. Farmers need towns for equipment, banking, repairs, groceries, public records, and community life. Towns need farmers for trade, continuity, and identity. Versailles has long lived inside that exchange. It is a courthouse town, but it is also a farm country town. Its square and streets make sense because of the fields and lanes beyond them. Railroads and industry did not define Versailles in the same overpowering way they shaped Bedford or Washington, but movement still mattered here. Early roads, market routes, and later state and federal highways gave the town access to the wider region. US 50 became the modern expression of that old need. It linked Versailles westward to other Indiana towns and eastward toward Lawrenceburg, Cincinnati, and the Ohio River corridor. Nearby connections also tied the town to north-south traffic. Even when the town remained modest in size, the road gave it a steady presence on the map. The downtown character of Versailles is built from scale rather than spectacle. Brick storefronts, older homes, courthouse views, church steeples, and tree-lined streets make the town feel settled. It does not announce itself as a large commercial center. It works as a county seat town that serves people who know the area, raise families nearby, and return to the square for daily needs. That is part of its value along US 50. The highway does not only pass through famous places, it also passes through communities that hold local government memory and practical service for a rural region. The route east from Versailles begins to point strongly toward the Ohio. The hills grow more insistent. The river towns come closer. The highway no longer feels like it is simply crossing Indiana farm country. It is preparing for the river edge, where commerce, settlement, and transportation have followed the Ohio for generations. Versailles stands at the edge of that approach. It gathers Ripley County's courthouse life, state park, landscape, farm roads, and hill country setting into one stop before US 50 moves toward the water. That is why Versailles belongs in this part of the journey. It gives the route a change of texture. The chapter is not only about a town name on a map. It is about the moment when US 50 leaves the flatter interior behind and begins to lean toward southeastern Indiana's ridges and river country. In Versailles, the courthouse square holds the civic story, the park holds the land story, and the road holds the movement between them. Together, they make a small town with a lasting place on the highway east. Chapter 25. Hillsboro, Ohio. Hillsboro carries US 50 into Appalachian, Ohio, where a courthouse square, Highland County farm country, and rolling foothills mark the road's eastern turn. Small city square, farm country, and the road into Appalachia. Hillsboro stands in southern Ohio, where US 50 begins to feel less like a road across open country and more like a road entering folded ground. The fields remain important, but the land no longer spreads in the same long, level way. It rises, dips, bends, and gathers around Creek Valley's old farm lanes, wooded ridges, and courthouse streets. For travelers coming east from Indiana and the Ohio River country, Hillsboro marks a change in the shape of the route. The highway is still practical, but the horizon has started to tighten. The city is the county seat of Highland County, a name that fits the land. The county was formed in 1805 from parts of Ross Adams and Clermont counties, and local tradition has long connected its name to the high ground between the Scioto and Little Miami watersheds. Hillsboro was founded in 1807, only a few years after Ohio became a state. Its plan of wide streets and alleys gave the young community room to grow, trade, and gather. That layout still matters. The square is not decorative scenery, it is the framework of public life. Hillsborough grew because it could serve the countryside around it. Farms needed a place to buy goods, sell crops, find legal records, attend court, and meet neighbors. A county seat did all of that at once. Merchants opened stores near the center. Lawyers, clerks, bankers, printers, blacksmiths, and tradesmen followed. Churches and schools gave the settlement a deeper hold on local life. By the middle of the 19th century, Hillsborough was not merely a rural stop. It had become the working center of Highland County. The courthouse gives that role a strong physical presence. The Highland County Courthouse, built in the 1830s, is one of Ohio's most important county buildings. Its Greek Revival and federal features speak to the early public ambitions of the region. The building has served generations of residents, and its continued use gives Hillsborough a visible link between early Ohio government and modern county business. In many towns, the old courthouse became a museum piece. In Hillsborough, it remained part of civic routine. Around the courthouse, the Uptown District shows the value of continuity. Shops, offices, restaurants, and local services occupy streets that were designed for public movement long before automobiles arrived. Main Street and High Street still create a clear center, while side streets carry traffic toward neighborhoods, schools, churches, and farm roads. The town has changed, but the bones of the place remain legible. Travelers can see where the community began and why it stayed where it was. US 50 adds another layer to that story. The highway enters Hillsborough from the west as part of the long route out of Cincinnati and the Little Miami country. It leaves to the east toward Chillicothe, the Choteau Valley, and the deeper hill country beyond. In Hillsborough, the road does not simply pass a town. It passes through a county seat landscape where courthouse, business, farm traffic, and regional travel all overlap. That combination is one reason the route feels important here. It is a highway, but it is also a local street with a public memory. Railroads strengthened Hillsborough in the 19th century. The city's own history notes that rail service helped make it a center of agricultural and industrial trade. The lines gave farmers better access to markets and helped local manufacturers ship goods beyond Highland County. Flour carriages, lumber, and later industrial products all belonged to the local economy. Hillsborough was never only a courthouse town. It was also a place where farm output, small manufacturing, and transportation worked together. The surrounding country explains much of that strength. Highland County is largely rural, and Hillsborough sits among farms that have shaped daily life for generations. Corn, soybeans, wheat, hay, cattle, and dairy work have all belonged to the area's practical economy. The land is not prairie in the Western sense, but it is open enough to show its fields and rolling enough to warn travelers that Appalachia is near. Barns, pasture lines, old farmhouses, woodlots, and stream valleys give the county a texture that is different from the flatter regions behind it. That shift matters for a Route 50 book because the highway is now approaching a new eastern character. West of Hillsborough, the road has spent many miles crossing plains, river bottoms, and open farm belts. East of Hillsborough, it begins moving toward older hills, narrower valleys, and towns, shaped by a different landscape. Ohio's Appalachian region is not one single look. It includes farms, small cities, timbered slopes, coal-era places, college towns, and river communities. Hillsborough stands near the threshold, still agricultural, but already connected to that wider hill country identity. The town's cultural history adds depth to the square. Hillsborough is associated with the Temperance Crusade and with women who helped shape reform movements in the 19th century. That story belongs to churches, public streets, and civic spaces as much as to national politics. It shows how a small Ohio county seat could become a stage for larger American arguments about family morality law, public behavior, and women's public voice. The buildings around the square are not just commercial fronts. They witnessed public action. Hillsborough's old industrial identity also remains part of the picture. The city became known for bells and other manufactured goods, and local industry widened the economy beyond farms and courthouse services. That kind of production suited many small Ohio cities. They did not become giant factory centers, but they made useful things, employed local workers, and gave young people reasons to stay. In a place like Hillsborough, industry was not separate from farm life. It grew from the same need for repair supply shipping and dependable work. Hillsborough also has a public face that reaches beyond government. The Bell Opera House, the Festival of the Bells holiday events, parades, and uptown gatherings give the city a sense of ceremony. Those traditions matter because they keep the square from becoming only a traffic pattern or a collection of old buildings. They bring people back to the center. A route town needs that kind of renewal. Highways can pull attention outward to bypasses and strip development, but Hillsborough has kept an older civic habit alive around its central streets. Education has been another part of the city's regional role. Schools, libraries, and nearby Southern State Community College connect Hillsborough to families across Highland County and surrounding areas. In small city Ohio, education is not an abstract feature. It affects whether young people can train close to home, whether businesses can find workers, and whether a county seat remains useful to the countryside it serves. That practical mission fits Hillsborough's larger pattern. The city gathers people, serves them, and sends them back out along farm roads and state highways. Modern Hillsborough still carries that mix of roles. It serves residents who come for shopping, schools, government offices, medical care, restaurants, and community events. Its older streets remain part of the city's identity, while newer business areas handle the needs of drivers and households. The courthouse square gives the city an anchor, but the surrounding roads show how regional life has expanded. Like many small cities, Hillsborough must balance preservation with practical change. The natural country nearby adds to the chapter's setting. Rocky Fork, Lake Paint Creek Country, and nearby preserves connect the city to outdoor Ohio. The region's wooded ravines, streams, and hills remind travelers that they are entering a place where geology and water shape movement. Roads bend more. Valleys matter more. The land begins to guide travel in stronger ways. US 50 does not lose its national purpose, but the experience of driving it becomes more intimate. That is Hillsborough's value on the route. It is not a resort town, a river port, or a mountain gateway in the dramatic sense. It is a county seat city where Ohio's farm country, early state history, civic reform, local industry, and Appalachian approach meet in one readable landscape. The square gives the city form. The farms give it substance. The hills give it direction. The highway gives it a place in a much longer story. On US 50, Hillsborough marks the beginning of a different eastbound rhythm. The road still carries freight commuters, families, and travelers, but it now runs into higher ground and older folds of southern Ohio. Behind it are the Plains River crossings and stone towns of the Midwest. Ahead are Chillicothe, the Scioto country, the Ohio hills, and the long pull toward Appalachia. Hillsborough stands at that hinge, steady in its square, working in its fields, and facing the road east. Part 6. Appalachian Crossings to the Atlantic. The final section carries US Route 50 into the older eastern landscapes where the road begins to feel like an arrival. From Ohio's hill country, the highway enters river valleys, wooded ridges, Appalachian crossings, and historic corridors shaped by settlement industry, war trade, and mountain passage. West Virginia gives the route a harder edge of valleys, grades, and small communities built into difficult terrain. Virginia and the Mid-Atlantic bring colonial roads, courthouse towns, turnpike memory, and the steady pull toward the coast. After beginning in the Sierra and crossing deserts, plains, rivers, and farm country, US 50 now gathers its full meaning as a coast-to-coast road moving through the final hills toward the Atlantic. Chapter 26. Athens, Ohio. Athens carries US 50 into southeastern Ohio's College Hills where the Hocking River coal country edges and Appalachian travel begin to shape the road east. College Hills coal country edges and southeastern Ohio travel. Athens sits in southeastern Ohio, where the road begins to feel older, hillier, and more enclosed. US Route 50 has already crossed the long interior of the country, moved through courthouse towns, limestone country, and farm valleys, and reached the edge of Appalachian Ohio. At Athens, the highway enters a place where education, coal memory, river geography, county government, and wooded hills meet. The city is a college town, but it is not only a college town. It is also a county seat, a Hocking River community, and a regional hinge between Ohio's farm country and the harder Appalachian crossings ahead. The setting explains the change in tone. Athens lies along the Hocking River, surrounded by ridges that make the city feel tucked into the land rather than spread across it. Streets climb from low ground. brick buildings sit below wooded slopes. The university campus rises and folds into the town. The river bends through a valley that has carried settlement canal traffic rail lines, local roads, and now modern highway travel. For a west to east reader of Route 50, this is where the road begins to gather eastern weight. The Sierra is far behind, but the idea of crossing difficult land has returned. The town's early history belongs to the first years of Ohio statehood in the older Northwest Territory. European American settlement began in the late 1790s, and the town site was selected as part of a plan that joined community building with higher education. The name Athens was chosen to echo the ancient center of learning in Greece, a clear statement of ambition for a frontier settlement in the Ohio country. Ohio University was chartered in 1804, making it one of the oldest public universities in the United States and the first institution of higher learning established in the former Northwest Territory. That fact gives Athens a depth that many highway towns do not have. Education was not added later as a decoration. It was part of the town's purpose from the beginning. Athens County was formed in 1805, and Athens became the county seat. That gave the settlement a second public role beside the university. County seat towns gathered records, courts, taxes, public decisions, lawyers, newspapers, merchants, and rural families into one civic center. The courthouse and the campus developed as separate but related anchors. One represented public government, the other represented learning. Together, they gave Athens an unusual identity for a small city in a rugged part of Ohio. Ohio University changed the town's rhythm across generations. Students, faculty, libraries, lecture halls, dormitories, music, athletics research, and campus traditions gave Athens a wider reach than its population alone could suggest. A highway traveler might see a town of brick streets, green hills, and student energy, but the university also connects Athens to the state, the nation, and the world. It brings people into southeastern Ohio who might never have come otherwise. It turns a valley city into a place of movement, argument, study, performance, and return. The Hocking River gives the city another layer. In the 19th century, the Hocking Canal linked the region to wider markets and helped move goods through a difficult landscape before railroads became dominant. Later rail lines followed valley logic and connected Athens with coalfields, towns, mills, and larger cities. The river valley did not merely provide scenery, it offered a route through the hills. That is one reason US 50 belongs here. Highways often inherit older corridors, and Athens shows that inheritance clearly. River canal, railroad, and modern regional travel all use the same broad idea of passage. Coal country memory lies near the city's edges. Athens itself is best known for the university, but the surrounding county sits within the Hocking Valley coal region, one of the important coal fields of Appalachian Ohio. Nearby communities, company towns, rail spurs, mine openings, tipples, and working families tied the area to extraction and industrial fuel. From the late 19th century into the early 20th century, coal-shaped labor settlement, rail freight, conflict, income, injury, decline, and landscape change across the region. Athens served that world in indirect but important ways through government, education, commerce, newspapers, law, and transportation. This is what gives the chapter its eastern turn. West of Athens, US 50 still carries much of the Ohio farm town rhythm, but near Athens, the road is close to Coal Country University Hills and the Appalachian story that will grow stronger in the next chapters. The land is no longer only agricultural. It is layered with extraction, reform, education, and difficult terrain. Former mine lands, wooded slopes, stream valleys, old rail grades, and small settlements remind the traveler that southeastern Ohio belongs to a different regional history than the flatter country behind it. The road system around Athens reinforces that role. US 50 runs with the broader Appalachian Highway corridor through this part of Ohio, sharing movement with State Route 32 and meeting other regional routes near the city. That modern road pattern lets traffic move more quickly than the older valley roads did, but speed does not erase the land. The highway still bends through hill country and must answer the shape of ridges, rivers, and towns. Athens is not a place where the road simply crosses an open plain. It is a place where the road negotiates a landscape that is already narrowed. Downtown Athens gives the route a human center. Court Street, older commercial blocks, campus approaches, restaurants, bookstores, Music venues, bars, offices, churches, and neighborhood streets create a lively city built around walking as well as driving. The university gives the town a youthful energy, but the courthouse and surrounding county keep it grounded. On some streets, the town feels like a campus community. On others, it feels like a southeastern Ohio county seat that has been serving rural residents for generations. The two identities do not cancel each other. They make Athens stronger. The old Athens State Hospital adds another visible layer to the hill above town. Opened in the 19th century, the institution later became known as the Ridges, and its grounds became part of the university landscape. That site shows how Athens gathered more than classrooms and courthouse functions. It also gathered state institutions' public health history, employment, and difficult stories about care, confinement, and changing ideas of treatment. The buildings and grounds stand above the city as a reminder that southeastern Ohio communities often carried regional responsibilities far beyond their size. For a road traveler, that hilltop presence deepens the view. Athens is not a simple campus postcard. It is a layered public town where education, government, medicine, rail, history, and Appalachian land all press into one valley. The surrounding hills make ordinary travel feel more intimate. The country east and south of town does not spread wide like Kansas or western Ohio. It folds. Valleys hide small communities. Roads follow streams, climb ridges, drop into hollows, and reappear near old farms or former mine places. That pattern matters for the last stretch of this book. U.S. 50 is now moving toward the Appalachian crossings, toward West Virginia, toward mountains that will make the final eastern chapters feel more demanding and more conclusive. Athens is the first strong signal of that final movement. Athens also shows how a region can recover and redefine itself without losing memory. Coal may no longer dominate the county as it once did, but its traces remain in local history, environmental work, family stories, and reclaimed landscapes. The university has helped the city build a modern identity around education, arts, health, entrepreneurship, public service, and Appalachian studies. The surrounding farms, forests, and small towns still matter. The city's strength comes from holding those different pieces together instead of pretending they are separate. For US 50, Athens is more than a stop between Hillsborough and the Ohio River. It is the chapter where the road begins to feel like the eastern half is closing in. The highway has crossed deserts, basins, grain, country river towns, and stone belts. Now it enters a landscape of college hills and coal country edges, where history is carried in classrooms, courthouse files, old rail corridors, and wooded valleys. The road is still moving east, but the journey has changed. It is no longer only crossing America. It is beginning to arrive at the old Appalachian threshold before the final pull to the Atlantic. Chapter 27, Parkersburg, West Virginia. Parkersburg marks US 50's Ohio River crossing into West Virginia, where rail bridges, river industry, and Appalachian roads begin to carry the route into the mountains. River industry and the Ohio crossing into the mountains. Parkersburg stands where US Route 50 crosses the Ohio River and enters West Virginia, and that crossing changes the meaning of the road. Behind the traveler lie Ohio Hill Country courthouse towns and the last Midwestern miles. Ahead are river valleys, wooded ridges, coal country roads, and the Appalachian corridors that pull the highway toward the mountains. Parkersburg is the hinge between those worlds. It is not only a city beside a river, it is a place where the road leaves one kind of America and enters another. The setting explains the city before any building does. Parkersburg sits at the confluence of the Ohio and Little Kanawha rivers, a position that made movement possible long before modern bridges or pavement. The Ohio carried boats, freight travelers, and settlement along a border river that separated states but connected economies. The Little Kanawha reached inland toward timber oil fields, farms, small towns, and hill country. Together, the rivers gave Parkersburg a reason to become a gateway. Goods could come down from the interior and move out on the Ohio. Travelers could cross the river and begin the harder road east. The city began under another name. The early settlement was known as Newport after the American Revolution, and the land was tied to Alexander Parker, a Revolutionary War veteran. The community was renamed Parkersburg in 1810 and chartered by the Virginia General Assembly in 1820. That older Virginia identity matters because Parkersburg belonged to the western side of Virginia before West Virginia became a state. The city's story reaches into frontier land claims, courthouse organization, river trade, Civil War pressure, and the political break that created a new state in 1863. Wood County's county seat role gave Parkersburg civic weight, but the rivers gave it reach. River towns did not grow only by being scenic. They grew because water moved things. Flatboats, steamboats, ferries, packets, docks, warehouses, boatyards, and merchants turned the riverfront into a working edge. The city's early economy depended on the practical advantage of the Ohio. The river connected Parkersburg westward and southward, while the Little Kanawha pointed into the interior hills. That combination made the city a transfer point, a marketplace, and a front door to the West Virginia side of the route. Industry followed the same logic. Parkersburg became important to the early oil and gas story of the United States after the discovery of the Burning Springs oil field in 1860. The oil country up the Little Kanawha Valley needed shipping finance supplies, barrels, refining labor, and transportation. Parkersburg stood near enough to the fields and close enough to river and rail connections to benefit from that boom. Oil did not simply sit in the hills as wealth. It had to be moved, processed, sold, and tied to outside markets. The city helped do that work. That industrial role widened over time. Refineries, machine shops, glass plants, chemical work, textiles warehouses, and river-related businesses gave Parkersburg a heavier character than many smaller Appalachian towns. The city became one of the Ohio Valley's working centers tied to both natural resources and manufacturing. Some industries rose, changed ownership, declined, or disappeared, but their marks remain in the brick blocks, riverfront land rail corridors, older factory sites, and neighborhoods built for people who worked with machines, boats, rails, chemicals, tools, and freight. Railroads made Parkersburg even more powerful. The Baltimore and Ohio Railroad reached the city in 1857, giving the interior a direct steel connection to the river. That arrival was a turning point. A road or river could move freight, but rail could move it with new speed and scale. Parkersburg became a rail city, as well as a river city. Its yards, depots, shops, bridges, and freight connections tied it to Baltimore, Ohio, the Midwest, and the coal and resource country inland from the river. The crossing of the Ohio was always the central problem. A river city can be a destination, but a through-route city has to cross. Ferries once handled the work. Later bridges transformed the pattern. Rail bridges, highway bridges, and modern bypass crossings made Parkersburg part of a larger east-west system. The modern U.S. 50 crossing at the Blennerhassett Island Bridge carries the highway across the Ohio and into West Virginia as part of Appalachian Corridor D. That bridge is more than an engineering feature. It marks the moment when Route 50 stops approaching Appalachia and begins entering it. Blennerhassett Island adds another layer to the crossing. The island sits in the Ohio near Parkersburg and is tied to Harmon and Margaret Blennerhassett Aaron Burr, and one of the early republic's most famous political intrigues. For a road traveler, the island is a reminder that this river has never been only scenery. It carried ambition, settlement schemes, trade war movement, and memory. Parkersburg's location placed it beside a river full of stories before the highway made the crossing fast. Civil War history also belongs here. Parkersburg was strategically important to Union movement in Western Virginia. Its river access, rail connections, and position on the edge of the Appalachian interior made it useful for military supply and transportation. Fort Borman on the heights above the city still reflects that wartime landscape. From high ground, the rivers and city can be read together. Waterbridge, rail streets, and hills in one frame. That view helps explain why the place mattered. For U.S. Route 50, Parkersburg is one of the strongest threshold cities in the book. Earlier chapters cross the Sierra Nevada basins, Utah desert, Colorado mountains, Kansas plains, Missouri courthouse country, Indiana limestone, and Ohio foothills. Parkersburg gathers the next chapter of the road in one visible scene. The highway reaches a major river, crosses into West Virginia, and turns toward a state where mountains, valleys, and difficult grades will shape nearly every mile eastward. The road beyond Parkersburg changes character. US 50 and Corridor D carry travelers toward Clarksburg, Bridgeport, and the interior of northern West Virginia. The highway climbs away from the broad Ohio River, setting into a land of ridges, hollows, short sightlines, sharper curves, and smaller communities placed along valleys. The road is more engineered now. It has to solve hills, drainage bridges, and grades in ways that the flatter Midwestern stretches did not. Parkersburg is the last large river city before that Appalachian geometry takes over. That is why Parkersburg cannot feel like an ordinary stop in the final section. The city gives Route 50 a crossing with consequence. The traveler has not only changed states, the traveler has crossed from the broad valley edge into the terrain that will carry the road toward Virginia, the Mid-Atlantic, and the coast. Downtown and the older neighborhoods keep the city's layered past in view. The Blennerhassett Hotel Courthouse blocks churches, storefronts, riverfront areas, and industrial edges show a place that has changed without losing its River City outline. Parkersburg is not a preserved village. It is a working city with scars, adaptations, and long memory. That makes it more valuable to the highway story. The road does not enter a decorative version of Appalachia here. It enters a real one, built from industry, water, labor, transportation, and landscape. The Mid-Ohio Valley identity also matters. Parkersburg is tied to Belpre, Marietta, Vienna, Williamstown, and the smaller river communities around it. The Ohio does not divide the region cleanly in everyday life. People cross it for work, shopping, school, healthcare, family, and services. US 50 belongs to that daily crossing pattern as much as to the national coast-to-coast idea. A driver may see a state line. Local life sees a river-valley system. In the final movement of the Route 50 journey, Parkersburg gives the book a needed lift. The road is no longer simply moving from one town to the next. It is turning into the eastern mountains and carrying the accumulated memory of the whole crossing with it. The Sierra climb at the beginning and the Appalachian climb near the end now answer each other. One opened the journey in the west. The other gathers the journey toward its Atlantic finish. Parkersburg matters because it makes that transition physical. The Ohio River lies wide in the foreground. Bridges carry the highway over the water. Rail lines remember the city's industrial force. Old neighborhoods rise toward wooded hills. Beyond them, US 50 begins the Appalachian Road. The city stands as river crossing, industrial center, rail gateway, and mountain threshold at once. From here, the book is no longer approaching the eastern finish. It has entered it. Chapter 28. Romney, West Virginia. Romney carries US Route 50 through the South Branch Potomac Valley, where Old Road History River bends brick streets and Appalachian ridges shape the mountain passage toward Virginia. Old Road Town Valley geography and mountain passage. Romney stands in the Potomac Highlands of eastern West Virginia, where US Route 50 enters a narrower, older, more folded road world. After the Ohio River crossing at Parkersburg and the long Appalachian run across the state, the highway reaches Hampshire County with a different feel. The land gathers itself into ridges, valleys, river bends, wooded slopes, and old road corridors. Romney belongs to that change. It is not a large city, but it holds one of the deepest historical positions on the eastern half of the route. The town's age gives it immediate weight. Romney grew from Pearsall's Flats, an early settlement near the south branch of the Potomac River. In 1762, Thomas VI, Lord Fairfax, had the town laid out and renamed it Romney after a place in England. The Virginia General Assembly recognized the town that same year. Along with Shepherdstown, Romney is often described as one of the oldest incorporated towns in what is now West Virginia. That matters in a Route 50 book because the road here does not feel newly imposed on the land. It follows country that had been crossed, claimed, defended, farmed, and governed long before federal highway numbers existed. Hampshire County gives Romney another layer of importance. The county was formed in the colonial era, and Romney became the county seat. County seats in mountain and valley regions carried a special kind of responsibility. They gathered people who were otherwise spread across farms, hollows, river bottoms, and ridge roads. Deeds, wills, court cases, taxes, elections, land disputes, schools, and public decisions all pulled people toward town. Romney's courthouse role made it a center of order in a region where travel was never simple. The South Branch Potomac Valley explains why the town was located here. Water, bottomland, and a break in the mountains gave settlement a practical foundation. The river provided orientation, fertile ground, and a corridor through difficult terrain. Valleys in this part of West Virginia are not empty spaces between hills. They are the places where roads, farms, towns, rail lines, and public life could take hold. Romney sits in one of those useful openings close enough to the river to belong to its valley and close enough to the ridges to feel the pressure of the mountains. That valley geography shaped road history. Long before US 50, travel across this region depended on routes between Winchester, Cumberland, the South Branch, and the Ohio country beyond the mountains. The Northwestern Turnpike became the great 19th century road expression of that need. Chartered by Virginia in 1827 to connect Winchester with Parkersburg, it gave Western Virginia an east-west corridor across the Alleghenies. Later, much of that old turnpike became associated with U.S. Route 50. In Romney, the modern highway carries the memory of that older road. The turnpike story is essential to the final part of the book. Route 50 is no longer moving through open plains or broad Midwestern farm country. It is now entering old eastern corridors where roads were arguments about trade loyalty, mountain access, and political direction. The Northwestern Turnpike linked parts of Western Virginia more strongly toward Winchester, Baltimore, and the Potomac side of the world than toward Richmond and the Tidewater. Roads influenced how people traded, traveled, read news, and imagined where they belonged. Romney stood directly in that geography of connection. The Civil War made Romney's road position even more important. The town changed hands repeatedly during the conflict because armies understood the value of roads, river valleys, and mountain passes. Fort Mill Ridge, southwest of town, preserves earthworks connected to the defensive approaches along the Northwestern Turnpike and the South Branch Potomac Valley. Those trenches remind travelers that highways and old turnpikes were not only civilian conveniences, they could become military objectives. Whoever controlled the road could control movement through the valley. Romney's built environment carries that long history in a compact way. The courthouse area, older streets, churches, houses, and brick buildings give the town a texture that feels older than many highway places farther west. The town has suffered fires, war disruption, and economic change, but it still reads as a Valley County seat rather than a roadside development. Its scale matters. Romney is small enough for the surrounding hills to remain visible, yet old enough for its public buildings and streets to carry real authority. The road through Romney also feels different because the land gives it direction. US 50 does not float across the landscape here. It works through it. It follows valleys, bends with the ground, crosses water, and then prepares for steeper movement beyond town. Westward, the route has crossed the full force of West Virginia's interior hills and ridges. Eastward, it aims toward Capon Bridge, the Virginia Line, Winchester, and the Shenandoah Valley. Romney stands near the last West Virginia threshold before the road fully enters the Mid-Atlantic approach. That threshold position gives the chapter its finishing force. The book began in the Sierra with Placerville and Myers showing mountain climbing in the west. Romney answers that beginning from the other side of the continent. Here the mountains are older, lower, greener, and more densely settled by history. The grades may not have the same Western drama, but the road carries colonial settlement, turnpike engineering, county government, Civil War movement, and valley life in every mile. The Eastern Mountains are not an afterthought. They are one of the last major crossings before the road moves toward the Atlantic world. Romney is also tied to local rail and tourism memory through the South Branch Valley. Railroads in this region followed practical openings through the hills, much as roads did. The modern Potomac Eagle Scenic Railroad operating from nearby Romney uses that valley setting to show travelers the river corridor, forested slopes, and mountain edges at a slower speed. Its appeal is not separate from the road story. Both railroad and highway reveal the same fact. In this country, movement depends on the valley. Agriculture remains part of that valley identity. Hampshire County farms have long used bottomland pastures, orchards, livestock ground, and small fields fitted between ridges. This is not the endless farm country of Kansas or Illinois. It is more intimate and divided by terrain. Fields appear in openings, then vanish behind woods or hills. Barns, fences, creek roads, and older houses show how people worked within the shape of the land instead of overwhelming it. Romney served that countryside as a market, legal center, school center, and road town. The town's importance along US 50 comes from continuity. It began as a colonial valley settlement. It became a county seat. It served old roads. It stood along the Northwestern Turnpike. It saw the violence and maneuvering of war. It remained a public center in a county where ridges and rivers still organized daily movement. That layered history makes Romney more than a scenic stop in the Potomac Highlands. It is one of the places where the old road can still be read beneath the modern highway. For travelers moving east, Romney changes the book's tone. The road is no longer simply crossing Appalachia. It is nearing the Shenandoah Valley, the old Virginia road network, and the Mid-Atlantic approach. The Atlantic is still beyond the mountain cities and bay country ahead, but the long continental journey has started to gather itself. Each chapter now needs to feel like a rival, and Romney does that by giving the road age memory and passage. On US Route 50, Romney stands as an old road town in a narrow valley shaped by river geography and mountain necessity. It is a place where the highway carries colonial memory, turnpike purpose. Civil War traces county seat endurance and the last strong West Virginia mountain passage before the road turns toward Virginia. The Sierra is far behind, but the crossing is not over. Romney reminds the traveler that the eastern end of America has its own hard ground, its own old roads, and its own final mountains to cross. The town also gives the final section a human scale. Parkersburg carried the River City crossing, and the chapters ahead will move through Virginia and the Mid-Atlantic with larger historical shadows. Romney sits between those worlds. It is small enough to let the road feel personal again, but old enough to remind the traveler that the eastern approach is crowded with memory. Chapter 29, Middleburg, Virginia. Middleburg carries US 50 through Virginia's Piedmont, where stone walls, horse farms, and old turnpike roads point the route toward the coast. Piedmont Village, stone walls, and the old road toward the coast. Middleburg stands in the Virginia Piedmont, where US Route 50 leaves the hard mountain passage behind and begins its older eastern approach toward Washington, the Chesapeake, and the Atlantic. After Romney and the Potomac Highlands, the road enters a softer but deeply historic landscape. The ridges no longer close in as severely, yet the country is not flat. Fields rise and fall, lanes bend between estates. Stone walls follow the ground, and small villages hold to roads that were important long before federal highway numbers appeared. Middleburg is one of the clearest places on the route where the journey begins to feel like the eastern arrival is coming into view. The town was founded in 1787 by Levin Powell, a Revolutionary War officer and regional political figure who purchased land at what had been known as Chin's Crossroads. The older name tells the first truth about the place. This was a meeting point before it was a Polish village. Roads crossed here because the land allowed movement between the Blue Ridge, the lower Piedmont, Alexandria, Winchester, and the farms and estates of Loudoun and Fauquier counties. Powell gave the new town the name Middleburg because it stood midway between Alexandria and Winchester, a practical name for a practical road town. That midway identity matters along US 50. The highway has crossed deserts, basins, mountains, grain, towns, river cities, and Appalachian valleys. But here, it reaches a region where colonial roads and early Republic turnpikes had already shaped settlement. Middleburg did not wait for the automobile age to become useful. It served stage traffic wagons, horseback travel drovers, merchants, farmers, and travelers moving between the Shenandoah side of the Blue Ridge and the ports and markets closer to Tidewater. The road was its reason before the road had a number. The older road system gave Middleburg a larger meaning. The Little River Turnpike and Ashby's Gap Turnpike helped connect Alexandria with the interior of northern Virginia and the valley beyond. In the 20th century, those older corridors became part of the US Route 50 line through Loudoun County. That inheritance is important. The modern highway does not feel like a line imposed on the landscape from outside. It feels like a newer name placed on a corridor that had already carried people, crops, news armies, and goods for generations. The village itself still shows that road history. Washington Street. The main street carries the old east-west movement through town. The buildings sit close enough to the road to remind travelers that this was a settlement built around passing and stopping. Inns, shops, churches, houses, and small commercial buildings grew because travelers needed food, lodging supplies, horse care repairs, and information. A town placed between mountain and coast had to serve both local residents and people on the move. Middleburg's historic district gives that story a visible form. The village is compact with older buildings that preserve the scale of a road town rather than a modern suburb. Stone brick frame houses narrow lots, garden walls, and shop fronts create a streetscape that feels shaped by continuity. The Red Fox Inn, whose roots reach to the 18th century, represents the inn and tavern world that made such places essential. A traveler could eat, sleep, hear news, exchange information, and judge the road ahead. In a time before phones and weather apps, an inn was part of the transportation system. The stone walls around Middleburg are more than scenery. They are one of the strongest visual signs of the Virginia Piedmont. Built from local stone, they marked boundaries, cleared fields, held animals, and gave farms a durable shape. Their lines follow curves and rises in the land, making the countryside feel ordered without feeling conquered. Along the old roads, those walls give US 50 a character very different from the plains and open farm country farther west. The traveler is no longer looking at distance alone. The eye follows enclosure, property, age, and craft. Horse country added another identity. Middleburg is often associated with Virginia hunt country, equestrian farms, training barns, fox hunting traditions, steeplechase culture, and the kind of rural landscape that depends on open fields and careful preservation. That image can look refined, but it grew from land use, wealth, labor, animal care, breeding roads, and long habits of rural organization. Horses are not decoration here. They are part of the local economy, the local calendar, and the way the area understands itself. That equestrian landscape also explains why preservation has mattered so much. The fields, walls, barns, and tree-lined roads around Middleburg are vulnerable to suburban pressure from the Washington region. The town is close enough to the capital to feel growth pressing from the east, yet far enough into the Piedmont to retain a separate rural character. US 50 carries commuters, visitors, delivery traffic, and long-distance travelers through the same corridor that once carried stages and wagons. The old road is still useful, but usefulness now has to be balanced against the need to protect the place the road made famous. Civil War memory adds weight to the village and its surrounding roads. The Middleburg area lay in country traveled by armies, cavalry, scouts, civilians, and partisans. John Singleton Mosby operated across this region, and his name became tied to the US 50 corridor for many years. The fighting and maneuvering in Loudoun and Fauquier counties remind readers that the Piedmont was not only a landscape of estates and horses. It was also contested ground full of roads, gaps, farms, and small towns that mattered because armies needed the same routes civilians used. Middleburg's position between the Blue Ridge and the coastal plain gives it a transitional force in this book. Behind the traveler are the Ohio foothills, the Ohio River crossing Parkersburg's industrial river world, Romney's Valley Road, and the Old Mountain approach of West Virginia. Ahead lies Northern Virginia, the older road toward Washington, and the widening eastern traffic that finally pulls US 50 toward the Chesapeake and the Atlantic. Middleburg sits at the moment when the road trades mountain struggle for Piedmont refinement and mid-Atlantic history. The setting makes that transition visible. The hills are lower than the mountains behind, but they still guide the road. Fields open in rounded patches. Stone walls and fences define edges. Churches and steeples rise from village centers. Old farms sit back from the pavement. The road curves, but it does not fight the landscape the way it did farther west. Instead, it passes through a shaped countryside where generations have worked to keep the road, the farms, and the village in balance. For a traveler who has followed Route 50 from the Sierra, Middleburg feels different from the earlier centers of work, mining, salt grain, and river industry. Its economy and image are tied more strongly to heritage horses, preservation, tourism, rural property, and proximity to the capital. Yet it still belongs to the same highway story. It served movement. It depended on roads. It helped connect inland Virginia with eastern markets. It gave travelers a place to pause before the final approach. The village also narrows the scale after the wide crossings behind it. Route 50 has already carried the reader across places where distance was the main subject. In Middleburg, the subject becomes texture. A low wall, a shaded doorway, a pasture gate, a brick storefront, and a curve in the road can explain as much as a mountain pass. The highway is still moving east, but now it moves through accumulated detail. That is why Middleburg belongs so late in the book. It is not the end, but it tells the reader that the end is nearing. The highway is no longer proving that it can cross empty distance or climb mountain grades. It is carrying all of those earlier miles into a region of older settlement, denser memory, and coastal pull. From Middleburg, the road moves east toward the Washington region and beyond it to the Atlantic edge. The country grows busier, the history grows older in layers, and the journey begins to gather itself for arrival. Middleburg gives US 51 of its final changes of mood. Stone walls replace open prairie lines. Piedmont estates replace desert basins. Old turnpikes replace lonely crossings. The road that began in the Sierra now runs through a Virginia village shaped by centuries of travel land and memory. It points onward past the last hills and toward the coast, carrying the long road across America into its final eastern light. Chapter 30. Ocean City, Maryland. Ocean City brings US 50 to its Atlantic endpoint, where Beachcommerce Bay bridges fishing water and the final eastbound miles meet the sea. Atlantic endpoint beach economy and the road meeting the sea. Ocean City, Maryland is where US Route 50 finally runs out of land. After the Sierra, the Great Basin, Utah Desert, Colorado Mountains, Kansas Plains, Missouri Courthouse Country, Indiana Limestone, Ohio Hills, West Virginia Valleys, and Virginia Piedmont. The road reaches a barrier island on the Atlantic. The journey does not end at a grand city square or a mountain pass. It ends with surf sand hotels, marinas, fishing boats, boardwalk boards, gulls, and the bright line where pavement gives way to ocean. That ending matters because Route 50 has carried so many versions of America before arriving here. The western chapters began with gold country streets and Sierra grades. The middle of the book crossed distance farms, rail lines, minerals, river towns, and courthouse centers. The last chapters entered older eastern terrain, where the road followed valleys, turnpikes, mountain gaps, and Piedmont farms. Ocean City gathers all of that movement into one final image. The highway has crossed the continent, and the last chapter faces the sea. Ocean City began as a resort because the beach gave people a reason to cross the bays. For much of its early life, the barrier island was isolated, used by fishermen, lifesavers, and seasonal visitors who came for open air and ocean water. The Atlantic Hotel opened in 1875 and gave the place a formal beginning as a seaside destination. Soon afterward, railroad service crossed the Sinopuxent Bay, making it easier for visitors to reach the shore. The town was no longer only a remote strip of sand. It became a place people could plan to reach. Rail service gave Ocean City its first strong connection to inland Maryland. Visitors came from Berlin, Salisbury, Baltimore, Philadelphia, Wilmington, and smaller towns across the peninsula and beyond. Hotels, boarding house, restaurants, bathhouses, and amusements followed the visitors. The beach became the attraction, but transportation made the resort workable. Like so many towns in this book, Ocean City grew because movement found a way to meet local geography. The boardwalk added another civic center. Built as a wooden walkway around the turn of the 20th century, it began as a practical answer to sand hotels and strolling guests. Over time, it became the public spine of the resort. Shops, arcades, food stands, amusements, benches, lights, music, and crowds turned the edge of the beach into a shared place. Many towns in this book used courthouse squares as their center. Ocean City uses the boardwalk. It is where visitors move slowly. Families repeat traditions, and the town's economy is visible board by board. The ocean also made Ocean City dangerous. Storms repeatedly changed the island, damaged buildings, and reshaped the shoreline. The most important event came in 1933 when a major hurricane opened the inlet at the south end of town and separated Ocean City from Assateague Island. Engineers made the new inlet permanent. The disaster destroyed the old rail connection, but it also changed the town's future by giving boats direct access between the bay and the Atlantic. A resort town became a stronger fishing port because a storm cut a new doorway through the sand. That inlet remains one of Ocean City's defining features. It gives the southern end of town a working maritime identity beside the beach economy. Fishing boats, charter captains, marinas, seafood businesses, and tournament traffic belong to this side of the story. Ocean City is known for summer crowds and beach vacations, but its water life is not only recreational. Commercial fishing, sport, fishing, crabbing, boating, maintenance yards, fuel docks, tackle shops, and seafood restaurants all connect the town to the bay and ocean in daily ways. The title White Marlin Capital of the World reflects that fishing identity. The White Marlin Open and other fishing events draw boats and attention from far beyond Maryland. For travelers who think of Ocean City only as sand and hotels, the harbor and inlet provide a necessary correction. The town looks toward the beach, but it also works the water. Its economy depends on the visitor of the boat, the restaurant table, the hotel room, and the weather forecast all at once. U.S. Route 50 gave the resort a modern road approach. In Maryland, the highway carries travelers from the Washington region across the Chesapeake Bay Bridge and through the eastern shore toward the Atlantic. It connects metropolitan traffic, farm, country bay, towns, freight movement, beach travel, and small communities along one long eastward line. By the time drivers reach Worcester County, the road has already crossed a dense sequence of Maryland landscapes: suburbs, bridges, marshes, fields, bypasses, small towns, and finally the causeway into Ocean City. The Chesapeake Bay Bridge changed the reach of the shore. Opened in 1952, it made travel from the Baltimore and Washington region faster and more direct. Ocean City became less remote for millions of people. Vacation habits changed. Families could come more easily for a week, a weekend, or even a day. Businesses along the route adjusted to that seasonal flow. US 50 became more than a highway to the beach. It became part of Maryland's summer rhythm. The final approach across the bay gives the end of the road its drama. The traveler leaves mainland Worcester County, crosses water, and enters a narrow island city with the Atlantic on one side and bay water on the other. The highway no longer feels like the long two-lane road of Nevada or the farm road of Kansas. It feels like a funnel gathering cars, beach gear, delivery trucks, restaurant supplies, hotel workers, families, anglers, and buses into a place where land is limited and demand is seasonal. The road has narrowed from continental scale to island scale. The road also carries local memory for people who return year after year. Families remember the same motel blocks, the same breakfast counters, the same first view of the ocean after the bridge, and the same moment when a long drive becomes a beach arrival. That repetition gives the endpoint emotional force. Ocean City's beach economy is large, but it is built from many small parts. Hotels need housekeepers, clerks, maintenance workers, cooks, and managers. Restaurants need servers, dishwashers, seafood suppliers, bakers, and delivery drivers. Shops need inventories and summer employees. Amusements need operators and repair crews. Lifeguards, police, public works staff, sanitation crews, beach maintenance teams, and emergency workers all keep the resort functioning. The visitor sees leisure. The town sees work. That working side gives the chapter weight. A final stop at the Atlantic could easily become only a postcard. Ocean City is more than that. It is a seasonal city that has to prepare, open, receive, protect, clean, repair, and repeat. Every summer crowd depends on months of planning and years of infrastructure. The beach may feel effortless to the traveler, but the town behind it is organized labor, investment regulation, weather risk, and community identity. Ocean City also changes how the reader understands the whole road. Route 50 began in this book at the Western Gateway with mountain climbing and the memory of gold country. It crossed places built by salt stone grain railroads, deserts, rivers, and public squares. It entered Appalachia and came out through old Virginia roads. At Ocean City, all of that movement becomes visible as distance behind the traveler. The continent is no longer an idea on a map. It has become a sequence of places, each one giving the road a different meaning. The Atlantic endpoint is not only a finish line, it is a moment of scale. The ocean makes every inland mile feel complete. The pavement has carried the traveler from mountain to basin to plain to river to ridge to shore. The road has crossed work and vacation industry and scenery, memory and motion. Ocean City gives Route 50 its last sound. waves against the sand traffic easing toward the beach, and the feeling that a long road has finally reached open water. For this book, Ocean City must carry the ending larger than itself. It is the beach town, the fishing harbor, the boardwalk resort, and the Atlantic sign at the far edge of the route. It is also the proof that US 50 has done what few roads can do. It has connected the country across its middle, not as a straight abstraction, but through towns that made the crossing human. The road that climbed out of California now meets the sea in Maryland, and the journey has earned its final horizon afterward. US Route 50 is more than a highway number. It is a long argument for looking closely. From the Sierra Nevada to the Atlantic shore, the road crosses country that refuses to be reduced to a single idea. It begins in mountain and gold country memory, passes through desert basins and mining towns, climbs and descends through the Rockies, enters rail corridors and plains bends through courthouse towns and river country, and finally reaches the old eastern landscapes of Appalachia, the Piedmont, the Chesapeake, and the sea. A traveler could drive it quickly and remember only distance. That would be a loss. The stronger story is in the smaller places. Placerville, Fallon, Austin, Eureka Delta, Green River, Montrose, Gunnison, Canyon City, La Junta, Lamar, Lacan, Spearville, Kinsley, Hutchinson, Strong City, Sedalia, California, Salem, Washington, Bedford, Versailles, Hillsborough, Athens, Parkersburg, Romney, Middleburg, and Ocean City all show different reasons a town can matter. Some were built by railroads, some by rivers, some by stone salt, grain cattle courts, colleges, oil bridges, beaches, mines, mills, or mountain passage. Each place gives the highway a human scale. That is what a map cannot fully show. A map can show the line. It cannot show the work. It cannot show the salt under Hutchinson, the tall grass above Strong City, the courthouse square in California, the limestone belt around Bedford, the Appalachian edge at Athens, the Ohio River crossing at Parkersburg, the old road through Romney, the stone walls near Middleburg, or the Atlantic horizon at Ocean City. Those details are where the road becomes real. Route 50 also reminds us that America is not only made by its largest cities. Much of the country was held together by towns that served farms, mines, mills, rail lines, river crossings, public offices, schools, shops, and travelers. These places did not always become famous, but they became necessary. They kept records stored, grain repaired wagons, loaded freight, welcomed drivers, raised families, and carried local memory forward. The road changed as the country changed. Wagon roads became turnpikes. Turnpikes became state roads. Railroads rose and declined. Highways took on the traffic of families, trucks, vacationers, workers, and long-distance travelers. Some downtowns prospered. Some struggled. Some industries faded. Others adapted. Yet the route still carries an older pattern. People moving between places that need one another. That is the deeper value of US Route 50. It is not only a road across the middle of the country, it is a road through the kinds of communities that explain how the country was built. The western chapters begin with height, distance, and endurance. The middle chapters show work, grain rails, and inland industry. The eastern chapters bring the road into older settlement, wooded hills, river valleys, and the final pull toward the Atlantic. By the time the pavement reaches Ocean City, the journey has gathered more than miles. It has gathered landscapes, labor memory, and arrival. Every coast-to-coast road promises a beginning and an ending. US Route 50 offers something more. It offers a long middle worth noticing. That middle is where towns rise beside tracks, where courthouse towers mark public life, where elevators stand above wheat fields, where stone comes out of the ground and becomes buildings far away, where rivers decide crossings, where old roads remember wagons, soldiers, stagecoaches, and early automobiles, where a highway becomes Main Street before it becomes open road again. The road finally meets the sea, but it does not leave the towns behind. They remain part of the journey. They are the reason the crossing has meaning. To follow US Route 50 is to understand that America is not only found at the destination. It is found in the service station, the courthouse lawn, the rail depot, the river bridge, the farm road, the grain elevator, the mining street, the college hill, the stone wall, and the beach road at the end. The highway crosses the continent. The towns give it a soul.